Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
He looked at Yin Shun and then spoke directly. Bureau Chief, the spy case involving Yin Kai-mei is very extensive. It not only involves dozens of directors and commissioners, but also very likely involves someone you highly regard. Someone I highly regard? Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Yin Chen's eyes revealed a hint of deep thought. Then he inquired, who? Qiu Tu looked at Yin Shun with a face devoid of any expression, only filled with righteousness. Commissioner Qin. According to our investigation, whether it's Vice President Tian, Qian Dafu, Qiyun, or even Yin Kai-mei, all are related to Commissioner Qin. This time, Yin Chen's face did not show much surprise. It was as if he had anticipated this. And then while sipping tea, he said expressionlessly, being related to these suspects is quite normal. As one of Xinjia City's largest families, the Qin family will have relations with various people in Xinjia City. Having said this, he paused. The key is whether this case has anything to do with him. Yin Chen acted as though he was sure Qiu Tu had no relevant evidence, appearing very unconcerned. But Qiu Tu was waiting for him to say just that. So he stepped forward, directly placing on Yin Chen's desk the paper records of the interrogation of Qian Dafu, Qiyun, and third brother Qin. Then he stepped back to his original position and said, Bureau Chief, these are the confessions of several criminal suspects and related evidence. According to their testimonies, they are all subordinates of Qin Hung, Commissioner Qin, and have all followed Commissioner Qin's commands. And it was under Commissioner Qin's instigation that they engaged in anti-government and anti-sanctuary actions. According to their confessions, the Qin family rose to power with the help of the anti-government armed forces. And Yin Kai-mei was introduced in a Xinjia city by Commissioner Qin himself, who placed her as a professional spy beside Vice President Tian. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Yin Chen's body involuntarily froze. He tried hard to conceal his shock, but from his slightly contracting pupils and the involuntary rubbing of his fingers, his inner turmoil was still apparent. This time, he did not respond to Qiu Tu right away, but picked up the confessions on the desk to read. He read for over 10 minutes, and the spacious office was quiet for 10 minutes. During this time, Qiu Tu stood straight in front of the desk, looking unwaveringly at Yin Shun, like a statue, so he also noticed every change in Yin Chen's expression throughout. This man, ranking among the top 3 most powerful in Xinjia, did not relax his brows from the moment he picked up the confessions. He read the materials word by word, his lips pressing tighter and tighter. Qiu Tu suspected that he did not actually need to read for so long, but rather did not want to lose his composure in front of his subordinate. Or perhaps he was pondering how to handle the matter. Sure enough, after finishing the several confessions in his hands, Yin Chen slowly put them down and then said expressionlessly, "These confessions seem very interesting. They answer whatever you ask." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu understood what Yin Chen meant. So, he immediately stepped forward and placed a videotape on Yin Chen's desk with both hands. Bureau Chief, this is the video material of the interrogation. It can be seen inside. All 3 of them voluntarily confessed to their issues. Saying this, Qiu Tu paused, then slowly said, "As for the reason, actually I used a disposable interrogation type, cataclysmic treasure." He continued, "Before cooperating with the security department, according to your request, Minister Jia reminded me that there were interrogation-specific cataclysmic treasures in the security department. So, when I negotiated with the security department, I specifically requested one." After listening to Qiu Tu's words, Yin Chen's expression slowly turned grim. He just quietly looked at Qiu Tu. After a moment, he slowly said, "First, the interrogation-type cataclysmic treasures used by the security department are not 100% effective, but have a success rate. Secondly, although interrogation-type cataclysmic treasures can ensure the authenticity of the confession, they cannot guarantee it is the truth. Many suspects or witnesses believe what they know to be the truth, but it's quite possible they are just misunderstandings. This can lead to serious misdirection in case investigations. Finally, and most importantly, our investigation bureau doesn't have the authority to use interrogation-type cataclysmic treasures. The sanctuary stipulates, aside from the security department, no other authority can consider confessions obtained using cataclysmic treasures as valid. And even the security department is forbidden from using interrogation-type cataclysmic treasures on current officials. Upon saying this, Yinshin slightly shook his head, his face showing a look of disappointment. Then he picked up the teacup and started sipping tea again. But at this moment, Qiu Tu didn't concede defeat. Speaking bluntly, Bureau Chief, I'm aware of all that you've mentioned. Therefore, I did not plan to convict Commissioner Qin based on these confessions. He paused for a moment before he proceeded. Whether it's Xian Dafu, Qi Yun, or Third Master Qin, they all have the habit of preserving evidence. They have confessed to their privately stored evidence. That evidence is sufficient to convict Commissioner Qin with 0 confessions. Bang! At Qiu Tu's words, Yin Chun slammed the teacup he had just sipped from heavily down on the table. He could no longer maintain his usual indifference and steadiness. His drooping eyelids were lifted, and his tiger-like eyes stared emotionlessly at Qiu Tu's day. Without uttering a word, his stance couldn't have been clearer. He didn't truly disbelieve Qiu Tu's investigation or genuinely think the evidence was irregular, but he simply didn't want to investigate Commissioner Qin. Seeing this, Qiu Tu sighed inwardly, knowing that the worst possible situation he had predicted had indeed materialized. Actually, ever since he had thoroughly investigated the case and learned that Commissioner Qin, Old Master Qin, was a mastermind behind the scenes, Qiu Tu had sensed that something about the trajectory of events seemed off. He had indeed known that the Qin family was very likely involved in this matter and had even suspected that they had played a significant role in this case. But he really hadn't anticipated that they would be so deeply entangled, even being the direct mastermind. Keep in mind, Commissioner Qin is not just the head of City Hall or the patriarch of the Qin family, but also a big shot who had just pledged allegiance to Yin Chun. It was precisely because of Commissioner Qin's allegiance that Yin Chen's influence in Xinjia City had fully inflated. His power knew no bounds and was no longer confined to the investigation bureau. With the help of the Qin family, the local powerhouse, all sectors in Xinjia City and all areas related to the people's livelihood at City Hall were within Yin Chen's reach. This was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It completely unlocked the expansion of Yin Chen's power. So, for him to suddenly sever his biggest support and topple the most significant vassal who had just pledged allegiance to him, how could he possibly accept that? The downfall of the Qin family might benefit all forces within Xinjia City, everyone except Yin Chun. Therefore, after discovering Commissioner Qin was the mastermind, Qiu Tu had remained silent for a while. Honestly, at that time, he didn't believe Yin Chun to be the kind of person who would sacrifice personal gain for the sake of national righteousness. But to determine what kind of man Yin Chun truly was, to ease future confrontations, Qiu Tu still repeatedly tested Yin Chun when he tried to cover up Commissioner Qin's crimes. However, now it seems he wasn't wrong about Yin Chun. And precisely because he had seen through Yin Chun long ago, all of this had been within his expectations, and he had already made the necessary arrangements well in advance. Thinking this way, upon seeing Yin Chen's anger, Qiu Tu immediately switched faces according to the plan. He smiled at Yin Chun and said, "Bureau Chief, I think you might have misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Yin Chen's eyes flashed coldly. "Explain." Qiu Tu bowed slightly, then whispered, "What I said just now is all true. With that evidence, even without a confession, Commissioner Qin will definitely not be able to escape responsibility." Seeing Yin Chun furrow his brows once more, Qiu Tu quickly added, "But this case was initiated at your suggestion. No matter how many clues and pieces of evidence I find, they need to be reported to you. After speaking, Qiu Tu just looked at Yin Shun, his smile incredibly sincere. He didn't continue his sentence, but his implication was crystal clear. As for what Yin Shun would do with those clues, whether he would delve deeper into the case or have a chat with Commissioner Qin, that was Yin Shen's decision. His mission was done. He wouldn't pursue this case any further. He was entirely at Yin Shen's disposal. Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Yin Shun was initially startled. Then his expression became somewhat profound. His body relaxed gradually, leaning back into the executive chair. And while he scrutinized Qiu Tu without changing his expression, he slowly said, "Qiu Tu, I never saw you to be this clever before." Still bowing, Qiu Tu smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to the opportunities for experience you've given me over this period, allowing me to grow." One has to admit, Qiu Tu's talent in employing the sycophantic tactics from his previous life pleased Yin Shun enormously. His gaze softened. But even so, he didn't forget the most crucial matter. He looked at Qiu Tu and slowly said, "Where are the evidence and clues then?" Qiu Tu immediately sobered up. The investigation team is still searching. They should have results soon. Let me ask. With that, Qiu Tu took out his communicator, giving Yin Chun a querying look. After seeing Yin Chun nod, Qiu Tu made a call to Chun Feng, even switching on a loudspeaker. The call connected in 2 seconds, and Chun Feng's voice came through the speaker. "Chief, may I ask what the matter is?" Qiu Tu's expression grew serious as he said, "How's the search for evidence going? Do Big Biao and the others have a result?" Chun Feng reported earnestly, "We haven't searched Third Master Qin's residence yet, but the searches at Qian Dafu and Qi Yun's residences are complete. We found evidence of Commissioner Qin's criminal activities." Qiu Tu heard the words, "cover the mouthpiece," and then said to Yin Shun, "Bureau Chief, the subordinates reported that the evidence saved by Qian Dafu and Qi Yun has all been found. But the Qin family hasn't been searched yet. What do you think?" Seeing that Qiu Tu was truly obedient, a smile finally appeared on Yin Shen's face as he said lightly, "There's no need to search the Qin family for the time being. After all, they have a huge influence and have made significant contributions to the entire Xinjia city. You've already arrested Third Brother Qin and Director Qin, giving them a warning. If we search again, people outside might think something big has happened. This is not conducive to the unity and stability of Xinjia city." Hearing Yin Shen's words, Qiu Tu quickly nodded and then said into the communicator, "No need to search the Qin family for now. Tell Chao Dabiao to seal all evidence found in the villas of Qian Dafu and Qi Yun on the spot. No one is allowed to view it. Then have him bring all that evidence back to the investigation bureau immediately. After arriving at the investigation bureau, don't go to the political department. Come straight to the bureau chief's office." If anyone has checked the evidence just now, remember to issue a gag order on them. Hearing Qiu Tu's arrangements, Chun Feng quickly responded, "Yes, officer." After arranging everything, Qiu Tu put down the communicator and then inquired, "Bureau Chief, does that seem okay to you?" Yin Shun's satisfaction +20. Seeing Qiu Tu's compliance, the corners of Yin Shen's eyes crinkled with a smile, finding Qiu Tu more and more to his liking. But what he didn't know was, at the political department's interrogation area, after hanging up the phone, Chun Feng was just about to call Chao Dabiao. Just then, Akuan, who had been standing by his side, suddenly popped up and asked curiously, "Detective Chun, was that Brother Tu on the phone just now?" Chun Feng glanced at him strangely and grunted in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Akuan nodded and then turned to go to the nearby restroom. Entering the restroom, Akuan took out the special communicator Qiu Tu had given him and dialed a number. After a while, the call connected without any sound coming from the other side. Akuan waited silently for 2 seconds and then hung up the phone as per Qiu Tu's instruction. Having done all this, Akuan tucked the special communicator away, undid his pants, and relieved himself. After finishing up in the restroom, he washed his hands, humming a tune as he left. His normal routine and demeanor did not alert the other detectives also relieving themselves in the restroom. None sensed anything amiss. Meanwhile, at the Xinjia Military Department, Security Department, Investigation Department office, Qin Shuman sighed softly, looking out at the gradually darkening sky, and murmured to herself, "He really anticipated it." After speaking, she put down the communicator, picked up a document, and turned to walk to the director of the Security Department's office. At the same time, at the Investigation Bureau, Bureau Chief's office. Perhaps because he was already in a good mood today, and adding to that Qiu Tu's compliance, Yin Chen's expression brightened significantly. He leaned back in his chair, looking at Qiu Tu with satisfaction, and asked, "Qiu Tu, you've handled this case very well. I'm very pleased. I am not a petty person. Tell me, what reward would you like?" Upon hearing Yin Chen's words, Qiu Tu didn't act like many subordinates who would hastily decline and refuse. One must definitely accept what the boss gives. From the psychological perspective, demanding can enhance relationships more than giving. Thus, with a smile, he said, "Bureau Chief, having the opportunity to work for you is my fortune. If you really want me to make a request, I only wish to be closer to you and take on more of your worries." Possibly because Yin Shun had never been subjected to Qiu Tu's flattery in his previous life. Yin Shun was so taken with Qiu Tu's relentless bootlicking that he laughed out loud. He pointed his finger at Qiu Tu and nodded, "You. Having said that, he also quietly pondered the hidden request within Qiu Tu's flattery. Wanted to be closer to him, to take on more of his worries. This was basically a roundabout way of wanting a promotion. If one were to follow the normal process of promotion or the sanctuary's assessments, an official like Qiu Tu, with a common background, who had already been promoted recently, wouldn't be promoted a second time right away. But now it's the initial stage of Xinjia City's formation, and many promotions are being handled fairly casually. Moreover, there are a few vacant director positions in each department, so it's not entirely impossible. Moreover, with the Qin family's recent troubles, although Qin Hung can't be touched, some middle-level officials associated with the Qin family, like Qin Jingguang, still need to be dealt with. Many positions will become vacant. Thinking of this, Yin Chen looked at Qiu Tu with an encouraging gaze and slowly said, "I understand your thoughts. When the time comes, I will pay attention." Hearing this, Qiu Tu immediately pretended to be excited and said, "Thank you, Bureau Chief." Afterward, Qiu Tu even took the initiative to pour tea and water for Yin Chen. Yin Chen was even more satisfied. Yin Chen's satisfaction +4. After pouring the water, Qiu Tu set the thermos aside, then with a troubled look said, "Bureau Chief, actually, aside from what we discussed earlier, I have another rather presumptuous request." Yin Chen, who was in a good mood, didn't mind Qiu Tu's boldness and hummed inquisitively, "What else is there?" Qiu Tu, looking embarrassed, said, "During this period, because of investigating the Yin Kaimei case, I frequently received threats from various powers, both overt and covert. Today, again, 4 directors and the 4 major transportation merchants were arrested. I fear someone might take desperate measures and try to assassinate me. So, could I stay by your side these next couple of days, serving you tea and water and being at your beck and call? This way, even if someone does want to harm me, seeing me by your side, they would probably not dare to make a move." Saying this, and perhaps worried Yin Chen wouldn't agree, Qiu Tu quickly glanced at the clock and said, "At 6 o'clock tonight, it will be the time I agreed upon with the security department. At that time, they will take over the case and begin arresting the officials involved. Once tonight is over and they have successfully attracted the attention of the various powers, I should be safe. Then, I will leave on my own and no longer trouble you." Hearing Qiu Tu mention the security department's involvement again, Yin Chen's smile slowly faded. He didn't directly answer Qiu Tu's question, but instead asked, "Are you certain they're only pursuing the officials from City Hall?" Qiu Tu paused for a moment, then tentatively replied, "Their promise to exchange information with me was just that. And besides, those officials were only involved with Yin Kaimei, infiltrated by her, and leaked some confidential information. Strictly speaking, they aren't spies. So, investigating them could only lead to Inkaime or the four major transportation merchants at most, right? Now that both the four major transportation merchants and Director Qin, Third Master Qin, are in our hands, even if they wanted to continue investigating, they probably couldn't go any further, could they? Hearing Qiu Tu's series of speculative questions, Yin Shun thoughtfully nodded. Then a smile crept back onto his face. All right, you can stay by my side today. Thank you, Bureau Chief. Hearing Yin Chen's affirmative response, Qiu Tu quickly expressed his gratitude, and inside, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The last step of the plan, an alibi, was finally completed. The rest is up to fate now. In the following time, Qiu Tu became Yin Chen's assistant, serving tea and water, managing documents, and attending to arrivals and departures. Although Qiu Tu stayed by Yin Chen's side merely to complete his mission, he also cherished this opportunity to learn and observe the work of the Investigation Bureau's highest-ranking official. By Yin Chen's side, he saw many confidential documents, witnessed discussions between Yin Chen and various directors and deputy directors, and saw Yin Chen's skilled techniques in managing subordinates. Rebuking, balancing, promising, and the carrot-and-stick approach all came naturally to him. Even though he was performing an assistant's duties for those several hours, he would still take advantage of any lulls to put himself in Yin Chen's place, considering how to handle the same situations and problems. This learning process deepened his understanding of the entire Investigation Bureau's operations and how to manage his subordinates. Besides what he learned, serving as Yin Chen's temporary assistant also allowed Qiu Tu to gain favor in front of the Investigation Bureau's various directors and deputy directors. Being retained by Yin Chen as an assistant is a clear sign of being one of Yin Chen's confidants, part of his inner circle. This was a very obvious political signal. So it didn't take long before various rumors about Qiu Tu began to quietly spread within the Investigation Bureau, and more investigators came to know about Qiu Tu, the deputy staff who had recently made a dramatic rise in the Bureau. Just like that, time passed by, second by second. Soon, it was 6 o'clock. Qiu Tu glanced out of the window, which was pitch black and devoid of any light. The heavy rain that had lasted all day hadn't stopped with the coming of night. In fact, it seemed to have gotten even heavier. Thinking of what would happen on this rainy night, Qiu Tu couldn't help but tighten his grip slightly. Yin Chen didn't notice Qiu Tu's unease. After finishing a document, Yin Chen put down his pen and asked expressionlessly, "It's time for dinner. Do you want to eat with me?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu hurriedly took up the offer. "Thank you, Bureau Chief." Yin Chen. Actually, Yin Chen was feeling a bit annoyed with Qiu Tu's constant presence by his side and wanted to send him away for some peace and quiet. But since Qiu Tu had already accepted him being one of the 3 giants of Xinjia City, it wouldn't be appropriate to take back his offer. So he only let out a subdued, picked up the phone, and ordered 2 sets of 4 dishes and 1 soup for dinner. Thanks to sharing in Yin Chen's light, Qiu Tu also got to experience a dinner fit for a bureau chief. Plus, having been with the bureau chief's mistress, after a bit of rounding up, he basically was. When dinner was served, Qiu Tu was full of anticipation, expecting some kind of delicacy. But when each dish was revealed, it turned out, to his dismay, that all 4 dishes plus the soup were entirely vegetarian. Even the soup was cucumber egg drop soup. At that moment, his face turned as green as the soup. He realized then that he and Yin Chen fundamentally did not get along. As a meat lover, how could he possibly coexist with a vegetarian? Hastily finishing their meals, they both plunged back into work. Yin Chen reviewed documents while Qiu Tu stood by, lost in thought. But this time, they didn't work for long before the office door was knocked on urgently. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of the urgent knocking, Yin Chen shot a glance at Qiu Tuesday. Qiu Tu understood and went to open the door. Standing at the door was Secretary Bai. Secretary Bai had learned that Qiu Tu was serving as a temporary assistant to Yin Chen that afternoon, so he wasn't surprised, merely nodding slightly before quickly stepping into the office. Qiu Tu closed the door behind him and followed him inside. As he walked into the office, before he even reached Yin Chen's side, Qiu Tu heard Secretary by rapidly reporting the intelligence to Yin Shun. Bureau Chief, we just received news. Half an hour ago, the security department mobilized various divisions and arrested a group of mid to low-level officials from City Hall. Departments like the Bureau of Education, Environmental and Sanitation Bureau, and Commerce and Economic Development Bureau have all been affected. Even a director has been arrested. Hearing Secretary Bai's report, Yinshin looked up at him and asked gravely, "Is there a detailed list?" Secretary Bai was able to become Yinshin's right-hand man, the steward of the entire investigation bureau, because his capabilities were extremely exceptional. So upon Yinshin's question, he immediately took out a prepared list. Yinshin took the list, quickly read through it, and then showed a smile on his face. He did not comment further, but instead handed the list to Qiu Tu, who was standing by his side. Qiu Tu received the list with both hands and looked it over as well. The names on the list were all familiar. They were the ones confessed by third brother Qin, Qian Dafu, and Qi Yun, which he then provided to Qin Shuman. The entire list contained 21 people, covering almost all the departments and bureaus of City Hall, including 1 director, 3 deputy directors, and 17 heads and deputy staff. One could say, with this list out, Xinjia City was turned upside down. Of course, the military and City Hall would most certainly become adversaries. This outcome brought quite a few more smiles to Yinshin's face. Yinshin's satisfaction +6. He spoke to Secretary Bai with a smile. "All right, I've got it. Next, have someone keep a close eye on the security department's actions tonight. Report to me immediately if there are any issues." Secretary Bai, hearing this, acknowledged and then left the office. After Secretary Bai had gone, Yinshin stood up and took the initiative to pat Qiu Tu on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. Clearly, although the case wasn't progressing as he had envisioned, it had unexpectedly satisfied him. Feeling Yinshin's happiness, Qiu Tu kept a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was secretly sneering. Keep laughing. In a moment, you won't be able to anymore." 7 o'clock. Chao Dabiao and others returned with the evidence and voluntarily delivered it to Yinshin's office. Possibly setting foot in the bureau chief's office for the first time, Chao Dabiao was visibly trembling. As he placed the sealed evidence down, he almost knocked over Yin Chen's water glass. But Yin Shun, in a good mood, didn't mind, and even encouraged Chao Dabiao with a few words after examining the evidence. And Yin Shun, who had obtained evidence of Commissioner Qin's collusion with United Front and long-term provision of supplies and placements of spies for them, finally felt at ease. He went to the inner office and solemnly locked the evidence in the safe, sealing it away. 7:30 p.m. Secretary Bai once again came to Yin Shen's office. This time, he brought with him the second list of people arrested by the security department. This time, although the number of people on the list had decreased compared to the first one, the quality was in no way inferior. Out of the 12 people, there was 1 commissioner, 2 deputy commissioners, and 9 chiefs and deputy chiefs. With the first batch, in just 1 short hour, the security department had arrested 33 middle and senior officials from the City Hall, especially that commissioner. After all, there were only 7 commissioners in City Hall, responsible for various works in Xinjia City. Theoretically, even the investigation bureau and the military had to be supervised and directed by these commissioners. But now, one was directly arrested by the military. This was a blatant slap in the face of the municipal committee. It was said that Commissioner Jiang from the municipal committee was furious and personally called General Yi from the military to confront him. But General Yi, known for his iron-fisted approach, showed no fear of Commissioner Jiang's threats. With a single remark, the security department is a national security organ directly under sanctuary with the authority to monitor and investigate officials at all levels. He effectively shut down the argument. Rumor has it that Commissioner Jiang, in a fit of anger after the call, smashed his favorite antique porcelain vase in his office. That was an antique from before the cataclysm, with craftsmanship long lost. Each piece destroyed meant 1 less in the world, and its value was beyond measure. Upon hearing about this, Yinshin also laughed and smoked 2 cigarettes in a row, even offering one to Qiu Tu and specially permitting him to smoke in the office. 8 o'clock. It was Ji Chun, who had once had a brief encounter with Qiu Tu, that came to the office this time. He reported to Yinshin a piece of explosive news. Director Dai of the Security Department had submitted evidence of Vice President Tian colluding with United Front and engaging in illegal activities to Sanctuary and had applied for a special investigation warrant. Just now, Sanctuary had responded to the request, agreeing to Director Dai's application and temporarily revoking the peak third-level medal previously awarded to Vice President Tian, stripping him of his immunity and the right to participate in and discuss politics. The Security Department immediately took coercive measures against Vice President Tian. He has now been arrested and detained. For Yinshin, this news was neither particularly good nor bad. However, the bigger the case was handled, the more spotlight the military would gain, the more likely it was to become a target for various powers. And as the initiator of the case, the Investigation Bureau, always hiding behind the military, not only had protection from the military's presence, but could also profit quietly. No matter how much credit the military took for this case, they had to share the spoils with the Investigation Bureau. Such tactics also made Yinshin once again increase his appreciation for Qiu Tu, who had come up with the plan. And even Jia Shu, who had hinted at the plan, seemed more pleasing to the eye. The rain continued to pitter-patter outside, and the tremors among Xinjia City's middle rankings persisted. At 8:30 p.m., Qiu Tu and Yinshin left the Investigation Bureau together in a car, heading back to Yinshin's garden villa in City Center Garden. Perhaps due to the presence of Yinshin and surrounding guards, no one attempted to assassinate Qiu Tu. By 9 o'clock, the two arrived at Yinshin's villa. At 9:10 p.m., they got out of the car and entered Yinshin's study. Qiu Tu naturally boiled water for tea, attending to Yinshin as attentively as a real assistant. But just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, 9:20 p.m., suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door rang out. Yinshin, who had been writing documents accompanied by the sound of the rain, swoosh, 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 was jolted from his thoughts. He glanced at Qiu Tu standing by his side, already yawning with fatigue, and signaled to him. Qiu Tu quickly stifled his yawn and hurried to open the ornate door of the study. Standing outside was a very anxious Ji Chun. Seeing the door open, he didn't even bother to greet Qiu Tu but rushed straight into the study, swiftly walking over to Yinshin, bent down, and whispered a few words. Hearing his words, Yinshin, who had been busy writing, suddenly turned pale. A snap was heard as the steel pen in his hand broke unintentionally. But without caring about the pen, he looked up abruptly, his eyes furiously fixed on Qiu Tu, who was just closing the door. In that instant, with his back to both men, Qiu Tu felt a dreadfully oppressive aura enveloping him, as if preyed upon by a massive beast, causing goosebumps all over his body and leaving him petrified. The dark study was like a devouring monster with an open maw. The dim light of the desk lamp only illuminated a small area beneath the desk. Yinshin was seated in that spot, his hands smeared with black ink from the pen, his face as dark as the rain outside, motionlessly staring at Qiu Tu. At that moment, Qiu Tu also became aware of the imminent danger. He dared not make any movements and could only slowly turn around, staring at Yinshin with a face filled with shock and suspicion. Tentatively, he asked, "Director, what happened?" Yinshin was clearly infuriated by the message he had received. He slammed his hand on the table with a thunderous bang, causing everything on the table to jump a few centimeters. Then he glared at Qiu Tu and demanded, "Qiu Tu, what on earth is going on with the Security Department?" Hearing Yinshin's words, Qiu Tu deliberately put on a look of confusion and asked in puzzlement, "The Security Department? What happened with the Security Department?" Seeing Qiu Tu's feigned ignorance, Yinshin took a deep breath to suppress the rage within him and then gestured to Ji Chun with a wave of his hand. Ji Chun, expressionless, stood up and faced Qiu Tu, saying, "Chief Qiu, just a moment ago, the Security Department took Commissioner Qin away from the Qin family. At the same time, they have deployed troops to seal off the entire Qin family, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Upon hearing Ji Chen's words, Qiu Tu's heart remained perfectly calm, but his face displayed an expression of disbelief. They took Commissioner Qin away. What? Is it because of the Yin Kaimei case? Qiu Tu exclaimed in surprise. But do they have any evidence? Without evidence, isn't this wrongful arrest? Seeing Qiu Tu's convincingly genuine expression, Yin Chen's face gradually softened, and he asked in a deep voice, "Do you really not know what this is about?" Qiu Tu hastily shook his head and swore with his hands raised. "Director, I really have no idea what's going on." Yin Chen, upon hearing this, took a deep breath. His demeanor was grave, his gaze penetrating as if he were making some sort of judgment. After a moment, he picked up the desk phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call connected and a somewhat sinister voice came from the other end. "Director Yin?" Upon hearing this, Yin Chen replied with a forced smile, "It's me, Director Dai. I heard you've just taken Commissioner Qin away, and you've also sealed off the entire Qin family. May I ask for the reason?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Qiu Tu immediately guessed that Yin Chen was calling Dai Yukong, the head of the security department, who was Qin Shuman's immediate superior. Despite his title as director, Dai Yukong's position was of high rank. He held the military rank of senior colonel in the military, second only to General Yi as the second in command of the Xinjia City Military Department. If placed within the investigation bureau, he would be at the position of the first deputy director. His status was even higher than that of Tang Feifei. This was why Yin Chen would speak to him directly, and even why his tone was so nuanced. As Qiu Tu thought this, Dai Yukong began to speak. He stated in an indifferent tone, "Director Yin, if we dare to arrest an official of such a high level, it is certainly because we have conclusive evidence. However, since you've asked personally, I will speak frankly. The Qin family is likely a nail planted in Xinjia City by the United Front. The United Front is not only the Qin family's financial backer, having supported them to rise to prominence, but over the years, they have also been loyally serving the United Front. Much of Xinjia City's intelligence has been leaked by the Qin family, and many spies from anti-government armed forces have been implanted by the Qin family. We dared to act and arrest them because we have ample evidence. In fact, before making the arrest, I even wrote a report to the sanctuary and obtained approval before proceeding." Having said that, Dai Yukong paused for a moment, then added cautiously, "Director Yin, I know you have some personal ties with Commissioner Qin, but I still need to remind you. This time, you may have misjudged the person." After that, Director Dai found an excuse and hung up the phone. After the call, Yin Chen didn't erupt in rage as Qiu Tu had expected. Instead, he sat quietly in his chair for a while. Then, he opened a drawer and took out a cigarette and matches. "Strike, strike." Scraping a match, he brought the flame to the cigarette in his mouth. Yin Chen squinted his eyes as he took a deep inhale. Surrounded by swirls of smoke, his face appeared faint and elusive. The atmosphere in the study became serene for a time. After a while, Yin Chen picked up the desk phone again and dialed a few numbers. The call connected shortly after. With a raspy voice, Yin Chen said, "Go check my safe. See if there's a black iron box with evidence inside." After giving the instruction, Yin Chen hung up and continued to smoke. A few minutes later, the desk phone rang and Yin Chen answered it. A man's deep voice came through. "Bureau Chief, the safe contains the black iron box you mentioned, but it is empty. There is no evidence." Upon hearing this, Yin Chen's face grew even more troubled. Qiu Tu, upon seeing this, still maintained a confused and puzzled expression on his face, but inwardly he was bursting with joy. It looked like his plan for the evening had been executed perfectly. This stab in the back should leave Director Yin completely befuddled. The rain outside the window went pitter-patter, hitting the window panes, sounding especially clear in the silent study. Yin Chen's face was gloomy as he spoke to the person on the other end of the phone. "Have old Chu from the political department. No, have old Chu come over to inspect the traces." see if any fingerprints or other clues were left. Call old Huang and ask him to bring you some cataclysmic treasures to check for traces of catastrophe power. Yes, the person on the other end of the phone quickly responded to Yin Chen's words. After hanging up the phone, Yin Chen took a deep breath and extinguished his cigarette fiercely on the desk. Then his tiger-like eyes calmly stared at Qiu Tu, as if pondering something. Qiu Tu tried to appear as normal as possible, so his eyes conveyed innocence while looking at Yin Chen. Yin Chen stared at Qiu Tu silently for a while. Then he finally said somberly, "You heard the last 2 phone calls." Qiu Tu gave a in response. "Yin Chen, any thoughts?" Upon hearing Yin Chen's question, Qiu Tu tried his best to forget all of his plans for the day, putting himself in the shoes of an investigator who knew nothing of the matter. He pondered in silence for a moment, then ventured, "Could it be that a mole has surfaced within the investigation bureau?" Yin Chen stared coldly at Qiu Tu, not saying a word, because what Qiu Tu said was a platitude. Without a mole, could the evidence have flown away by itself? Seeing this, Qiu Tu carefully spoke, "I feel the mole is likely someone by your side." Yin Chen, expressionless, went, "Oh," and asked, "Why do you say that?" Qiu Tu replied with a sheepish smile, "Because only someone close to you would know your safe's password and be aware of your habit of placing evidence in the safe, right?" Yin Chen, clearly not really interested in Qiu Tu's analysis, but rather looking for any telltale signs or slip-ups in his words, gave in him and asked, "So, do you have a suspect in mind?" Qiu Tu coughed and provided Yin Chen with an unexpected choice. Secretary Bai? Perhaps this choice was too surprising for Yin Chen, so he looked slightly moved and took 2 seconds to think before asking, "Why him?" Qiu Tu tentatively said, "It's just a guess. After all, Secretary Bai is one of your most trusted individuals. He would definitely have a thorough understanding of your habits and probably also knows your safe's password. Moreover, when the investigation team came to deliver the evidence, he was the one who brought them in. So he knows that after the evidence entered your office, it never left. Plus, he was aware of my reason for seeking you out, so he could guess what evidence the investigation team delivered. All these factors make him satisfy all the prerequisites for this case." Yin Chen seemingly truly considered if Secretary Bai was the thief. After a moment, he asked, "And the motive?" Given Qiu Tu's relationship with Secretary Bai, of course, he wouldn't actually smear Secretary Bai to cover for himself. He was merely using Secretary Bai to lead into the next part of the conversation. So, after hesitating a bit, he said, "I'm guessing, could Secretary Bai have a conflict with the Qin family? Or perhaps he feels that since the Qin family has sided with you, his position by your side is at risk? Or maybe he's had some conflicts with you recently, simply wanting revenge? Or perhaps he secretly reached some sort of agreement with the military or city hall? Is this a letter of challenge?" Qiu Tu's successive hypotheses regarding motives made Yin Chen frown deeply, because as he listened to each motive Qiu Tu proposed, the suspect Yin Chen thought of was not Secretary Bai, but Jia Shu. After all, although Secretary Bai was his right-hand man, his role largely involved administrative work, such as filing all the information and tasks, or dealing with various matters within the Bureau. Such tasks, while still influential, were actually very intricate, meticulous, and difficult to wield power outwardly. Thus, few of his peers wished to replace Secretary Bai or compete with him. In contrast, Jia Shu was different. Also his right-hand man, Jia Shu was not only closer to him, but he also commanded the political department, the most powerful department in the investigation bureau. Furthermore, many of his private matters were instructed to be handled by Jia Shu, which allowed Jia Shu to often exercise his power in Xinjia City in his stead. This was also a major reason why Xinjia City feared the political department. So should the Qin family get too close to Yin Chen, it would inevitably affect Jia Shu's status in his heart. Many tasks would no longer require Jia Shu's assistance, further weakening Jia Shu's power in the whole of Xinjia City. Considering that Jia Shu knew the safe's password and was aware that he had the habit of placing evidence into that safe. Suddenly, Jiashu became a much more suspicious figure in Yin Chen's mind. More importantly, because of the Yin Kaimei case, Jiashu had been at odds with Yin Chen recently, and he had shown an unusual level of interest in the case. Not even Yin Chen knew what role Jiashu played in it, which undeniably increased his suspicion. With these thoughts, Yin Chen's brows were deeply furrowed, and for a moment, he was too preoccupied to suspect Qiu Tu. As the chief of the investigation bureau, Yin Chen's word was law within the bureau. He didn't need to go through the layers of approval or wait for his superior to collect the cataclysmic treasures, unlike Qiu Tu. In those 10 minutes, Yin Chen simply continued to smoke quietly. So, a few more cigarette butts accumulated in the ashtray, and the entire study was shrouded in a fog-like haze. Coupled with the mist seeping in from the outside, it truly resembled a fallen, immortal realm. Amidst that white fog, Yin Chen slowly picked up the receiver of the landline, his voice hoarse as he said, "Hello." The voice of the man Yin Chen had contacted earlier came from the other end of the phone. "Bureau Chief, old Chu checked the fingerprints on that black box and found that only yours were on it. As for the safe, apart from yours and mine, there were only the fingerprints of Secretary Bai and Minister Jia. No trace of outsiders. Regarding the surveillance outside the office, we've looked into that too. Due to confidentiality principles, the cameras on the 9th floor were not activated. So, there's no footage at the moment." At this point, the man paused, then continued, "And about the cataclysmic traces at the scene, we used a retrospective locator to pinpoint, confirming that around 8:30, which is after you left the investigation bureau, someone used cataclysmic ability or cataclysmic treasures on this safe." The man concluded, "In summary, we suspect that a cataclysmic might have stolen the important documentation from your safe." Upon hearing this, Yin Chen's eyes darkened like deep pools. He hummed an acknowledgement and said, "Keep looking for more clues." After speaking, he hung up the phone. His hands rested quietly on the table. At that moment, Yin Chen was like a volcano yet to erupt. His expression was calm, but no one knew how much anger he harbored within. Just then, the door to the study was knocked upon from the outside with a thud, thud, thud. Hearing the knocking, Qiu Tu looked towards Yin Chen, wondering if he should go answer it. But before he could ask, Ji Chun had already walked over to the carved door of the study and opened it. "Qiu Tu, even a lousy assistant's job has competitors. The job market is indeed tough." While thinking this, Qiu Tu also glanced towards the doorway of the study. Standing at the door was Secretary Bai. He seemed to have just come back from outside, with his trouser legs and shoes still showing watermarks. The fact that his left shoulder and even half of his left side was wet clearly indicated that he had not come alone, but was accompanied by another person of esteemed status. As Qiu Tu was contemplating this, Secretary Bai walked into the study. He nodded at Ji Chan first, and then surveyed Qiu Tu with an expressionless face before walking up to Yin Chen. Bending down, he whispered into Yin Chen's ear, "Bureau Chief, Yin Yin has been brought back. Due to the rain, I drove slowly on the road and got delayed a bit. I had the maid take her to bathe and drink some ginger soup just now. She misses you a little and wants you to keep her company." Upon hearing Secretary Bai's words, Yin Chen grunted deeply and said coldly, "I'm busy today. Let her rest on her own." After that, he said to Secretary Bai, "There's actually something I need to discuss with you. Stay for a moment." Then Yin Chen looked up at Qiu Tu. Compared to his warm demeanor towards Qiu Tu during the day, his current gaze held a noticeable trace of disdain. "Qiu Tu, you can step out first. We have some matters to discuss." Hearing Yin Chen's command, Qiu Tu didn't care much. He was quite understanding. If you stab someone hard on the back, of course you had to allow them to be angry. So he obediently said, "All right, Bureau Chief." After speaking, he left the study. As he gently closed the carved door of the study, Qiu Tu faintly heard Yin Chen's distinctive low, hoarse voice slowly begin. There might be a mole among the senior staff of the investigation bureau. Clearly, Yin Chen was preparing to discuss tonight's events with Secretary Bai. In thinking of his relationship with Secretary Bai, Qiu Tu rarely showed a trace of a smile on his lips. It seemed that even fate was on his side. This tight spot Jiashu would have to shoulder whether he wanted to or not. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu couldn't help but recall his plans for the evening. Actually, after interrogating by Ru, Qiu Tu discovered that his situation was somewhat ill-omened. The reason he explained earlier was that Qin Hung now became an important partner and vassal to Yin Shun. If Yin Shun wanted to expand his power, he must protect him. Thus, by the time the case investigation reached this point, it was almost no longer possible to continue. But the problem was, Qiu Tu already knew so many secrets, and he had locked up 3 of the 4 Qin brothers, so he and the Qin family really had reached a point of no return. Even if Qiu Tu were to give in to the Qin family, Yin Shun might mediate. But the problem was there were also insurmountable issues between Qiu Tu and Yin Shun. Once Yin Shun discovered the things Qiu Tu had done behind his back, Qiu Tu would still be on a path to death. Add to that the immense benefits that would arise from the downfall of the Qin family. So, to just give up like that, Qiu Tu really couldn't reconcile with it. He couldn't just watch Yin Shun grow stronger in Xinjia City, nor could he lose the chance to bring down the Qin family, and he definitely couldn't let those cooked benefits fly away. Therefore, after much deliberation, he decided to make a big gamble, bringing every key player into Yin Chen's entire lineup, going all in. Since he was now tied hand and foot and unable to see this case through, he would make a big deal with the security department and let them handle the case, flipping the table over. No more games for anyone. So, he gave Qin Shuman a call and discussed a massive deal. The deal was huge, but the terms were simple. From Qiu Tu's side, he would provide Qin Shuman with a list of 33 officials from Xinjia City involved in the case, containing 1 member, 1 director, 5 deputy directors, and 26 principal and deputy staff. Unrealized real estate and land titles from Master Qin Si, and evidence of Qin Hung and the Qin family's collusion with United Front for their rise to power. What Qin Shuman and the security department needed to offer in return was cash equivalent to the value of Master Qin Si's properties and land titles, the backbone of the Qin family's certain industry technology, and the rights to deal with 30 private armed personnel among the 4 major transportation merchants, and a legitimate captain, principal staff level, secret identity for the security department. It could be without a position, not responsible for specific job duties, but it had to have a rank. The terms exchanged by both parties were almost equivalent, and even with the addition of the captain identity, Qiu Tu was asking for a bit too much. But Qin Shuman and Dai Yukong were clearly individuals who handled big affairs, so after brief negotiations, they agreed right away. As a result, although Qiu Tu paid almost all of his cards, he also gained even more substantial benefits than he had anticipated. Even he got the most important safeguard, the security department's captain identity. This would allow him to execute his next heaven-earth swap plan more boldly. After finalizing the benefit exchange with the security department, Qiu Tu and Qin Shuman confirmed several key points of the whole plan today. 1. Within the next hour, someone will use Qiu Tu's special communicator to call Qin Shuman. The caller won't speak and will hang up within a few seconds. This indicates that the plan has officially begun. If no call is received, then all plans will be temporarily suspended, waiting for Qiu Tu to make contact again. 2. If the call is received, then at 17:30, Qin Shuman should send someone to the entrance of Old Alley Street and wait for a person named Akuin. At that time, Akuin will hand over something to her. It must be securely received. 3. At 1800 hours, the security department will start arresting the first batch of City Hall officials implicated in the case, totaling 21 people. 4. At 1900 hours, they will start arresting the second batch of City Hall officials, totaling 13 people. 5. Starting from 1900 hours, they will dispatch people to guard outside the Investigation Bureau building, keeping an eye on the whereabouts of Yin Shun and Qiu Tu, ensuring both leave the Investigation Bureau building together. 6. At 8:20 p.m., begin the arrest of Vice President Tian. 7. This is also the most important. Upon discovering that Yin Shun and Qiu Tu had left the Investigation Bureau office building, Immediately use the item obtained from Aquin at 5:30 p.m. 8. Arrest Commissioner Qiu, seal off the Qiu family. At that time, the entire plan and transaction would be completely finalized. The reason why Qiu Tu insisted that the security department execute the plan according to his rhythm was also deliberate. Although he now had the security department as insurance and had secretly changed the lineup, he still wanted to stay in the investigation bureau as much as possible without exposing himself. Such an opportunity to infiltrate enemy ranks was incredibly rare. If it wasn't for his restraint, Qiu Tu truly worried that Yin Chun might become the local tyrant of Xinjia City. When that time came, he would have no choice but to completely abandon his identity and flee to Eastern City. Therefore, he needed the security department to perform as best they could to help him reduce suspicion from Yin Chun as much as possible. For instance, by creating an alibi. There were only two difficult parts to the entire plan. 1. Qiu Tu had to convince Yin Chun to keep him by his side. This point, because Yin Chun was in a good mood today, was actually completed quite smoothly. 2. While under Yin Chun's watchful eye, transfer the evidence of Qin Heng's crimes given to Yin Chun elsewhere. This required the use of a key cataclysmic treasure that Qiu Tu obtained from the salvage game the night before, the seal of ownership. The function of this cataclysmic treasure is such that once it stamps an item or a living being, the holder of the stamp will have ownership rights over it for the next 72 hours. Within those 72 hours, if the stamp holder wishes to retrieve the stamped item or living being, it will cross space and appear directly in front of the stamp holder. So, after explaining the plan in detail to Qin Shuman, Qiu Tu also called Aquin into the interrogation room and gave him two items. The first item was the special communicator Qiu Tu used to contact Qin Shuman. It was too dangerous for Qiu Tu to carry this communicator while staying by Yin Chen's side. Besides, Aquin needed to use this communicator to contact the security department. It was a perfect solution. The second item was the cataclysmic treasure, the seal of ownership. Then, Qiu Tu laid out the tasks for Aquin in detail. The first task was for Aquin to stay close to Chun Feng at all times, and as soon as he confirmed that he had called Chun Feng, immediately communicate with the security department to formally start executing the plan. The second task was, after making the call, for Aquin to leave the investigation bureau and then hand over the seal of ownership to Eagle. Eagle would then stamp all the evidence of the collusion between the Qin family and United Front with the seal. The third task was that after all the stamping was done, Eagle had to return the seal to Aquin, who had to rush to Old Alley Street before 5:30 p.m. to hand over this cataclysmic treasure to the meeting security department personnel. At that point, the security department, holding the seal of ownership, could use this cataclysmic treasure to silently retrieve the evidence once Yin Chun and Qiu Tu had left the investigation bureau office building. Since Qiu Tu would be accompanying Yin Chun the entire journey and had not touched any of those pieces of evidence, he would have the most solid alibi possible, and he could then unreservedly cast all the blame onto Jia Shu. After all, besides Qiu Tu, Jia Shu was indeed the most likely person to have had access to and the motive to steal that evidence. Once this entire heaven-earth swap plan was accomplished, Qiu Tu not only could sever Yin Chen's external support from the Qin family, obstructing Yin Chen's momentum, he could also sow discord between Yin Chun and Jia Shu, injecting instability into the investigation bureau, and extricate himself from the affair completely. It was indeed killing several birds with one stone. To be honest, after recalling the entire heaven-earth swap plan, Qiu Tu felt, if everything goes smoothly, there's a chance he wouldn't even need to activate the security department insurance for promotion. After Yin Chun no longer suspects him, to appease him and counterbalance Jia Shu, Yin Chun might really offer him an official position as section chief. With this thought, Qiu Tu stretched lazily, feeling that it was quite exhausting to make so many plans. But now that everything that could be done had been done, the rest was up to time to verify. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu hummed a tune in his heart, yet his facial expression was extremely solemn as he left the corridor outside the study. Then he looked around, east and west, casually found a maid, and under the pretense of Yin Chen's orders, had her arrange an empty guest room for him. He temporarily settled down in Yin Chen's garden villa. Tonight, the earthquakes in Xinjia City were incessant, and all kinds of ghosts and monsters had emerged. Qiu Tu had the crisis countdown to impending dangers and darkness, so he wouldn't be foolish enough to go home. It was safer to stay at Yin Chen's place. In life, one should be bold when necessary, cautious when required. Continuous caution was the way of the coward, and constant boldness the way of the rash. One must adapt to the situation. 6 days, Yin Kaimei case closure time. 3 days, imminent dangers and darkness. Meanwhile, on the periphery of Yin Chen's garden villa, a shadow was crouching on a large tree branch. The darkness blurred his existence, and the blue moonlight that fell upon him seemed to pass right through him as though he were transparent. He held an old-fashioned rifle and wore goggles, silently observing Yin Chen's vast mansion for a while. In his view, the entire mansion was filled with guards and secret sentries, resembling a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Easy to break into, but hard to come out of. So, having seen Qiu Tu enter the mansion without coming out for a long time, he picked a leaf and chewed in his mouth, murmuring, "The target is too cunning. There's simply no chance to make a move." 6. At 8:20 p.m., begin the arrest of Vice President Tian. 7. This is also the most important. Upon discovering that Yin, Chen, and Qiu Tu had left the Investigation Bureau office building, immediately use the item obtained from Awakens at 5:30 p.m. 8. Arrest Commissioner Qin. Seal off the Qin family. At that time, the entire plan and transaction would be completely finalized. The reason why Qiu Tu insisted that the security department execute the plan according to his rhythm was also deliberate. Although he now had the security department as insurance and had secretly changed the lineup, he still wanted to stay in the Investigation Bureau as much as possible without exposing himself. Such an opportunity to infiltrate enemy ranks was incredibly rare. If it wasn't for his restraint, Qiu Tu truly worried that Yin Chen might become the local tyrant of Xinjia City. When that time came, he would have no choice but to completely abandon his identity and flee to Eastern City. Therefore, he needed the security department to perform as best they could to help him reduce suspicion from Yin Chen as much as possible, for instance by creating an alibi. There were only 2 difficult parts to the entire plan. 1. Qiu Tu had to convince Yin Chen to keep it by his side. This point, because Yin Chen was in a good mood today, was actually completed quite smoothly. 2. While under Yin Chen's watchful eye, transfer the evidence of Qin Heng's crimes given to Yin Chen elsewhere. This required the use of a key cataclysmic treasure that Qiu Tu obtained from the salvage game the night before, the seal of ownership. The function of this cataclysmic treasure is such that once it stamps an item or a living being, the holder of the stamp will have ownership rights over it for the next 72 hours. Within those 72 hours, if the stamp holder wishes to retrieve the stamped item or living being, it will cross space and appear directly in front of the stamp holder. So, after explaining the plan in detail to Qin Schumann, Qiu Tu also called Awakens into the interrogation room and gave him 2 items. The first item was the special communicator Qiu Tu used to contact Qin Schumann. It was too dangerous for Qiu Tu to carry this communicator while staying by Yin Chen's side. Besides, Awakens needed to use this communicator to contact the security department. It was a perfect solution. The second item was the cataclysmic treasure, the seal of ownership. Then, Qiu Tu laid out the tasks for Awakens in detail. The first task was for Awakens to stay close to Chen Feng at all times, and as soon as he confirmed that he had called Chen Feng, immediately communicate with the security department to formally start executing the plan. The second task was, after making the call, for Awakens to leave the Investigation Bureau and then hand over the seal of ownership to Eagle. Eagle would then stamp all the evidence of the collusion between the Qin family and United Front with the seal. The third task was that after all the stamping was done, Eagle had to return the seal to Awakens, who had to rush to Old Alley Street before 5:30 p.m. to hand over this cataclysmic treasure to the meeting security department personnel. At that point, the security department, holding the seal of ownership, could use this cataclysmic treasure to silently retrieve the evidence once Yin Shun and Qiu Tu had left the Investigation Bureau office building. Since Qiu Tu would be accompanying Yin Shun the entire journey and had not touched any of those pieces of evidence, he would have the most solid alibi possible, and he could then unreservedly cast all the blame onto Jia Shu. After all, besides Qiu Tu, Jia Shu was indeed the most likely person to have had access to and the motive to steal that evidence. Once this entire heaven-earth swap plan was accomplished, Qiu Tu not only could sever Yin Chen's external support from the Qin family, obstructing Yin Chen's momentum, he could also sow discord between Yin Shun and Jia Shu, injecting instability into the Investigation Bureau, and extricate himself from the affair completely. It was indeed killing several birds with one stone. To be honest, after recalling the entire heaven-earth swap plan, Qiu Tu felt, if everything goes smoothly, there's a chance he wouldn't even need to activate the security department insurance for a promotion. After Yin Shun no longer suspects him, to appease him and counterbalance Jia Shu, Yin Shun might really offer him an official position as section chief. With this thought, Qiu Tu stretched lazily, feeling that it was quite exhausting to make so many plans. But now that everything that could be done had been done, the rest was up to time to verify. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu hummed a tune in his heart, yet his facial expression was extremely solemn as he left the corridor outside the study. Then he looked around, east and west, casually found a maid, and under the pretense of Yin Chen's orders, had her arrange an empty guest room for him. He temporarily settled down in Yin Chen's garden villa. Tonight, the earthquakes in Xinjia City were incessant, and all kinds of ghosts and monsters had emerged. Qiu Tu had the crisis countdown to impending dangers and darkness, so he wouldn't be foolish enough to go home. It was safer to stay at Yin Chen's place. In life, one should be bold when necessary, cautious when required. Continuous caution was the way of the coward, and constant boldness the way of the rash. One must adapt to the situation. 6 days, Inkaime case closure time. 3 days, imminent dangers and darkness. Meanwhile, on the periphery of Yin Chen's garden villa, a shadow was crouching on a large tree branch. The darkness blurred his existence, and the blue moonlight that fell upon him seemed to pass right through him as though he were transparent. He held an old-fashioned rifle and wore goggles, silently observing Yin Chen's vast mansion for a while. In his view, the entire mansion was filled with guards and secret sentries, resembling a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Easy to break into, but hard to come out of. So, having seen Qiu Tu enter the mansion without coming out for a long time, he picked a leaf and chewed in his mouth, murmuring, "The target is too cunning. There's simply no chance to make a move. I wonder if this will delay old Qin's plan." Meanwhile, Qin family's mansion in Xinjia City. Qin Hung, old Master Qin, wore a pair of silver-white handcuffs with an iron-blue expression on his face. Accompanied by several soldiers, he boarded a prison van. He truly had the demeanor of a hero. Even now, trapped and helpless, he maintained a composed face, as if he had a plan up his sleeve. The man responsible for arresting and escorting him was a burly colonel from the security department, who held a rank equivalent to his, an act that served to save his face. And before being pushed into the van by the colonel, Qin Hung paused. He covered his mouth with a cough, then quietly asked, "Colonel Fan, might it be possible to arrange a meeting with Director Dai? I believe there may have been some misunderstanding in all this." Upon hearing Qin Hang's words, Colonel Fan said with a laugh, "Commissioner Qin, of course. Don't worry, I'll submit your request. But, as you know, Director Dai is very busy today. We didn't just catch you. We've arrested dozens of mid- and high-ranking officials. Your case is not the highest priority here. So when he'll meet you, I can't guarantee." Qin Hung hadn't really wanted to see Dai Yakong. He only wanted to gauge the situation's severity through Colonel Fan's attitude towards him. Though, hearing that they had caught dozens of others and his own priority wasn't all that high sounded like his case wasn't so serious. Moreover, he had heard before his arrest that the security department had apprehended 1 commissioner, 1 director, and 5 deputy directors. But Qin Hung was a crafty old fox. He sharply sensed that the scale of this evening's arrests went far beyond what Colonel Fan had described. And if Colonel Fan was lying to make him let down his guard, then it seems I must prepare for the worst. Thinking so, Qin Heng's gaze deepened profoundly. At the same time, the suburban villa area on the outskirts of Longshan Road. Inside another villa, not more than 100 meters away from the small villa of Qian Dafu and his wife. Wang Shi, who had the day off, and a masked man in suit, both armed with pistols, brazenly sat in the middle of the villa's hall. At their feet lay fresh blood, where several men were bound hand and foot, lying in puddles of blood, eyes wide open, already breathless. 3 women, also bound but naked, were shivering and crouching at the feet of Wang Shi and the masked man in suit. From their swollen eyes and the scars all over their bodies, it was clear that they had just endured brutal torment. After a brief exchange with the exercising Wang Shi, the masked man stood up, armed with a pistol, turned off all the lights in the villa, then took out a match and lit a blood-red candle carved with strange patterns. That candle flickered slightly in the pitch-black villa, its shadow seeming to stretch indefinitely. He placed the candle in the center of the living room, and, facing the 3 scarred women and the pools of blood, the masked man suddenly spread his arms wide. The world thanks me. My parents are grateful to me. I guard this filthy world. I save these sinful beings. I shall realize my desires, achieve immortality, and become omnipotent. As he chanted, specks of light emerged from the bodies of the dead men, from the blood on the floor, and from the wounds on the women, and with his inhales, he absorbed them all into his body. After inhaling all the specks of light, the masked man's expression contorted as if under the influence of drugs. He bowed deeply to the candle. God, please guide your faithful. With his prayer, the candlelight flickered intensely, causing the candle's shadow to twist like a disastrous omen, frantically contorting in the dim villa. He seemed to pause for a moment, then cocked his head to listen. After a while, he turned slowly, looking out the villa window into the dark night, his gaze profound. A night of chaos? A moment when order shatters? Ha! This is our turf. With those words, the masked man stood up abruptly. Then he grabbed Wang Shi, who was still pushing himself against the woman. Stop it. We've got work to do. Wang Shi, who had been indulging in pleasure, was now buried in hard work, oblivious to what the man in the mask was saying. So, he was somewhat baffled when he was yanked to his feet, still clutching the woman in front of him. As he turned his head and saw that it was the man in the mask who had pulled him up, he quickly let go of his grip. Then, while he was pulling up his trousers, he asked in confusion, "Boss, what happened?" Upon hearing Wang Shi's question, the suit man looked out at the pitch-black night view and the unceasing heavy rain, and a grotesque, malevolent smile emerged from beneath the mask. God has just shown us a new path. Tonight will be our hunting night. Hunting night. Wang Shi's face was full of confusion. The man in the mask took out a pink potion from the pocket of his suit, his face expressing madness and desire. Yes, hunting night. We must let God's seeds be sown all over this sinful city, making it our ultimate hunting ground. If Qiu Tu were here right now, he would recognize the potion bottle as extremely familiar because it was identical to the Mandragora love drug he had used many times before. Wang Shi obviously also knew what the potion and God symbolized, so upon hearing the man in the mask's words, his face suddenly became much more hesitant. He pondered before speaking, "Boss, maybe we should consider this more carefully. This might be too dangerous for us, the investigation bureau." Slap. Before he could finish, the suit man slapped him across the face. The man in the mask's eyes were blood red as he glared at Wang Shi fiercely. "Do not question God's decisions. You are blaspheming. With that, he drew a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Wang Shi's head, threateningly saying, "Blaspheme again, and believe me, I'll blow your brains out." Wang Shi staggered from the slap, his face quickly swelling, his eyes full of resentment. But when he saw the crazed look of the man in the mask and the dark muzzle of the gun, he cowered. He hastily apologized, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, boss. My fault, my fault. Let's go hunting now. Go hunting." Seeing Wang Shi submit, the suit man seemed pleased as his expression quickly changed, giving him an approving look before patting him on the shoulder. "That's my good companion, God's faithful believer." After speaking, he pointed the gun at the several naked women on the sofa who had just been exercising with them. He tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and watched them with a crazed look. "God tells us, everyone has the right to choose their own life. Now, I'm going to kill you. You have 10 seconds. You can choose to run. You can choose to scream. You can also choose to beg for mercy. All the choices are in your hands." Upon saying this, he paused, then continued counting down with a fearsome tone. "Now, I start counting. 10, 9, 8. Upon hearing the man in the mask's words, the 3 naked women showed faces of terror. They struggled to roll off the sofa, and, heedless of their nakedness, they frantically ran toward the villa's entrance. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 women at the front were shot in the back and collapsed to the ground. Blood spread beneath them, and with disbelieving faces, they turned back to look towards the man in the mask. The man in the mask laughed maniacally with a ha-ha. Then he walked step by step toward the last woman. The final woman was already petrified with fear. She had collapsed to her knees when the gun went off. Now, seeing the man in the mask approaching slowly with a gun in hand, tears streamed down her face as she frantically kowtowed to the man, begging him for mercy. But the man in the mask simply used the gun to lift her head gently, continuing to calmly count down in a soft voice, 7, 6, 5, 4, until he reached 1. At the sound of bang, the woman's head was blown apart by the bullet at close range. Blood splattered on her body, the floor, and the mask of the man in the mask. The man in the mask affectionately touched the blood on his mask, licked it clean with his tongue, then laughed softly to the slowly falling corpse. "Don't blame me for not giving you a choice, although every choice leads to death." After finishing, he got up and laughed wildly with ha-ha. In the darkness, the women's eyes remained open in death, staring maliciously at him, but he was completely oblivious. Tiny pinpoints of light drifted from the corpses on the floor, entering his nostrils with his breath, filling his entire body. After laughing, the man in the mask gradually quieted down. His gaze, neither joyful nor sorrowful, swept over the villa that was now blood-soaked. Then he said to Wang Shi, "Let's go. Let's start our hunt tonight." Wang Shi was obviously shocked by the scene that had just unfolded. He shrank back slightly, then asked, Where are we going?" The man in the mask thought for a moment, then chuckled lightly. "First, let's pay a visit to Section Chief Kong Ching-chan's house." He shook the pink potion bottle as he spoke, the smile on his face growing more maniacal. "We're going to spread the glory of God." Meanwhile, Qiu Tu, led by a maid, also arrived at Yin Chen's vacant guest room in his villa. As a resident of one of Xinjie City's 3 giants, the guest room had everything one might need. Qiu Tu didn't have to prepare anything extra to move in, a stark contrast to his rundown home. So, after a simple clean-up, he sat on the bed, beginning to ponder over his next plan of action. With the assertive intervention of the security department, the downfall of the Qin family should just be a matter of time. Therefore, all Qiu Tu had to do was survive this period of chaos, and he should be safe. What remained to be seen was whether his plan to pin the blame on Jia Shu would go smoothly. If not, he would use the channels of the security department to run away, starting anew in another city. And if he succeeded, it would mean that his recent efforts to drive a wedge between Yin Chun and Jia Shu had been effective. Then, he could set his next target on Jia Shu. Whether it was an illusion, Qiu Tu always felt that Jia Shu's way of looking at him lately was strange. Combined with Jia Shu's enigmatic satisfaction, Qiu Tu really had an ominous premonition. With this thought, Qiu Tu, following his daily habit, activated the loyalty game and then went to bed early, falling asleep. Perhaps because he had worked hard all day, he was really tired. It didn't take long for Qiu Tu to fall into a deep sleep. The heavy rain continued, and the long night persisted in its madness. That night, too much happened. 5.5 days, Kaimei case closure time. 2.5 days, dangers in the dark. The next morning, as the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, the sun shone down on Xinjia City, which had been soaked through by the overnight downpour, making the newly built city appear exceptionally fresh and clean. Possibly because he had gone to bed early last night, Qiu Tu woke up early, got out of bed, and freshened up. Then he casually called for the maid to prepare breakfast for him, and after eating, he went to the villa's garden for his morning exercise. After running 2 laps and working up a sweat, Qiu Tu was just about to go back for a shower. But as he turned around, he saw a beautiful girl in a white dress slowly walking out from the villa, joyfully wandering in the garden. She was like a breath of elegant scenery that even the garden full of flowers planted by Yin Shun could not outshine. Qiu Tu curiously gave her a couple of glances, then called to a maid nearby and asked, "Who is that girl?" The maid glanced at the girl, then whispered, "That is the bureau chief's daughter. She just arrived in Xinjia City last night." At the maid's words, Qiu Tu was taken aback. The bureau chief's daughter? Was that Yin Shen's daughter? Qiu Tu looked surprisedly at the elegant girl for a moment, recalling the wrinkled, old face of Yin Shen. Then one thought rose in his mind. Yin Shen's wife must be very beautiful, right? Thinking this, Qiu Tu suddenly connected many other details from recent times, like how Yin Shen, despite being very busy with work and not interested in flowers, had built such a large garden at the entrance of his villa, filled with various expensive flowers. Like, there was no particular happy event yesterday, but Yin Shen had been cheerful from morning until night. Like, Secretary Bai, after reporting intelligence at about 7 p.m., had disappeared without a trace. Like, Secretary Bai arriving at Yin Shen's villa last night, soaked on one side of his body. All these things Qiu Tu hadn't paid much attention to at the time, but now they seemed likely to be because of the girl before him, right? With this realization, Qiu Tu couldn't help but make a simple judgment. It seems Yin Shen truly dotes on his daughter a lot, doesn't he? Maybe this could be useful in the future? With that thought, Qiu Tu gave the girl another look and then turned his attention back, wiping his sweat as he returned to his guest room to shower. The morning passed quickly. At 8 o'clock, Qiu Tu once again hitched a ride with Yin Shen to the investigation bureau. However, unlike last night when he rode in the same car as Yin Shen, today he was relegated to the following convoy. This seemed to foreshadow a change in his status in Yin Shen's heart. But Qiu Tu didn't care, because he knew that didn't mean much. His most crucial test, the one with Jia Shu, had not yet come. Last night, Qiu Tu's communicator was never put on silent, just left by his bedside. He had anticipated that Jia Shu would certainly call to inquire about the whole affair. But unexpectedly, Jia Shu really had the patience to not contact him the entire night. But that did not mean the situation had passed. On the contrary, it heralded an even greater storm. Therefore, what was most important for Qiu Tu now was to figure out the current state of affairs, and what Yin Shen, Jia Shu, and the senior members of the Investigation Bureau thought about the events that had transpired yesterday. Whether in espionage or regular warfare, intelligence is the key of keys. With that in mind, Qiu Tu got out of the car and followed Yin Shen into the Investigation Bureau office building. Yin Shen took the elevator, and of course, Qiu Tu couldn't follow. So he watched Yin Shen ascend with a sullen face, and then took the next elevator to the political department. He reached the 9th floor and had just stepped out of the elevator when a familiar figure approached. Eagle. Eagle passed by as if it were just a coincidence, nodding at Qiu Tu and then brushing past him. But in a fleeting moment their bodies came into contact. Unseen by others, he stealthily slipped a wad of paper into Qiu Tu's pocket. I've only slept for 2 hours today, and I'm completely unable to fall back asleep. Then my head has been dizzy. Luckily, I had a detailed outline, or I might not have been able to write at all. Then after lunch, I went to the clinic for a checkup. The doctor gave me a few injections, prescribed some medicine, and told me I couldn't stay up late like this anymore. So I might slightly adjust my schedule while ensuring the manuscript reaches 10,000 words, such as updating one chapter in the evening, and after waking up the next day, updating 2 chapters in the late afternoon. I'll see how I feel after writing tonight. I'm going to get some sleep now. Feeling the eagle's movement, Qiu Tu was slightly taken aback. Because this wasn't his arrangement. He wouldn't have the eagle pass him a message at such a sensitive time. However, compared to Atai's reckless affection, the eagle and Aquan were always more steady in their work. Therefore, Qiu Tu believed there must be some important intelligence that the eagle needed to convey to him, which is why at such a sensitive time, he played this hand. Thinking this, Qiu Tu nonchalantly brushed past the eagle. As their figures crossed, when he looked back again, one was already in the elevator, and the other had walked to the corner of the corridor. Watching the eagle take the elevator slowly down, Qiu Tu went to the Investigation Bureau's temporary office as if nothing had happened. Since today was the weekend and yesterday's tasks had all been completed, the office of the investigation team was empty. Qiu Tu entered the office, locked the door behind him, went to the window, opened it, and then took out the wad of paper the eagle had given him. He smoothed out the wrinkled paper, and what met Qiu Tu's eyes was the eagle's untidy scrawl. In a wasteland after the cataclysm, being able to read and write was an extraordinary skill for the common people at the bottom of society. Clearly, the eagle didn't possess it. Thus, the letter was obviously copied or transcribed from someone else. And that person had to be someone the eagle knew and trusted. Otherwise, he wouldn't take such a big risk to pass it on to Qiu Tu. In that instant, the image of a person appeared in Qiu Tu's mind, Secretary Bai. The relationship between Qiu Tu and Secretary Bai wasn't a secret among the small group of Qiu Tu, Atai, and the eagle. After all, when Qiu Tu had brought the severely injured Secretary Bai home and taken care of him for so long, both the eagle and Atai had seen him. Later, when Secretary Bai had recruited Qiu Tu into the Investigation Bureau, bringing everyone up with him, which brother didn't praise Secretary Bai while drinking. Like other people who might pass information to Qiu Tu, such as Qin Shuman and Tang Fei Fei, the eagle didn't know them and certainly wouldn't easily trust their identities to pass on intelligence for them. Having cleared up the identity of the letter writer, Qiu Tu then began to read the letter seriously from start to finish. After reading the letter, a smile couldn't help but appear on Qiu Tu's face. He had guessed right. The letter was indeed written by Secretary Bai. The reason was that Secretary Bai knew Qiu Tu would want to be aware of the movements of the Investigation Bureau's higher-ups and Yin Chen's attitude towards the whole incident yesterday. That's why he wrote this letter, taking a risk after meeting with Yin Chen, and came to Old Alley Street in the middle of the night to find the eagle, asking him to forward it to Qiu Tu. And to ensure that his identity wasn't revealed, he had also instructed the eagle to transcribe the letter before passing it on. Looking through the entire letter with its scribbles and distorted handwriting, one could imagine how desperate the eagle, who was illiterate, must have felt receiving this task late at night. Even because he couldn't read, he transcribed many words incorrectly. Fortunately, the rough strokes were still there, so Qiu Tu, by guessing and inferring, also managed to understand the contents of Secretary Bai's letter. According to what Secretary Bai said in the letter, last night, after Qiu Tu left, Yin Chen had a small meeting with him and Ji Chun. In the meeting, Yin Chen went into detail about everything that had happened yesterday, emphasized the theft of the safe and the Qin family being taken down by the security department, then asked for their opinions and suspicions. Ji Chun was the first to suspect Qiu Tu. After all, there were many peculiarities in Qiu Tu's actions throughout the whole incident. Even if all those peculiarities had reasonable explanations from Qiu Tu, Ji Chun still felt that too many coincidences happening to one person definitely couldn't be coincidental. But faced with Ji Chen's questioning, Yin Chen didn't agree. He even refuted Ji Chen's views directly without waiting for Secretary Bai to speak. In the letter, Secretary Bai vividly described the scene at the time. Back then, Yinshin sat in the executive chair, the dim light casting shadows over him as he smoked, frowning deeply while explaining to Ji-chun. "There are a few reasons why I don't suspect Qiu Tu," he said. "First, the safe is placed in the rest area of my office. When storing the evidence, I did not allow Qiu Tu to follow me inside. Instead, I had Secretary Bai and him wait outside. Therefore, he had no idea where I placed the evidence, nor did he know the combination to the safe. So, he was unable to steal the evidence I stored. Second, even if he had a cataclysmic treasure that could move items without needing location data. But since yesterday noon, he has been by my side the whole time, hardly ever leaving my sight, nor interacting with anyone else. He simply had no time to carry out the crime. If we assume it was a group crime, then the whole case becomes extremely complicated, because anyone could avoid suspicion through the method of group crime. And even if we suppose he did commit the crime as part of a group, it doesn't add up, because he has no motive. Speaking of this, Yinshin narrowed his eyes, casually tapped in the air with the hand holding his cigarette, and said seriously, "Aside from random crimes, all criminals need a motive. Qiu Tu is someone I personally promoted. I've been quite fair to him, and his position is low, with plenty of room to rise. Following me, his advancement shouldn't be an issue. And just before the evidence was stolen, he had been indirectly expressing his achievements to me, seeking a promotion in rank. And although I didn't give him a clear reply, I also implied that I would consider it carefully. You should understand what I mean." At this point, Yinshin said with a serious face, "So, under these circumstances, how high a price would the security department have to offer to buy him off?" "Captain, the Qin family's assets. Money." Yinshin shook his head, not to mention that the security department wouldn't offer these conditions. Even if they did, it would only be a one-off deal. It's far less promising than working well for me, with a bright future ahead. So, unless there is some irreconcilable conflict between him and me, there's no way he would betray me." Having said this, Yinshin crushed his cigarette but in the ashtray and summarized, "Moreover, I had suspected him before. It turned out that I was wrong, and it delayed many things because of it. This time, I don't want to make the same mistake again. So, let's talk about other suspects. Do you think Jia Shu could be one?" The rest of the letter continued with the three people's speculations about Jia Shu's identity. Overall, it was highly suspicious. Clearly, after several of Qiu Tu's leads and efforts to drive a wedge, Yinshin had become deeply suspicious of his right-hand man. Having read the entire letter, Qiu Tu also had some guesses about why Secretary Bai had written to him. Secretary Bai actually didn't know the role Qiu Tu played in the whole affair, nor did he know the truth. Most likely, he had seen Qiu Tu leave dispirited after being reprimanded by Yinshin last night. Worried that Qiu Tu might have a burden on his mind or be scared, he took a risk in disclosing the content of the meeting to Qiu Tu, wanting to use Yinshin's affirmation to ease Qiu Tu's inner anxiety. His purpose in doing this was similar to last time when he leaked information to Qiu Tu during Yin Saimei's death. He indeed was a confidant of Yinshin, but he also remembered the life-saving grace Qiu Tu had extended to him. So, without going against his conscience, he was willing to give Qiu Tu a bit more help. What he didn't know, however, was that he got it wrong both times. Last time it wasn't Qiu Tu who killed Yin Kaimei, but he suspected it was Qiu Tu and secretly tipped him off. As a result, this time the evidence was tampered with by Qiu Tu. He thought it wasn't Qiu Tu, yet still secretly tipped him off. Thinking about this, Qiu Tu found old Bai to be quite interesting, always operating in reverse. Regardless of his motivations, however, the effect on Qiu Tu was the same. At the very least, Qiu Tu had a clear understanding of Yinshin's attitude towards him. Despite disliking him, he did not suspect him. In that case, I have quite a bit more room to maneuver. This is good news. While thinking this, Qiu Tu took out a match and slowly burned the letter in his hand. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Qiu Tu blew the ashes out the window, the door to his office was suddenly knocked on gently from the outside. Hearing the knock, Qiu Tu nonchalantly closed the window, then walked over to the office door and opened it. The office door opened, and the beautiful Lu Fuping was standing charmingly at the door. Upon seeing Qiu Tu, a smile that read just as I thought spread across her face. Then she innocently asked, "Officer, have you seen something of mine that I left in the office?" Hearing Lu Fuping's words, Qiu Tu didn't think much of it. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "What thing?" Lu Fuping didn't answer. Instead, she smiled and walked into the office. She rummaged through Qiu Tu's desk and finally took out a black stocking from the drawer. "Found it." Holding the stocking, Lu Fuping's face showed delight. But then she looked at Qiu Tu with a puzzled expression and inquired, "However, it's so strange. How did my stocking end up in your drawer, officer?" As she spoke, she blinked her seductive, peach blossom eyes and drawled, "Could it be, did you deliberately hide it, Chief?" Seeing Lu Fuping feign ignorance and listening to her provocative words, Qiu Tu confirmed that the beautiful young woman in front of him was playing a very novel game. After all, when opportunity knocks, it's foolish not to take it. So, as he closed the door, he looked at Lu Fuping, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Indeed. Why would your stockings be in my drawer?" At this point, Qiu Tu pretended to ponder for a moment, then tested her with a counter-question. "Could it be that you deliberately placed them in my drawer?" Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping burst into giggles. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed as she laughed and looked at Qiu Tu, seductively asking, "So, do you think I did it on purpose, putting them in your drawer?" Qiu Tu found it amusing. He took steps closer to Lu Fuping, tugging the conversation again. "So you did you?" Lu Fuping didn't answer. She sat on Qiu Tu's desk, lifting her left leg, her round and smooth foot raised in front of him. And then she slipped the rolled-up stockings on her left foot, gradually pulling them up. "This," Qiu Tu swore. He really didn't have certain fetishes in his past life. But, seeing Lu Fuping's tempting appearance today, it seemed his tastes really did undergo a slight change. So, he reached out and grabbed Lu Fuping's foot directly, then slowly caressed up along those slender legs bit by bit. The stockings felt silky, not much different from what he remembered. Lu Fuping's body stiffened for a moment, possibly not expecting Qiu Tu to be so bold. Following his slow caresses, shivers ran through her body, and her waist went weak. But a married woman is still a married woman, not as shy as a young girl. So with a light blush and giggles, she caught Qiu Tu's hand that was about to touch the top of her thigh and said, "Chief, that area is off limits. To enter there, there's a separate price." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu didn't force the issue. His hand stopped, and he looked at Lu Fuping with a smile, inquiring, "What's the price?" Lu Fuping breathed out softly. "Talk about what you did yesterday." Her eyes lifted slightly, a pair of peach blossom eyes shining with a soft light and exceptionally charming. "Your actions yesterday were quite impressive. It feels like you had the whole Xinjia city in the palm of your hand. If I hadn't known some of your plans in advance, I might have been deceived by you too." As she spoke, Lu Fuping grabbed Qiu Tu's hand that was on her leg, and with her other hand, she hooked his chin, saying coyly, "So, Chief, how did you do it?" Hearing this, Qiu Tu released his hand, stepped back 2 paces, and leaned on another desk, looking at Lu Fuping with a smile. "I knew you were seducing me for a reason. Spill it. Who are you representing this time? Director Tang? Or someone from Eastern City?" Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping hopped off the desk, giggling. Then, as she closed in and embraced Qiu Tu, she said, Both Director Tang and Director Lu have nothing but praises for your actions yesterday. Especially Director Tang. She gave me quite a torment last night." As she spoke, Lu Fuping acted as if she was clutching at her heart. It all got so sore. Watching Lu Fuping's behavior, which seemed like complaining but was actually more of a seduction, Qiu Tu's gaze suddenly grew dark and inscrutable. He smiled as he looked at the beautiful young woman before him, then asked, "Are you sure you want to know what I did yesterday?" Lu Fuping's eyes brightened slightly. Her smile at the corners of her eyes spoke volumes without words. Seeing this, Qiu Tu reached out, pulled her to him, and while gazing in her eyes, he said, "Then kneel." Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. But at that moment, Qiu Tu didn't give her an opportunity to think or resist. He reached out and pressed his hand on Lu Fuping's head, then slowly but firmly pushed down. This time, Lu Fuping was clearly panicking. She hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, Qiu Tuesday. Just wait." As she spoke, she tried to retreat, but Qiu Tu, as if he had prepared for every possibility, wrapped his arm around her waist, immobilizing her. This time, Lu Fuping again felt the iron-like strength of Qiu Tu. She tried desperately to break free, but was utterly unable to move. In the end, she was forced into the humiliating position of kneeling on the ground to prevent Qiu Tu from breaking her neck. However, it seemed like Qiu Tu was only interested in humiliating her because after he had forced her to her knees, he let go of both hands, simply leaning on the desk with half of his backside, flaunting Yuqua in front of Lu Fuping as if to give her a final choice. Today, Lu Fuping was indeed dressed very attractively with a form-fitting uniform and skirt, paired with half a pair of stockings. One leg sheathed in black silk, the other bare, she knelt before Qiu Tu in a way that easily incited a desire to conquer. Qiu Tu looked at her impassively, waiting for her final decision. Lu Fuping bit her lips fiercely, her eyes full of humiliation as she glared at Qiu Tu. Although she was a spy, she was not the kind who traded her body for intelligence. Even if she had something with Tang Fei, it was because she truly had feelings for Tang Fei. But now, kneeling on the ground with Qiu Tu pressing down on her, she felt like her dignity was being crushed underfoot. Looking up at the indifferent face of Qiu Tu, Lu Fuping took several deep breaths, as if intending to turn and leave. But, just as she lifted her foot to step away, for some reason, she suddenly felt an impulse to let everything crash and burn. She closed her eyes, yanked open Qiu Tu's zipper, then leaned in. Even though he felt that warm, smooth comfort, there was no change in Qiu Tu's expression. The scene was remarkably suggestive and amorous, yet the atmosphere was very heavy and oppressive. And so, after about 10 minutes, accompanied by a stifled grunt from Qiu Tu, Lu Fuping collapsed to the ground, coughing nonstop. After coughing, she wiped the corner of her mouth and looked up at Qiu Tu with humiliation, saying indifferently, "Intelligence." At this point, Qiu Tu's expression had softened quite a bit. As he zipped up his trousers, he asked curiously, "Intelligence? What intelligence?" Lu Fuping's eyes widened. "The intelligence of all your actions yesterday." Hearing this, Qiu Tu wore a look of utter confusion. "What actions? I was with Director Yin all night yesterday. I didn't do anything." Lu Fuping was livid. She abruptly stood up, her face not knowing whether it was choked, angry, or flushed with embarrassment, but it was definitely red. She glared at Qiu Tu. You liar. After all I did, you." When she spoke, Qiu Tu innocently replied, "After all you did? But wasn't this a mutual affection, a willing act between us?" As he said this, he gave Lu Fuping a look of feigned surprise, turning the accusation back on her. "Sister Lu, could it be that your intentions towards me aren't pure? That you didn't do that out of fondness?" Lu Fuping dropped dead. Enraged, Lu Fuping snatched up the documents from a desk and flung them at Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu dodged with a laugh and then slipped out the door. But before fleeing, he didn't forget to look back and compliment her. "Thank you for your help today, Sister Lu. I owe you one. I'll repay you at your place another day." Drop dead. Drop dead. Hearing this, Lu Fuping became even more infuriated, wishing she could take off her high heels and nail Qiu Tu with them. However, after Qiu Tu had disappeared and she had calmed down, Lu Fuping's mouth curved into a faint smile for no apparent reason. It seems like she had been taken advantage of, but Qiu Tu hadn't really treated her as a woman who would trade her body for intelligence. And was that strangely pleasing to her? Thinking this, Lu Fuping was stunned for a moment. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she opened her mouth and took a breath. Eek! So fishy. Ugh! Meanwhile, at the same time, Having finished his affair with Lu Fuping, Qiu Tu wandered for a short while before finding an empty conference room. He looked around to see if anyone had noticed, and, after confirming no one had, went into the vacant conference room. Closing the door behind him, Qiu Tu walked over to the window, took out his communicator, and dialed Qin Shuman. Before the call connected, Qiu Tu couldn't help but also think back to what had just happened with Lu Fuping. In truth, he hadn't employed any schemes just now. He simply wanted to teach Lu Fuping a lesson. That was all. This beautiful young woman, recently taking advantage of her good relationship with him, went behind his back to secretly look for case files, and today she dared to seduce him, trying to withdraw intelligence. If we don't discipline them now, they'll eventually become unbearable. That's why Qiu Tu had suggested those actions, half pressuring and half implying. I must say, it was quite satisfying. That move wasn't a loss. As he thought this, the phone connected, possibly because Qiu Tu had exerted himself a bit earlier. As soon as the call connected, Qin Shuman curiously asked, "Qiu Tu, you sound a bit tired. Did you not rest well last night?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu quickly coughed twice. "It's nothing, just that the cases these past few days have been a bit troublesome, consuming quite a bit of energy, that's all." After saying this, he quickly changed the subject, discussing the matter at hand. "By the way, how's the investigation of the case going? What's the current progress?" When Qiu Tu asked, Qin Shuman's expression also became serious. At this moment, she stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in her office, her green military uniform particularly striking. She spoke softly. "The case is progressing smoothly. After all, the mid to high-level people we've captured aren't real spies. Most of them haven't been trained, so they're relatively easy to deal with. Plus, with the various pieces of evidence you provided, a little interrogation was all it took to get confessions out of them. The only troublesome one is Commissioner Qin Hong. He's the main culprit and has some resistance to interrogation. He answered all the questions we posed and all the evidence we presented. Although some answers were far-fetched, and he shifted the blame onto others. Indeed, makes it difficult to come to a definitive conclusion. And because of his status as a commissioner, we can't use the interrogation type, cataclysmic treasures. So, we're also troubled about how to break through his defenses." Hearing Qin Shuman's words, Qiu Tu's gaze revealed a hint of contemplation. It seems old Master Qin is indeed tough to deal with. Is there another way to target him specifically? While Qiu Tu thought this, Qin Shuman had already moved on to a different topic, saying, "Qiu Tu, don't worry about us here. I will make sure to urge the interrogation department to solve the case quickly and bring this case to an end as soon as possible. But you need to be careful yourself. Although we have already attracted most of the attention, there's no guarantee that other forces haven't remembered you as the instigator and might act against you." And, as she said this, Qin Shuman paused, then continued. "Now, the situation in Xinjia City is chaotic, with major cases emerging one after another. Last night, a wealthy family was massacred. Not only did he and several bodyguards die, but even his wife and 2 daughters were violated one after the other and brutally killed. The scene was not only extremely bloody, but also showed traces of catastrophe power and cataclysmic creatures." When Qiu Tu heard Qin Shuman's words, he was stunned. Then the images of Wang Shi and the masked man in suit emerged in his mind. These past few days, he had the loyalty game running every night. Similar to the previous days, he chose Wang Shi versus Akuin and Wang Shi versus Atai for the combat game selections. As for this salvage game, since it could only use subordinates with loyalty over 90, Qiu Tu only had Xiong and Akuin available for salvage. In these 4 games, subordinates on Qiu Tu's side achieved a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. The only loss was the fight between Akuin and Wang Shi. Wang Shi seemed to be evolving all the time. His weapon for fighting had shifted from the initial syringe to a brick, then from a brick to a kitchen knife, and this time it turned directly into a handgun. Akuin, unarmed, was naturally no match for Wang Shi with a handgun and was promptly dealt with. Helpless, the next evening Qiu Tu could only send out his strongest man, Atai, hoping to see if Atai could subdue Wang Shi with a handgun. But Wang Shi's condition last night was anyone's guess. Even though he was armed with a handgun, he looked utterly listless, so after Atai took 2 bullets, he managed to win the game with a cauldron-sized fist, battering Wang Shi until his face was swollen and bruised. That also brought another small segment of Wang Shi's memory fragment to light. Recorded in the memory fragment was Wang Shi violating women in a villa, the masked man in suit counting down from 10 before brutally killing the 3 women and praying to God. After watching that memory fragment, Qiu Tu immediately felt sick to the core. He wished he could immediately capture Wang Shi and the masked man in suit and execute them with a single shot. Unexpectedly, today Qin Shuman brought up this very case. Thinking of this, Qiu Tu couldn't help but also recall old Master Qin trading for immortality with God. So, he hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Shuman, may I ask you something? Does God exist in this world?" Hearing Qiu Tu's sudden inquiry, Qin Shuman couldn't help but become serious. Standing by the French window with her arms crossed, she then solemnly said, "Qiu Tu, I must tell you, there are no gods in this world. All those who claim to be gods are merely elusive charlatans trying to play God. They usually fear the light. That's why they deceive the people with deities and faith." Possibly fearing that Qiu Tu would stray onto the wrong path, Qin Shuman thought carefully for a moment before expanding on her explanation. She said, "Now, after all, it is the post-cataclysm era, and the entire world's order is very chaotic. Moreover, the matter of catastrophe power hasn't been publicized to the masses. This leads to some powerful cataclysmics or cataclysmic creatures exploiting the information gap to masquerade as deities, attracting followers and harvesting their faith. The former is less troubling since they are still part of humanity, merely degenerating for vanity, wealth, or beauty. Although we must crack down hard on such behavior, the actual harm isn't considered serious. But the latter is extremely frightening. It means that the cataclysmic creature is likely a higher-order being, very powerful, and possesses intelligence similar to humans. Only then could it seek to grow stronger by attracting believers in the material world and spreading its power, in hopes of descending upon the material world. Hearing this, Qiu Tu paused for a moment, then asked in surprise, "So, by spreading its power, a cataclysmic creature can descend upon the material world?" Qin Shuman, hearing this, solemnly said, "Yes." She gazed at her reflection in the French window and slowly explained, "The idea that the spirit can influence reality, though often recorded by scholars and authors, has never been verified and has thus remained a legend throughout history. However, ever since the material world went through that great cataclysm and the non-material world was born, everything has changed. The non-material world is an ocean of spirit, where the spirit of all living beings can play a significant role. The purer and more extreme the desires of a being, the more it can provoke changes there. Therefore, when a large number of beings devoutly believe in a certain cataclysmic creature and pray for its descent into the real world, then that force can penetrate the world's barrier, summoning the cataclysmic creature known as God to descend." Hearing this, Qin Shuman provided an example. Take, for instance, the cataclysmic creature born from Brave New World that once devastated 6 or 7 cities under the jurisdiction of the Third Sanctuary. It too had once descended upon the real world due to its multitude of followers. Hearing this, Qiu Tu grew serious. He couldn't help thinking of what Wang Shi and the masked man in suit had done. Sacrifices spreading the glory of God. Looking at it this way, they too must be attempting to summon God to descend, right? With this thought, Qiu Tu hesitated a bit. Then, the God that old Master Qin made a deal with, it should differ from their God, shouldn't it? He was a bit puzzled. Don't these cataclysmic creatures have their own territories? Would 2 gods set their sights on Xinjia City at the same time? While thinking this, Qiu Tu wanted to continue discussing the matter of God descending with Qin Shuman. But perhaps the topic of God was just too sensitive. After giving Qiu Tu a brief explanation, Qin Shuman laughed and switched the subject. Let's not talk about that for now. By the way, why did you use your own communicator to call me? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Yin, Chun, and the others? Upon hearing Qin Shuman's words, Qiu Tu slowly came back to himself and explained with a smile, I'm not afraid. In fact, I hope they find out. Qin Shuman hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Then some realization dawned on her. That's true. We in the security department have tricked you and even hijacked your case. If you didn't call to question us, it would indeed be more suspicious. Continuing, she said, but in that case, you should have called me last night, right? Isn't it too late to call today? At Qin Shuman's words, Qiu Tu immediately laughed and retorted, how do you know I didn't call? Qin Shuman uttered an ah of surprise, looking confused. Qiu Tu said, I just didn't call you, that's all. He paused for a moment. I tried calling Lin's all through the night. Qin Shuman didn't understand why. The voice of Qiu Tu was gentle and magnetic, because I was afraid of disturbing your sleep. You had such a hard day yesterday, I didn't have the heart to bother you. Qin Shuman was caught off guard by Qiu Tu's abrupt expression of care and intimacy, despite they had been discussing serious matters, and her face flushed red. She bit her lip and chuckled secretly. You must be more tired than me. Get some rest. Meanwhile, Lin Zhua, who had been standing in front of Qin Shuman's desk reporting his work, but found himself interrupted, was sporting dark circles under his eyes and wore a speechless expression as he watched the two speak on the phone. A pair of lunatics, not willing to wake the chief, but okay with waking me up. One call after another. Had me hang up when they got through to make another call, insisting this matched the security department's attitude towards him. Treating me like a machine for amusement. I need rest too, all right. And so, Linz was silently vented his frustration at Qiu Tu's inconsiderateness in his mind. Lin Zhua had been waiting until Qin Shuman hung up the phone with a beaming smile on her face before he slowly began to speak. With a stoic look, he glanced at Qin Shuman and asked with his signature indifferent tone. It seems that both the division chief and the department head hold Qiu Tu in high regard. He was one of only 3 people who knew about Qiu Tu's deal with the Security Bureau. So, after pausing for a moment, he continued. They even agreed to his excessive demands. They even granted him the rank of captain. He left unsaid the fact that he himself was only a lieutenant. Upon hearing Lin's words, Qin Shuman, who had been in a good mood from that phone call, paused mid-action. She put down the communicator heavily on the table and looked at Lin Zhua with a stern face. Lin Zhua, don't let jealousy cloud your judgment. Have you forgotten your cataclysm path? This is a grave taboo. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhua shuddered and quickly responded, yes. Lin Zhua wasn't naturally prone to envy, so after the reminder, Qin Shuman didn't press the issue further, but instead sat down in a chair and reminisced. Although, Chim, I have a rather good relationship with Qiu Tuesday. The conditions he proposed yesterday, however, did startle me, she admitted. But when I reported them to the department head, he hardly hesitated before agreeing. As she said this, Qin Shuman sat down and, picking up a pen from the table, twirled it in her fingers and added, at the time I was a bit puzzled as well, just like you. But then the department head enlightened me. He said that a person like Qiu Tu, who is resourceful, wise, knows how to strategize and balance interests, is exactly the kind of talent that all 3 major power institutions are vying for. Even if we didn't give Qiu Tu that rank, Yenshin would soon grant it to him anyway, and his future would be boundless. We've only expended an honorary captaincy to bring such a talent into the military fold, which is a gain for us, she commented. Qin Shuman paused, then remarked, so, the department head is looking at the future, not just the present. After all, if a mere deputy division chief can cause such a stir in Xinjia City, imagine the enormous impact he could have once he truly climbs the ladder. Some people are born to be the main character on the stage. Hearing Qin Shuman's words, Lin Zhua nodded thoughtfully. After finishing his call with Qin Shuman, Qiu Tu stood by the office window, deep in thought. Wang Shi and the man in the suit with the mask were definitely up to some strange things in Xinjia City. From the information Qin Shuman disclosed, they seemed to be the followers or believers of a powerful cataclysmic creature, earnestly spreading that creature's power. As for the benefits of doing this, although Qin Shuman did not specify, the information gleaned from Wang Shi's memory fragments suggested that becoming a god disciple likely bestows some unique catastrophe power. This catastrophe power probably didn't have as low a success rate as the cataclysmic awakening potion and possessed all sorts of bizarre abilities. This thought led Qiu Tu to think of old Master Qin, who had immortality. If Qiu Tu's guess was right, old Master Qin was likely not so much making a deal with a god as becoming a god's disciple, which is how he obtained the chance for immortality. He had just framed it to people like Director by as a deal with a god to beautify his own actions. If so, then he must have done some far-fetched things to spread the god's power as well, right? Yet, considering all the evidence exposed by the Qin family thus far, apart from collusion with the United Front, nothing else seems amiss, does it? Is there something being overlooked? Qiu Tu wondered, furrowing his brows slightly. Just as Qiu Tu was at his wit's end, suddenly knock, knock, knock. The door of the vacant conference room was gently rapped from the outside. Qiu Tu turned around, only to see Lu Fuping pushing the door open and walking in. After entering, Lu Fuping complained to Qiu Tu without hiding her annoyance. "What are you, a rabbit? Always burrowing around. You just find an empty conference room and hide away in it. I spent ages looking for you." At her words, Qiu Tu, leaning against the window with arms crossed, teased, "Doesn't Sister Lu know whether I like to burrow around or not?" As he spoke, Qiu Tu's gaze fell on Lu Fuping's luscious red lips. Lu Fuping's cheeks flushed red swoosh in an instant. At that moment, she seemed to recall once again the taste of Qiu Tu from not long ago. She glared seductively at Qiu Tu before saying, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm here to discuss important matters with you. The minister wants to see you." Upon hearing Lu Fuping's words, Qiu Tu froze for a moment, then his body involuntarily tensed up gradually. As expected, what was bound to come had arrived. With that thought, Qiu Tu couldn't help but take a deep breath in secret and started to probe Jiashu's current mood. He asked, "How is the minister's mood today?" Hearing Qiu Tu's question, Lu Fuping propped her left hand beneath her right elbow and touched her chin with her right hand, pondering for a moment before saying, "It seems hard to tell. When I saw him, he had just come back to the department from outside. He saw me and stopped me to ask if I had seen you. I couldn't lie, so I could only say that I had seen you. Then he asked me to call you to his office." After recounting the whole situation, Lu Fuping teasingly looked at Qiu Tu twice and asked with a smile, "Who would have thought that our untamed boss also has moments of concern?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu glared at her and said, "That's not worry. That's knowing the enemy and knowing myself, so I can fight without ever being in peril." Having said that, he added, "All right, lead the way." Lu Fuping, upon hearing this, pouted and then turned around with a look of schadenfreude. She swayed her slim waist enticingly as she led Qiu Tu to Jiashu's office. Walking along, Qiu Tu watched Lu Fuping's swaying hips in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then slapped them hard. A crisp smack sounded, but he had always thought Jiashu's attack would be about yesterday's affairs. To his surprise, Jiashu completely deviated from the expected script, first using a joint investigation application to divert his attention. Then, while he was distracted, he directly probed him with a list of spies to test his response. Luckily, Qiu Tu's acting skills had reached a masterful level by then. So, facing Jiashu's probe, Qiu Tu feigned ignorance and threw the question back. "But why is the minister asking me this question? I'm from the interrogation section. After all, most people who are bad at lying tend to make a fatal mistake. God's perspective. With God's perspective, they fail to see the traps in the other person's questions when lying." Like the question Jiashu just asked, he seemed to be seeking Qiu Tu's opinion. But in reality, he was testing Qiu Tu's level of knowledge about the spy list leak. Because, theoretically, the spy list had nothing to do with Qiu Tu, Not even half a copper yuan. As a member of the interrogation section who had never dealt with spies and had just joined the political department, completely unaware of the details of each department, how could he possibly analyze the killer or provide Qiu Tu with advice? Therefore, had Qiu Tu wildly guessed or analyzed the spy leak himself, it would have exposed him. Countering with a question or not answering was actually the correct response. However, Qiu Tu was obviously not an ordinary person. After hearing Qiu Tu's response, he smiled and, adjusting his gold-framed glasses, continued, "But that colonel from the military told me that you provided them with a list." At this point, Qiu Tu pointed his index finger at Qiu Tu, saying with a snide smile, "He told me that you collaborated with the security department's investigation department to cover your tracks, forcing them to deploy personnel to shield you. This led to the exposure of most of the military spies. This has also led to severe criticism of the investigation department within the security department. So, to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost, and to prevent these spies from being caught in one fell swoop, you took great pains to compile this spy list and handed it over to the investigation department, hoping they would redeem themselves by taking the blame." At this, Qiu Tu's smile turned colder as his eyes twinkled with a frosty glint. "Please tell me, how do you explain this?" It must be said, Qiu Tu's speculations and probes were indeed very intimidating. At least in that moment, Qiu Tu himself believed it. But the problem was, Qiu Tu wasn't fighting alone. He had his cheat. Betraying the investigation bureau and giving the bureau's spy list to the military would be grounds for a secret execution in any city. But the problem was, Qiu Tu's crisis countdown clock didn't start ticking. In the upper left corner, there were only those 2 hourglasses counting down. One was the Qiu case deadline, with 5.5 days remaining, and the other was the danger in the dark, with only 2.5 days left. So, just by that, Qiu Tu knew Qiu Tu was bluffing him. While he felt completely calm inside, he also had time to spot more flaws in Qiu Tu's words. The most important thing to determining if a statement is a lie is the number of details it contains. The more details there are, the easier it is to slip up, so instinctively, people reduce details when lying. Although Qiu Tu had boldly used investigation department as a detail to intimidate Qiu Tu, if the colonel had already revealed the source of the intelligence to Qiu Tu, there would have been no need to deliberately conceal who Qiu Tu's contact was. Even without naming names, he could have used head of the investigation department as a reference. But Qiu Tu didn't mention the head of the investigation department or rain butterfly, proving that he guessed Qiu Tu was likely working with the investigation department, but didn't actually know who it was. Hence the vague description. With this in mind, Qiu Tu grew even more certain that Qiu Tu was bluffing him, so he pretended to be astonished and enraged, bursting out, "Minister, someone is spreading rumors. How have I collaborated with the security department's investigation department? All my contacts with the security department were authorized by you. And besides, how could I, a mere deputy staff leader, possibly know the spy list? If I don't know the spy list, how could I have given it to the security department?" Listening to Qiu Tu's flurry of questions, Qiu Tu carefully studied Qiu Tu's facial expressions. After not noticing any discrepancies, he rarely furrowed his brows. But at that moment, Qiu Tu refused to let it go. "Minister, you must stand up for me in this matter. If this accusation sticks, I can forget about promotion and raises, and I'll never be able to hold my head high in the security department or the investigation bureau again. So, tell me which colonel has been talking nonsense. I want to report them up the chain." Seeing Qiu Tu's agitation, Qiu Tu didn't take it seriously. He soothed him with a smile. "Chief Qiu, don't be agitated. Perhaps that colonel misspoke, or I misheard. Or maybe he's trying to deliberately sow discord between us. These kinds of things are quite common among our brother departments. Moreover, I haven't chosen to believe it, have I? Otherwise, why would I entrust you with such an important task?" With that, Qiu Tu also tapped the document in Qiu Tu's hand. Qiu Tu, though still visibly indignant, finally stopped insisting on making a report. After soothing Qiu Tu a few more times, Qiu Tu then waved his hand, indicating that Qiu Tu could leave. Interestingly, Qiu Tu knew when to quit while he was ahead. After saluting Jia Shu, he took the documents and left Jia Shu's office with an expressionless face. But after Qiu Tu had left, the smile on Jia Shu's face slowly faded as he watched the office door close slowly with a deep gaze. His face was filled with contemplation. After quietly reflecting for a while, Jia Shu slowly opened a notebook on his desk. It had several pages of scribbles and drawings. The events since Master Qin Ci's escape were all meticulously listed. Then, Jia Shu wrote a bunch of comments and speculations with a vermilion pen. For instance, it was Qiu Tu who actually forced Master Qin Ci to flee. Qiu Tu was already collaborating with the security department by that time, which is why they covered for him. For instance, on the day of Yin Saimei's death, Secretary Ba must have suspected something was wrong with Qiu Tu's identity and worried that he was the actual murderer, so he sneakily made a phone call to tip someone off. For instance, the spy list from the investigation bureau within the military was leaked by Qiu Tu in order to make amends for the oversight. However, regarding how Qiu Tu got hold of the list, Jia Shu marked it with a bright red question mark, clearly guessing that he couldn't figure out where Qiu Tu obtained the spy list from. Why, like yesterday, in the case of Commissioner Qin Hong, Qiu Tu was pretending to be earnest in investigating, but in reality, he had already informed the security department about all the details of the case, hence the scene where they extensively captured people afterward. As for the motive behind Qiu Tu's actions, Jia Shu also clearly wrote two names, Qin Shuman and Yin Shun. Under Qin Shuman's name, he noted two words missing and then an arrow pointing at Master Qin Ci. Clearly, even though Yin Shun believed he had guessed wrong, Jia Shu still thought Qiu Tu was involved with Qin Shuman. He even suspected that the reason Qiu Tu chased away Master Qin Ci was to take the opportunity to rescue Qin Shuman. All subsequent actions, including the targeting of the Qin family, undermining Yin Shun and himself, were all because of this irreconcilable conflict. If Qiu Tu were here right now, seeing this notebook, he would probably break out in a cold sweat. After all, except for some minor details, the notebook contained almost the entire truth of the incident. After quietly reading the information on the notebook for a while, Jia Shu slowly closed it, his face revealing an exceptionally relaxed and content smile. This fruit is indeed mischievous. Even at this stage, it's still playing a part. But finally, it's almost time to close the net. I can hardly contain myself anymore. Jia Shu's suspicion level +0, satisfaction level +0. Meanwhile, having left Jia Shu's office, Qiu Tu glanced at the pop-up notification and then frowned slightly. The lack of increase in satisfaction level was understandable to Qiu Tu's day. After all, very few could fathom a twisted mind. But the fact that the suspicion level hadn't risen at all, that was a bit odd, wasn't it? Qiu Tu was no fool. Jia Shu's suspicions were blatantly laid out for him today. He even unabashedly fabricated lies to test him. This was almost a sign of an imminent falling out. If so, and the suspicion level remained unchanged, then, wait a minute. It suddenly dawned on Qiu Tu to make a bold guess. Could it be that Jia Shu's suspicion of him had been maxed out from the start? So he never believed in him at all? So, no matter what he did, his suspicion level wouldn't change at all. With that realization, Qiu Tu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but look back, and for some reason, he felt as though Jia Shu, with his hands crossed below and propped against his cheeks, was gazing at him with an impassive look that seemed to penetrate through walls, observing his pre-death struggles. Damn it, I really can't delay any longer. I must take him down soon. With that thought, Qiu Tu hesitated for a moment, then turned around and made for the executive elevator to the 9th floor of the investigation bureau. He planned to have a serious talk with that dangerous woman, Tang Feifei. After all, when it comes to life and death, innocence is worthless. After taking the elevator to the 9th floor, Qiu Tu walked towards Tang Feifei's private office and rest area. As one of the 3 deputy directors of the investigation bureau, Tang Feifei, despite being suppressed by Yin Shun, still held a rank and status within the organization. Therefore, the size and decoration of her office and restroom were second only to Yin Chen's. Standing in front of the office door, which was a good 4 meters high, Qiu Tu knocked on the door. Accompanying Qiu Tu's knock, a rustling sound came from inside the door. However, it took a good 10 seconds before the office door was opened from the inside. As the door opened, who appeared before Qiu Tu was Tang Feifei's assistant, the little spy from the security department and one of Qin Shuman's possession targets, Su Xiaowan. Today, with her hair pulled back in a ponytail and dressed in casual clothes, she looked like she had just exercised, with fine sweat on her forehead and a slightly flushed face, giving her the appearance of a youthful girl. Upon opening the door, before she could clearly see the person outside, she reflexively said, "I'm sorry, Director Tang is taking a nap. Please come back in the afternoon if you have any matters." After saying this, she seemed to have a bit of soreness in her arm, and then she stretched her arms. "Qiu Tu, taking a nap? Were you the one accompanying her?" With that thought, Qiu Tu spoke with a strange expression, "Assistant Su. It's me." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Su Xiaowan finally looked up at Qiu Tu's day. Upon realizing it was Qiu Tu, a hint of delight flashed in her eyes, and she became much more alert. She glanced inside, then poked her head outside and whispered to Qiu Tu, "Chief Qiu, what brings you here? Did you come to see me?" Qiu Tu was left speechless by the naive girl's question. Was she really asking such a sensitive question so casually? Was she truly not worried about exposing herself? With that thought, Qiu Tu quietly reminded her, "Assistant Su, be discreet with your words and actions. Today, I came to see Director Tang." After speaking, he looked inside and inquired, "Director Tang should be in there, right?" Facing Qiu Tu, Su Xiaowan of course wouldn't lie, so the innocent girl nodded and said softly, "Yes, she's in." After that, she added with some distress, "But she told me to say she wasn't in." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu said indifferently, "Once you go back, tell her that it's me looking for her, and I won't leave." Although Su Xiaowan was a bit simple, she was very obedient. So upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, she closed the office door and went back inside to report. Indeed, it wasn't long before she reappeared at the office door with a smile on her face. "The bureau chief is inside waiting for you." While waiting outside, Qiu Tu had been observing to see if anyone noticed him. Perhaps because it was the weekend, there was no movement on the 9th floor. But he knew that every second he delayed, the risk of being exposed increased. So upon hearing Su Xiaowan's words, Qiu Tu nodded slightly and immediately slipped into Tang Feifei's office. Unlike Yin Chen's office layout and decoration, Tang Feifei's office emphasized a more robust style. Both the furniture and the ornaments were mainly in dark gray with black as a secondary color. It didn't look like the office of a beautiful woman, but rather that of a tough guy. Su Xiaowan closed the door and led Qiu Tu towards the restroom inside the office. Yesterday, Qiu Tu hadn't entered Yin Chen's restroom to look around, but today he finally saw the full scope of the high-level restroom at Tang Feifei's place. An area close to 200 square meters, partitioned into several zones by cold walls. There was a living room, a bedroom, an audiovisual room, and even a fitness room. Damn luxurious, Qiu Tu thought as he looked around, following Su Xiaowan to the fitness room. But just as they reached the door of the fitness room, Su Xiaowan started taking off her uniform. Qiu Tu was startled, thinking he had stumbled upon some melodramatic seduction trap. It wasn't until Su Xiaowan took off her outer coat that Qiu Tu saw she was actually wearing a form-fitting outfit that hugged her figure perfectly. Looking at the fabric of the clothes and their curves, it somewhat resembled the yoga suits and yoga pants from Qiu Tu's past life. With that guess in mind, as soon as the door to the fitness room opened, he saw Tang Feifei also wearing a set of matching tight-fitting clothes, practicing her boxing. The fitted clothes outlined her shapely, robust figure that exuded immense, explosive power and resilience. She moved like a graceful leopardess, a proudly blooming tropical flower, throwing punch after punch in the fitness room, passionately shedding sweat. That silky tight waist, that healthy wheat-colored skin, and those ample, firm breasts. With every movement, it was as if she emitted a remarkable wildness and vitality. It had to be said, she was indeed an extraordinary woman. Meanwhile, as Qiu Tu was eyeing Tang Feifei, after swinging her last few punches, she gradually stopped her exercise. She took a few deep breaths, her cheeks rosy, her eyes bright as she looked at Qiu Tu and invited him. Care to join? Seeing this, Qiu Tu quickly laughed and declined. No thanks, I don't know how. Tang Feifei didn't say much, just smiled. Then it seems you have a different matter to discuss with me today. After that, she waved her hand to Su Shaowan, signaling her to go out. Having stripped off her clothes and preparing to continue her workout, Su Shaowan looked bewilderedly at Tang Feifei, then at Qiu Tu, and pointed to her own face. Me? Tang Feifei made a sound of affirmation. You're off work. Go home and rest. Before you leave, remember to lock the office door. Su Shaowan. Qiu Tu. The more he listened to this, the more awkward it sounded. Touching his nose, Qiu Tu felt as though Tang Feifei was deliberately showing off her power, and he was unable to escape his fate. At this moment, Su Shaowan also sensed something amiss. She couldn't help but glance at Qiu Tu. But in front of Tang Feifei, how could Qiu Tu dare give any meaningful looks? So, she obediently picked up her uniform from the ground and left the gym. Soon after, following the rustling sounds of getting dressed, there was also the sound of the office door opening and then closing. After Su Shaowan left, Tang Feifei picked up a towel from the rack, wiping the fine sweat from her neck while indifferently introducing to Qiu Tu, "This girl is a spy from the security department. She serves as a conduit between me and the security department. Any intelligence or information I want to leak to the security department can be pretended to be inadvertently mentioned to her. Soon, they will know on their side. As for her, she might be a bit silly, but she's cute and quite interesting. Most importantly, she isn't too clever, so using her is reassuring." Qiu Tu. Indeed, in front of big shot like Tang Feifei, a greenhorn with clumsy methods like Su Shaowan was practically transparent. A few probing words, a couple of glances were enough to discern the truth. And thinking back to when Su Shaowan had said Qin Shuman would possess her to help deal with work, even earning the nickname the half-asleep assistant Su, Qiu Tu suddenly realized. Looking at it this way, actually there had long been an unspoken understanding between Tang Feifei and the security department. It's very likely that both sides were using Su Shaowan as a medium for cooperation, conveying messages and negotiating terms in their own way. Furthermore, since this cooperation was conducted on an individual basis, what was being played was trust and understanding. Thus, even if two power institutions investigated, they'd find no trace of the cooperation. Masters indeed. In that moment, Qiu Tu gained a new appreciation for the methods of Tang Feifei and the security department. After explaining Su Shaowan's identity to Qiu Tu, Tang Feifei had also finished wiping off her sweat. She tossed the towel to Qiu Tu while asking, "Did you come to see me because of yesterday's incident?" There was admiration in her eyes. "I remember you did quite well yesterday. You played the three major institutions of Xinjia City like a fiddle with a few simple tricks. If I'm not mistaken, Yinshen had no suspicions about you, right?" Qiu Tu caught the towel, which carried the faint scent of jasmine from Tang Feifei's body. "Is this some special kind of constitution, or has it been marinated?" While thinking this, Qiu Tu casually replied, "Yes, Yinshen indeed found nothing. But at Jia Shu's place, I might have been exposed. I feel there's some danger. So, I wanted to deepen our cooperation." "Deepen our cooperation?" Tang Feifei, hearing this, half closed her eyes and glanced at Qiu Tu with a hunter's interest upon spotting its prey. "Sure," she said, "then stay tonight and keep me company." "What are you dreaming of?" Qiu Tu cursed with a laugh. "Bureau chief, I'm in the business of talent, not my body." Probably no one had ever dared to reject her so bluntly. Tang Feifei chuckled twice, her eyes becoming warmer as she looked at Qiu Tu. She upped the ante. I can satisfy another one of your requests, as long as it does not cross my boundaries." Qiu Tu chuckled and walked away. He wasn't the type to climb the ladder by selling his charms. 10 or so seconds later, he returned to the gym with 2 bottles of expensive foreign liquor in hand. How about 2 requests? Tang Feifei had thought Qiu Tu had really left just now. Seeing him return, as she was removing her tight-fitting shirt, almost made her burst into laughter. She looked at Qiu Tu and asked with a smile, "Didn't you say you only sell your talent, not her body?" Qiu Tu snorted dismissively. "There's a first time for everything, right? How would you know if it isn't delightful without trying?" For some reason, Tang Feifei felt that Qiu Tu's attitude resembled that of a young girl who had strayed and was now falling into depravity. This novel experience did not diminish her interest due to Qiu Tu's compliance, but sparked a yellow light in the depths of her eyes once again. She gave Qiu Tu a look, suppressed her own powerful heartbeat, and then spoke. "Okay, 2 requests then." Saying that, she half-smiled at Qiu Tu, her glance resembling a lazy but dangerous and wild lioness. "Wait for me. I'm going to take a shower." After saying this, she casually threw the shirt she had taken off on the floor and headed for the bathroom. Qiu Tu's gaze swept over the tight shirt before landing on Tang Feifei. At that moment, Tang Feifei was like a proud queen, expressionlessly strutting towards the bathroom while stripping off her clothes one by one. Tight pants, white chest binder, underwear. As each piece of clothing was discarded, by the time she reached the bathroom door, her body was completely uncovered, fully revealed to Qiu Tu for the first time. Her neck had graceful lines. Her breasts were full yet firm, the lines of her vest delineating captivating curves, and her muscles across her body were solid without losing a woman's softness. There was an indescribable wild beauty about her. Reaching the bathroom door, she turned back and arrogantly smiled at Qiu Tu before pushing the door open and walking in. Soon, the sound of whoosh-whoosh from showering began in the bathroom. Hearing that suggestive noise, Qiu Tu's mind seemed to conjure up images of Tang Feifei raising her arms to apply shower gel to her body. Qiu Tu admitted at that moment he was indeed a little stirred. "How can I be so unprofessional? All of this is for work." Work! With that thought, Qiu Tu diligently began to pick up Tang Feifei's clothes from the floor and neatly piled them on the nearby shelf. After finishing this task, he approached the bathroom door, listening to the whoosh-whoosh of the water, and knocked, sincerely asking, "Director Tang, do you have a bath towel inside? Do you need me to bring it in?" Qiu Tu praised his own spirit of service. However, a cold voice from Tang Feifei came from the bathroom. "You can come in directly and scrub my back." Qiu Tu's heartbeat sped up for a moment, and in the spirit of complete service, he tentatively asked, "Is it possible to scrub the front as well?" The sound of the water inside seemed to pause for a moment. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, accompanied by mist, and a wheat-colored arm with droplets of water reached out from inside toward Qiu Tu. But Qiu Tu wasn't about to let Tang Feifei catch him so easily. He dodged with a ha-ha and laughed as he moved out of the bathroom's range, calling out from a distance, "Director, you wash up first. I'll wait for you outside." After saying that, he hummed a tune and left the fitness room. The wet, wheat-colored arm hung in the air for a moment. Then a light laugh from Tang Feifei could be heard from the bathroom. Interesting. With that murmur, the bathroom door slowly closed and the sound of running water resumed. After teasing Tang Feifei, Qiu Tu brought liquor and glasses to the lounge's living room. He placed the alcohol and glasses on the coffee table, and then sat down on the sofa to wait for Tang Feifei. Somehow, Qiu Tu always felt that his current relationship with Tang Feifei was akin to the dynamics he had with Lu Fuping today. It was always the superior using power to coerce the subordinate into servitude with seduction. Indeed, those who do wrong will eventually face retribution. While thinking this, Qiu Tu propped his hands behind his head and rested his feet on the coffee table, blankly staring at the ceiling, contemplating the terms of his deal with Tang Feifei. Lost in thought for who knows how long, as Qiu Tu was still immersed in his reflections, a fragrant breeze carrying moisture, softly hit his face. Qiu Tu snapped back to reality and turned to look, only to see Tang Feifei wrapped in a white towel with her wet hair, wiping it with a towel as she walked towards him. She didn't even ask before sitting snugly against Qiu Tu. Paji, from a sound made when her buttocks touched the sofa, one could infer the roundness and firmness of her behind. Qiu Tu also felt the sofa sink, and it seemed his leg touched Tang Feifei's. Qiu Tu. He felt that today's Tang Feifei had really gotten a hold of him. I can't let her set the pace. With this in mind, Qiu Tu picked up the square glasses from the coffee table, pouring drink for both of them. After finishing with her hair, Tang Feifei naturally took the square glass. She looked at Qiu Tu with a half-smile, then sipped the drink. She didn't press directly, but started with business matters. So, how do you propose we cooperate more deeply? Seeing the conversation turn to business, Qiu Tu also relaxed a bit. His facial expression gradually became serious, and then he said, Jia Shu is up to something. Tang Feifei glanced at him. And what about it? Qiu Tu, is there a way to settle this once and for all? Tang Feifei paused, almost thinking she'd misheard. You mean? Qiu Tu raised his hand, making a downward slashing gesture. Tang Feifei. She laughed. If there were such an opportunity, do you think Yinshan would still be alive? Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu looked at her in astonishment. Yinshan is alive because you can't beat him, right? Perhaps power is a taboo subject for Tang Feifei. Upon Qiu Tu's words, a vein on her forehead throbbed, and she looked at Qiu Tu grimly. Who told you I can't beat Yinshan? Qiu Tu mentally noted intelligence acquired to himself. He hadn't guessed wrong. This woman must be among the top in terms of martial strength in all of Xinjia City. Tang Feifei continued. It's one thing to be able to beat someone, another to have the opportunity to do so. Given Yinshan's identity, to dare touch him would be to cut oneself off from the sanctuary, not just completely giving up one's prospects there, but also facing pursuit from all the major sanctuaries. Don't underestimate such a pursuit. Bear in mind that even ordinary people with firearms can harm regular cataclysmics. So, it doesn't take much, just send a troop to persistently hunt down a cataclysmic, and sooner or later, that cataclysmic will be worn down to death. As she said this, Tang Feifei gave Qiu Tu a piercing look, so drop that unrealistic thought of yours early on. Jia Shu, as the head of the political department and a high-ranking member of the investigation bureau, is someone who is truly listed in the sanctuary. Kill him, and you're finished too. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu thoughtfully responded, What if he makes a move on me? Tang Feifei laughed, and as she wiped her hair, she coolly counter-questioned, Who are you? Someone who's never even appeared on the sanctuary's census. She left the rest unsaid, but Qiu Tu understood. If he died, the sanctuary wouldn't even know it. So, indeed, this is going to be difficult. Thinking this, Qiu Tu pondered for a moment, then asked further, at what rank would Jia Shu no longer be able to lay hands on me as he pleases? Tang Feifei replied, icily. According to sanctuary regulations, a section chief in the planning area can register with the sanctuary, becoming an official resident. A department head is formally included in the sanctuary's roster of officials and enjoys various special privileges and allowances. So, she said, glancing at Qiu Tu, you just need to rise one more level, and then Jia Shu won't be able to touch you easily. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu felt a stir within. Indeed, to protect myself, promotion is most crucial. Promotion can not only enhance one's own strength, but also confer a higher status, making enemies hesitant to move. With this in mind, he asked again, By the way, how is the progress of your application to the sanctuary to investigate Jia Shu? When the subject came up, Tang Feifei's wheat-colored face tightened slightly. She said, Your plan started too suddenly. I couldn't coordinate in time. So, it wasn't until last night that I managed to arrange for a confidant to apply to the sanctuary for an investigation under the pretext of Jia Shu's malfeasance and silencing key suspects. But it's the weekend. The earliest response from the sanctuary would not come until Monday afternoon. Actually, before yesterday, I wasn't too confident about the sanctuary's reply. I even planned to call back to the sanctuary to see if I could push it forward proactively. But after yesterday's actions by the security department, the sanctuary must have noticed Xinjia City already. Given the way the sanctuary operates, they're likely worried that such a commotion could disrupt the unity and stability of Xinjia City. This investigation I've submitted might just align with their intentions. So, it's highly likely that the sanctuary will send someone down to investigate Jiashu while overseeing the work of the security department. As she said this, Tang Feifei also turned to look at Qiu Tu beside her. Every move of hers carried an indescribable rhythm, exuding a powerful beauty that was captivating. I have to say, your tactics yesterday were splendid. I believe that except for the few of us who know the details and might guess something, most were fooled by you. You don't seem like someone from the lower echelons at all, but more like an outstanding con artist, a politician with some measures. Light flickered in the depth of her eyes, filled with amber glow. You are really interesting. Possibly prepared for sacrifice. Qiu Tu seemed much more at ease. He didn't answer her question, but looked straight into Tang Feifei's eyes, raised his glass in hand, and said with a smile, "Let's drink." Seeing this, Tang Feifei averted her gaze and sipped her wine lightly. Qiu Tu also took a sip, then spoke firmly, "Since there's no way to take out Jiashu, I might need your protection." Tang Feifei drank her wine, her face full of curiosity as she watched him. "Are you so sure Jiashu will make a move on you?" Qiu Tu shook his head slightly, "Not certain, but I prefer to be cautious in my actions. I don't want to put myself in danger." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Tang Feifei laughed so hard she was nearly shaking. "You're not already in danger? I feel like you're tightrope walking every day." Qiu Tu chuckled bitterly at her words. If there were other choices, who would want to live in constant peril? Perhaps sensing Qiu Tu's predicament, Tang Feifei fell silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up. She walked with her long, sleek, perfectly straight legs to a safe in the corner of the living room. She entered the password, opened the safe door, and Tang Feifei bent over her, but sticking out as she rummaged inside. Qiu Tu looked over with a face full of surprise, then awkwardly shifted his gaze away. That woman, she wasn't wearing any panties. So in his line of sight, everything was fully revealed. Soon, Tang Feifei closed the safe. She held a small white paper figure in her hand as she came over to Qiu Tu. Striding over with her long legs, Tang Feifei approached Qiu Tu and sat down on his lap, then handed the small paper figure to him. "This is called Trigger Paper Figure, a defensive type of cataclysmic treasure," she said. "Its function is to automatically trigger when you're attacked, forming a protective layer over your body," she continued. "This defensive layer can withstand attacks from high-caliber firearms and last for over 30 seconds, she explained. "Enough time for you to escape if you're in danger," she added. As she spoke, Tang Feifei mentioned, "However, this is a life-saving item reserved for department heads and above. I'm lending it to you for now," she said. "If it doesn't trigger, you can return it to me later," she stated. "If it does trigger, then you'll slowly repay me with your body," she teased. Hearing this, Qiu Tu paused and replied, "Is this thing that expensive? My body isn't cheap." Tang Feifei's mouth curved into a smile at Qiu Tu's jest. Her eyes half closed as she looked at him, like a leopardess eyeing her prey. "You really have no shame," she remarked. "Tell me, how much do you charge per session?" she asked provocatively. Qiu Tu cleared his throat. "No matter the cost, could you remove your hand first? It seems you're grabbing my brother." Sitting on Qiu Tu's lap, Tang Feifei did not show the slightest embarrassment upon hearing his words. On the contrary, her eyes flickered with a dangerous glint. "What? Thinking of backing out?" she challenged. Qiu Tu hastily shook his head. "No, that's not it. It's just, I remember you said that if I stay to keep you company, you'd grant me 2 requests. Does that offer still stand?" he inquired. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Tang Feifei slowly lost her smile, looking at him with a chilly gaze, as if she anticipated what was coming. "Of course." Qiu Tu smiled and said, "Then my first request is, you're not allowed to touch me today." For some reason, at that moment, Tang Feifei suddenly lost all interest. She really enjoyed the thrill of the hunt, the delight in teasing her prey or playing with it. But when the prey consistently used little tricks to escape her pursuit, it just didn't seem fun to her anymore. Thinking this, Tang Feifei looked deeply at Qiu Tu, then slowly stood up from his lap. She had a magnanimous nature. She didn't fly into a rage or take back the cataclysmic treasure she had just given Qiu Tuesday. Instead, she turned her back to him, picked up a square glass, and downed it in one go. "You can go now," she said after finishing her drink. After placing the glass down, Tang Feifei coldly dropped these words and turned towards the bedroom. But then at that moment, suddenly, a robust body lunged at her from behind, caught off guard by the attack in her own room, and slightly disoriented from the alcohol. Tang Feifei couldn't dodge in time and was tackled to the ground. Her reflex was to struggle, but just then, Qiu Tu suddenly bit her ear and said in his deep, husky voice, "Bureau Chief, my second request is, you're not allowed to resist." In that instant, Tang Feifei's body stiffened. She felt a strange sensation she had never experienced before. It was an entirely new feeling from the inside out. She couldn't quite understand what that feeling was. But at that moment, Qiu Tu didn't give her much time to think. He pinned Tang Feifei to the ground, ripped off the towel she was wearing, and loomed over her. This time, Tang Feifei once again felt what set Qiu Tu and Lu Fu apart from the rest. Several times, she wanted to turn over and sing like a liberated serf. But she was, after all, a woman of her word. So, even though she cursed herself countless times for agreeing to Qiu Tu too hastily, throughout the day and night, she really never initiated contact with Qiu Tu, nor did she resist him. She was just secretly exerting herself. And Qiu Tu, this time, really put in some tough kung fu. He knew, to conquer the woman before him, he had to give her an unforgettable experience. Thus, he didn't give her much chance to rest. And so, late into the night, the two finally fell asleep in each other's arms, and by that time, the 200-plus square meter resting room, in every bedroom, was already filled with traces of their battle. As he was dozing off in his drowsy state, Qiu Tu also silently marveled in his heart. Tang Feifei was truly strong and truly wild. If he hadn't advanced to a changer and gained incredible enhancements to his body, plus, if he hadn't forbidden Tang Feifei from taking charge, he estimated, after this ordeal, his back would have declared its retirement. 4.5 days, Yin Kaimei case closure time. 1.5 days, danger in the dark. The next day, along with the first rays of morning sunshine, Qiu Tu slowly woke up from his deep sleep. His first instinct was to rub his eyes, but as soon as he lifted his arm, he felt a sore ache in his arms and back. Hiss! Qiu Tu took a sharp breath, then came to his senses amid the soreness, examined his arms, and only then did he belatedly remember the glorious achievements of the previous day and night. Thinking about his hard work from the previous day, laboring to the point where he could only bury his head in toil, thinking about Tang Feifei, who was almost torn apart by the ordeal, he silently lit a candle for his back, feeling that his back might be of no use anymore. Thinking this, he shifted his thighs slightly, and the soreness shot up to his crown. "Forget it. Let's light another candle for you Qua as well, probably wrecked too." Silent in his reflections on the intensity of the previous day's battle, Qiu Tu instinctively reached beside him, only to find that the place was already empty, leaving only a faint scent of jasmine. Although he had long known their encounter was just a transaction, at that moment, Qiu Tu felt a bit disappointed. Even if there's no merit, there's still hard work, right? That's quite ungrateful. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, the bedroom door opened. Tang Feifei, barefoot, bare-legged, naked, walked over carrying a bowl of medicine. Her legs were long. Her body's curvature was enchanting, seemingly containing an endless, explosive power and resilience. Her walk had a rhythm that was hard to describe, like a panther moving silently and swiftly through the jungle, every step full of strength and rhythm. When she arrived at Qiu Tu's side, she bent down to set down the medicine, then said indifferently, "Drink it. You worked hard last night." Qiu Tu. This scene felt familiar. This statement was also oddly phrased. But since the crisis countdown did not pop up, Qiu Tu knew that Tang Feifei had no intention of harming him. So he picked up the bowl of medicine, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. As the potion slid down his throat, Qiu Tu felt a wave of coolness wandering through his arms, back, and thighs. The soreness seemed to be gradually fading away. Qiu Tu raised his arm and straightened his back in amazement, and to his surprise, they were neither sore nor painful anymore. Seeing Qiu Tu's reaction, Tang Feifei smiled slightly. "Why were you so vigorous last night? Even I felt sore all over when I got up this morning and had to drink this cataclysmic potion for recovery." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu coughed and with a serious expression said, "I, like the bureau chief, am true to my word." The bureau chief resisted the urge to fight back and didn't touch me during the ferocity of last night. Since I said I would stay with you for a night, I would certainly stay the whole night. Hearing this, Tang Feifei paused for a moment, half squinting her eyes, smiling ambiguously as she glanced at Qiu Tu's day. But she didn't say anything further. However, from the unintentional charm she exuded, Qiu Tu could still sense a slight change in the way this woman in front of him related to him and her attitude toward him. Just as Qiu Tu was trying to figure out Tang Feifei's change, Tang Feifei slowly stood up. She walked over to the wardrobe, took out a new binding cloth, and as she began to bind her chest, she said to Qiu Tu in a detached tone, "It's already 9 o'clock. You might be seen if you leave through the main entrance. I'll take you through the safe passage in a while." Hearing this, Qiu Tu asked curiously, "A safe passage? There's a safe passage in the office." Having finished binding her chest, Tang Feifei started getting dressed as she looked down and explained, "Of course. The planning area isn't like the sanctuary. It doesn't have all kinds of defensive facilities and experts. Therefore, many cities could face powerful cataclysmic creatures or attacks by anti-government armed forces on major power institutions. That's why high-level offices often have a direct-to-ground floor safe passage as emergency insurance. That shouldn't be hard to understand, right?" Hearing Tang Feifei's words, Qiu Tu blinked and suddenly seemed pensive. Emergency passage. Insurance. Thinking of what Tang Feifei said about all the high levels having such insurance, and recalling how he had also looked for insurance before backstabbing Yin Shun, he suddenly had an epiphany. He seemed to have guessed why old Master Qin was so composed at the security department. With this thought, Qiu Tu leapt up from the bed with an excited face and hugged Tang Feifei, kissing her cheek. "Bureau Chief, you truly are my lucky star. I've got it. I've got it." Tang Feifei looked at Qiu Tu somewhat dumbfounded, her face reddening slightly, but she still maintained her bureau chief's posture, patting Qiu Tu's shoulder. "All right, we're short on time." Realizing that now was not the time for celebration, Qiu Tu quickly got dressed, putting on his uniform. Then he followed Tang Feifei to the safe passage. The so-called safe passage was actually a tube wide as a bucket. Sliding down the tube would take you directly to a hidden area on the ground floor. This area was concealed within the partition between the outer and inner walls of the first floor, accessible through a hidden door that perfectly matched the exterior wall. And around that hidden door, they'd planted holly of human height, adding to the concealment. Following Tang Feifei's instructions, Qiu Tu left the Investigation Bureau's office building through the safe passage, and then took a walk around the office building before sneaking back in. Upon returning to the Investigation Bureau, Qiu Tu didn't delay and went straight to the 9th floor. Since it was a work day, nearly all the members of the investigation team had arrived on the 9th floor. Even Wang Shi, who was always out working the slacker expert Song Qing, and Lu Fuping, who Qiu Tu had cheated on, had all come. Seeing Qiu Tu, the agents on the scene immediately stood up and greeted him. "Chief." "Hello, Chief." "Good morning, Chief." Qiu Tu smiled and looked around at them, then opened with a promise. "You've all worked hard. Once we finish this case, we'll take a break." After speaking, he called out a few names Big Biao, Chun Feng, Zhu Yan Ding Xiaolu. You guys come out with me. Seeing that Qiu Tu didn't call her name, Lu Fuping pondered for a moment and quickly sashayed forward, volunteering herself. Chief, take me with you too. Qiu Tu glanced at her, quickly considered the matter. Today's affair wasn't sensitive, and Lu Fuping likely wouldn't mess things up, so he nodded in agreement. With Tang Feifei's trigger paper figure at his disposal, Qiu Tu was no longer worried about those attacks from the darkness. So, after assembling his team, they left the investigation bureau en masse, ready to make an arrest. Just now, in Tang Feifei's lounge, Qiu Tu had finally realized why old Master Qin remained so confident in the face of the security department's interrogation. The reason was simple. He truly had a backup plan, or rather, insurance. Why could immortality only have one body? Why couldn't it involve dividing the soul into two, or controlling two bodies at the same time? With this, all of old Master Qin's bizarre behaviors had their answers. The reason he kept denying the charges wasn't that he thought he could escape responsibility, but was buying time for his insurance. He was allowing his insurance to escape smoothly or move critical data and assets. It was precisely this layer of insurance that made old Master Qin so calm in the face of such dire straits. Because he wasn't afraid of dying. With this realization, Qiu Tu felt that all the mysteries could be explained. So what he was going to do today was to extinguish old Master Qin's last hope. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu took his most loyal confidants and left the investigation bureau. After he departed, the investigation team's office gradually became noisy again. The huge upheaval that happened over the weekend had already started spreading among the middle and lower tiers of Xinjia City these last 2 days. So, everyone knew that during the weekend, there was a massive power shuffle among the upper echelons of Xinjia City, and the key figures were Qiu Tu and the security department. As a representative figure of the political department, Qiu Tu was the first to light the fuse of this huge bomb, which was then blown sky high by the security department. They not only arrested one committee member, 2 directors, including Qin Heng, 5 deputy directors, 26 division heads, and deputy division heads, but also brought down one of the biggest local snakes in Xinjia City, the Qin family. The ordinary investigators didn't know anything about factions or who belonged to whom. They just knew Qiu Tu's move was incredibly cool. Thus, even a normally over-time-hating slacker, Song Qing, who missed this major event, felt extremely regretful. She lay on the table, venting weakly to her colleague Wang. She beside her, if I had known, I wouldn't have told the director that I hate working overtime. They arrested so many division heads and directors. They even arrested our own Director Qin from the Investigation Bureau. At this point, Song Qing's eyes gleamed. If I could have assisted on the side, or personally slapped the handcuffs on them, that would have been so satisfying. Then, even when having afternoon tea with my friends, I'd have something to boast about. Having said that, Song Qing's expression turned to dejection, but it's all because I told the director we didn't want to work overtime, but he didn't call us. She sighed and collapsed onto the desk again. It's all my fault, all my fault. Meanwhile, the Wang she's sitting beside her yawned and listlessly responded, Are you sure we weren't called for this operation because you told the director you didn't want to work overtime? Why do I feel it's because the director doesn't trust us? With that said, he counted, You see, everyone who took part in the operation over the weekend were either the director's former subordinates or old friends. People like Qiu Tu, Chun Feng, Zhu Yan, those were all people the director has used many times. But us, whether it's you, me, or Sister Lu, who has only worked on cases with him, we're just common subordinates. It stands to reason that he doesn't trust us, and it's normal not to call us for an operation, right? Today, Wang Shi was clearly gloomy in both mood and appearance. His dark circles were heavy, as if he indulged in excesses. If one observed carefully, they could see an eerie light in the depths of his eyes. But Song Qing was not a detailed person, so she didn't notice the anomaly in Wang Shi. All her thoughts were still on why Qiu Tu didn't take them along for the mission. Flushed with contention, she argued, Impossible. The chief is so nice, he must have been sparing us. And considering the ambiguous relationship between the chief and Sister Lu, even if he doesn't trust us, he should trust Sister Lu. Then why didn't he call Sister Lu either? So, your reason doesn't hold up at all. Hearing Song Qing's words, Wang Shi hesitated for a moment. He intended to object, but he also felt there was some truth in what she said. Although Qiu Tu and Lu Fuping always thought they were hiding their relationship, well, anyone who often saw them together could sense something was off. Their eyes were practically spinning yarn. As members of the interrogation section's gossip squad, Wang Shi and Song Qing had long noticed the affair between the two. Moreover, they would occasionally discuss in private. If there were no outsiders present, would Qiu Tu and Lu Fuping have already given into their passions and taken things further? So with these thoughts, Wang Shi suddenly agreed with Song Qing's perspective, nodding, "You're making sense. It's normal for him not to call us, but it's indeed strange not to call Sister Lu." Song Qing lifted her head slightly, wearing an "I was right after all" expression. Seeing Song Qing's cute demeanor, Wang Shi was momentarily dazed, the faint light in his eyes flickering gently. Then he changed the subject tentatively. "By the way, Song Qing, you said you and your friends often have afternoon tea, right? Where do you usually go for it?" The darkness was slowly spreading, but Song Qing seemed utterly unaware. Meanwhile, Qiu Tu was leading his confidants on their way to the target. Since it was an arrest operation, several confidants drove the prison van, with only Lu Fuping sitting in the passenger seat beside Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu didn't mind having a beautiful woman accompany him while driving, so he agreed to her sitting there. As he drove, Qiu Tu stretched a hand toward Lu Fuping, who, seeing his gesture, naturally angled her legs towards him. The beauty of a married woman lies in her understanding of your mission, thoughts, and needs, and her willingness to cooperate. Qiu Tu smiled as he placed his hand on top, touching and feeling. Plump and tender, utterly different from Tang Feifei's. Tang Feifei was full of elasticity and strength, a beauty filled with vitality. He liked both, feeling that each had its own merits. If he could have them both together and slowly compare them, that would be great. And while Qiu Tu shamelessly indulged in these thoughts, Lu Fuping quietly sighed beside him. Qiu Tu glanced at her, but ignored her. Lu Fuping continued to sigh. Qiu Tu continued to ignore her. Finally, on the third time Qiu Tu ignored her, Lu Fuping could no longer restrain herself. She took the initiative to speak. "Qiu Tu, it seems that Director Tang might be having an affair." Qiu Tu was stunned for a moment, then looked at her strangely and asked, "Having an affair? What kind of affair?" Lu Fuping said, "I needed to see her yesterday, but I couldn't find her at her villa, her office, or Emerald Fort. I kept calling her, but she didn't answer. It wasn't until this morning that she finally sent me a text, saying she didn't check her phone yesterday, and was very busy. I called her, but she was very cold to me on the phone. She hung up after just a couple of sentences." Speaking of this, Lu Fuping looked sad. "Do you think she has someone else now?" At these words, Qiu Tu's face was also filled with surprise. While driving, he said, "That can't be. I don't think Director Tang is that kind of person. Don't overthink it." Having said this, Qiu Tu changed his tone. "Even if she did have an affair, actually, it's not a problem. I'll tell you what to do." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping looked at him curiously. "What should I do?" Qiu Tu glanced at her. "You have an affair too. Take your revenge fiercely. You don't need to find someone else. Take me. I'm not only good in action, but also tight-lipped, definitely won't tell her." Giggle, giggle, giggle. Hearing Qiu Tu's flippant words, Lu Fuping was tickled and shook with laughter. She gave Qiu Tu a disdainful look. "I knew you wouldn't say anything nice." After saying that, she suddenly changed her tone and asked stealthily, "By the way, what were you doing after seeing the minister yesterday? It felt like I didn't see you around all day." Qiu Tu snorted, saying nonchalantly, "Where else could I go? I was with the bureau chief. You know how difficult our bureau chief is to please. I worked hard the entire day just to make TA satisfied." Lu Fuping, well informed, knew about Qiu Tu's dutiful actions in Yin Chen's office the day before. Hearing his words, she assumed Qiu Tu had gone to do errands for Yin Chen yesterday as well. Therefore, she nodded slightly, leaning her head against the car window, eyes brimming with suspicion. Qiu Tu seemed very natural. So it's not him. Then who could it be? While driving, Qiu Tu cast a knowing glance at her, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. The highest art of lying is to tell all truths, but make the other person wrongly interpret them. So a group of people in 2 cars soon arrived at a small villa belonging to old Master Qin's youngest son in Xinjia City. Before preparing to apprehend old Master Qin, this insurance, Qiu Tu went over the available intelligence on this insurance in detail. Qin Laowu, named Qin Sheng, was ostensibly the youngest son of the Qin family, born to old Master Qin's second wife. Because he was a late child, and his mother had died in a difficult childbirth, old Master Qin cherished this son immensely. He would give his son anything he wanted. This had caused Qin Sheng to grow up unrestrained, arrogant, and domineering, bullying both men and women. It was said that Qin Sheng understood the difference between men and women at a very young age, not only asking his father for beautiful maids, but also frequently insulting them. Even though he wasn't fully developed at the time, he could still make these beautiful maids do some wicked things. Later, as he grew taller and stronger, Qin Sheng started frequenting the various bars and nightclubs owned by the Qin family, hunting and pursuing beauty. For this, the Qin family had to clean up his messes countless times. Even later, while he somewhat reined in his behavior, he still didn't engage in proper businesses, instead lingering in pleasure quarters or flirting and pursuing beautiful women. Thus, he gradually earned the nickname Profligate Son. In summary, this was the story of a mentally twisted scion spoiled rotten by familial indulgence. Initially, Qiu Tu didn't pay much attention to him. After all, in times of chaos, there are all kinds of deviants, and what's one more small deviant obsessed with sexual matters since childhood? But this morning, when he guessed that old Master Qin was likely not just one person, but could possibly be multiple people, or even capable of entering the bodies of many people simultaneously, Qiu Tu knew that maybe Qin Laowu was old Master Qin's insurance. And Qin Laowu's licentious life these years could very well be the conduit for that god whom old Master Qin worshipped. Thinking this, after recalling the intelligence, Qiu Tu slowly stopped the car. His gaze pierced through the car window, profoundly observing the small villa in the distance. Perhaps it was Qiu Tu's intensely deep gaze that aroused Lu Fuping's curiosity, so she followed his line of sight and looked at the villa. Her sole reason for following Qiu Tu today wasn't any ulterior motive. She was simply upset about Tang Feifei's suspected affair and wanted to chat more with Qiu Tu to cheer herself up. So, she had no idea why Qiu Tu was here or what he intended to do. After such a glance, Lu Fuping flicked her hair and gently caressed Qiu Tu's face with the tips, seductively asking, "Commander, who is our target today?" It must be said that among all the women Qiu Tu knew, Lu Fuping was the best at flirting. Not to mention Shun Ling Shuang and Tang Feifei, who had no clue about seduction. Even Qin Shuman was slightly inferior. With just a strand of hair, she could play up a charm. Qiu Tu felt an itchy tingling on his face that spread all the way down to his waist. He gently swatted Lu Fuping's hand away, shot her a glare, and then took out his communicator to call Chao Dabiao in another car. "Big Biao, have someone block all the exits of the villa, then take control of it," he instructed. "Yes." Chao Dabiao's acknowledgement came from the communicator. After hanging up, Qiu Tu tilted his head and watched through the car window as Chao Dabiao and the others set out to execute their plan. Although Chao Dabiao was a sly old fox with various flaws, small and large, his abilities were commendable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to be a first-level detective. Under his arrangement, soon, Qiu Tu's confidants were positioned all around, armed and ready, blocking the various entrances to Qin Sheng's small villa. As for Chao Dabiao himself, he led Chun Feng, Ding Xiaolu, and Zhuhui into the villa's doorstep with a flamboyant swagger and knocked. Possibly because the action was too monotonous, Lu Fuping tilted her head and glanced around, then adjusted the rearview mirror on top of her head before taking out a somewhat rudimentary lipstick to touch up her makeup. After applying the lipstick, Lu Fuping pursed her lips with a pop and checked her reflection. Once she confirmed her makeup was flawless, she reached into the wide neckline of her clothing to adjust her bra straps and pushed her arms together to make her cleavage appear even more fair and profound. After all these preparations, Lu Fuping checked her makeup and outfit in the mirror again. The more she looked, the more enchanting she appeared. Simply perfect. I don't believe Tang Fei won't be utterly charmed, she thought, feeling quite elated. Whether Tang Fei would be charmed or not, Qiu Tu wasn't sure, but Lu Fuping's series of actions definitely made his blood run hot. The more he observed Lu Fuping, the more she seemed ingrained with allure, each gesture seeming to tantalize a man's heartstrings. If it weren't for the critical mission he was on, he'd surely be tempted to strip off her clothes, pry open her bra, and show her what it meant to be thoroughly ravished day and night. What's the matter? Perhaps noticing Qiu Tu's unusual gaze, Lu Fuping tilted her head and curiously inquired. Then she flashed a smile at Qiu Tu, showing off her attire and makeup for the day. Do I look good? Qiu Tu. Damn it. Women really do distract from work. With that thought, Qiu Tu reached over and boldly groped Lu Fuping's chest. After feeling the smooth, soft sensation, Qiu Tu shook his head amidst Lu Fuping's exclamation. Get out of the car. Move. Having said that, he withdrew his hand without any reluctance and stepped out of the car with long strides. Lu Fuping, embarrassed and annoyed, clutched her chest, shot a glare at Qiu Tu's retreating figure, and then elegantly followed him out of the car. The two arrived at the wide-open door of the villa. By then, Chao Dabiao had already secured the situation inside. A young man who looked a lot like Qin Heng was sitting on the couch with his hands over his head, his neck shrinking and his body curled up. Beside him were three attractive young ladies with nice figures, dressed in glittering evening dresses. They wore plunging necklines, showing off ample success in their careers, also revealing fair legs that suggested less than respectable intentions at a glance. They were now being held at gunpoint by Chao Dabiao, huddled next to Qin Sheng, trembling and not daring to move a muscle. Seeing this, Qiu Tu motioned to Lu Fuping with a shake of his head. Understanding the gesture, Lu Fuping walked over, pulled each of them up, and escorted them out of the villa. Indeed, although Lu Fuping was flirtatious and enchanting in front of Qiu Tu, she was ruthless when it came to interrogation and dealing with suspects. A girl barely delayed a step before Lu Fuping kicked her, warning her not to try any tricks. Watching the women leave, Qiu Tu waved his hand at Chao Dabiao. Chao Dabiao and the others promptly left the villa's living room, starting to stand guard outside. Now that the living room held only himself and Qin Sheng, Qiu Tu's face broke into a smile. He went over, hooked his arm around Qin Sheng's neck, and said as if they were old pals, "Fifth Master Qin?" Qin Sheng didn't seem to have the rumored arrogance and defiance. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, he responded timidly and with his head lowered. I am the Qin family's fifth, Qin Sheng. At this, Qiu Tu uttered an "oh," nodded and said, Right, Qin Sheng. Then, as if remembering something, he added, Sorry, got a bit busy and forgot. Happy birthday, huh? Hearing Qiu Tu's words, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Qin Sheng's face. He first gave an awkward smile, then said, share the joy, share the joy. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu glanced at him with a surprised look and said, Share what joy? Today is my birthday. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Sheng obviously paused for a second before then responding with an embarrassed laugh. Ah, is it? Well then, happy birthday, Chief Qiu. Qiu Tu caught every single reaction of Qin Sheng and formulated some conjecture in his mind, yet he continued to act without showing his thoughts. Thank you. Thank you. So, Qiu Tu stretched out his hand. Do you have any birthday presents for me? Qin Sheng, upon hearing this, gave Qiu Tu a look. His eyes, slightly blurred from debauchery, seemed sharp as if trying to see through Qiu Tu's thoughts. But Qiu Tu just smiled at him, as if he really was just there to extort something. Seeing this, Qin gave a couple of awkward laughs and tentatively said, "Chief Qiu, if I give you money, can I leave then?" Qiu Tu looked at him seriously. "Fifth Master, this I must correct you on. First, it's not giving money, it's presenting a birthday gift. These two are completely different concepts. Second, this is your home. Why would you want to leave? Clearly, it should be us who ought to leave." Qiu Tu's words seemed to reassure Qin, who quickly responded, Right, that's what I meant." After saying that, he added, "Then I will go and fetch Chief Qiu's birthday present now." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu called towards the doorway, "Chun Feng." Shortly after, Chun Feng's figure appeared at the door, responding starkly, "Present." Qiu Tu nodded towards him. "Follow Qin Wui to retrieve my birthday present." "Chun Feng, yes." As he watched the two of them ascend to the second floor of the villa, Qiu Tu's face, which had been smiling the whole time, slowly became expressionless. The reason he first inquired about Qin's birthday and then asked for a present was, in fact, all to test him. Although he suspected that old Master Qin had not only taken over one son's body all those years ago, it was, after all, just a suspicion. He couldn't just arrest Qin based on mere suspicion, nor could he use his once-a-day cataclysmic ability to interrogate on the strength of such doubt. Therefore, he had to first determine through probing whether Qin was a likely suspect. Luckily, his own arrival might have been a bit sudden, not giving Qin much time to prepare. So, with just two simple tests, Qiu Tu could almost confirm that the teenager before him was very likely old Master Qin himself. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but contemplate how to deal with this old fellow who had single-handedly founded the Qin family. Meanwhile, at the same time that Qiu Tu and Qin were engaging in their standoff, several hundred meters away from Qin's small villa on the street, a shadow slipped through the shadows of the street like a phantom, stirring up whirlwinds in its wake. Quickly following the traces of Qiu Tu's vehicle, it arrived at the outskirts of Qin's villa. Upon recognizing the environment, the shadow was momentarily stunned. Why is it old Qin's villa? Could it be the target has learned of old Qin's identity and is preparing to make a move? With that thought, the shadow grew noticeably more anxious. Like a monkey with a few leaps, it reached the crown of a large tree. It stood lightly on a thin branch, as if without weight, looking out over the situation near the villa. As it ceased moving, the leaves seemed to integrate with its body, making it almost impossible for outsiders to see. Before long, it had a clear understanding of the immediate vicinity of the villa. There were 9 investigators outside, 8 men and 1 woman. The 8 male investigators were positioned in pairs on all 4 sides of the villa. The lone female investigator was reprimanding 3 scantily dressed women on the lawn while taking notes. "This is a bit tricky." The shadow silently analyzed the situation. An investigation bureau squad probably consists of 10 to 12 people. So there should still be 2 to 4 people inside the house. Although it's a bit dangerous, I can give it a try. Thinking this, the shadow, carrying an old-fashioned rifle, silently jumped down from the tree and, once again stepping into the shadows, turned into a gust of wind, beginning to infiltrate the villa. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away from Qin's villa, a transport truck was also making its way toward Qin's villa. Inside the cargo compartment of the truck were a dozen or so young men holding guns, excitedly gesturing to each other. They wore uniform black knitted balaclava hats and patchwork tactical vests that were old and worn, with a big red cross spray painted on the chest, clearly members of the United Front. Among them, a young man standing in the center was vigorously pep-talking everyone. This time, it's a mission arranged by the higher-ups. Let us eliminate a person who poses a significant threat to the organization. He not only killed 2 of our members, but also disrupted the organization's various plans. The higher-ups have promised that if we successfully kill him, we can receive a lot of rewards. leave this broken planning district and move to the holy district. Good. Hearing the leader's enticing promises, the dozen or so young men present were all greatly inspired. They waved their guns as if they could see that brilliant and splendid future. At the same time, inside the villa, Qin Sheng was clearly still harboring a sliver of hope for Qiu Tu. So, when Qiu Tu asked him for a birthday gift, he didn't play any tricks but went upstairs to the safe to retrieve a small golden horse and brought it down holding it in both hands. After placing the small golden horse in front of Qiu Tu, Qin Sheng said with a forced smile, "Chief Qiu, this is a small golden horse. I wish you a happy birthday, and may you achieve immediate success." Hearing Qin Sheng's incongruous blessing, Qiu Tu smiled and picked up the small golden horse to admire it. One had to admit, it was exquisitely crafted and hefty. Too bad it was obviously not something a young person would like, especially for a teenager. Thinking this, Qiu Tu laughed and placed the golden horse on the table. Then, pretending to be greedy, said, "Fifth master, who gives just one gift in a household? Haven't you heard that good things come in pairs? When giving gifts, it's always done in doubles." Seeing Qiu Tu's appetite growing, Qin Sheng's expression stiffened slightly. But, given the situation was stronger than him, after hesitating for a moment, he still forced a smile and said, "You make a good point, a very good point. I'll go get another one." After saying that, he went upstairs again, this time with Qin Feng. Qiu Tu watched Qin Sheng's retreating figure with an indifferent gaze and shook his head slightly. It seemed that old Master Qin had lately been so exhausted by the interrogations of the security department that he had lost his coolness and basic judgment. A teenager like him, at an age full of hot blood, spoiled and doted on by his family. How could he possibly remain this restrained in the face of constant pressure? That was practically an inadvertent confession. With these thoughts, soon after, Qin Sheng returned with another small golden horse to the living room on the first floor of the villa. Watching Qin Sheng fawning like a sycophant and bursting with gold coins, Qiu Tu couldn't help but laugh. He weighed the two golden horses in his hands. They should be about 600 grams. It was not that his hands were accurate, but rather, the weight was marked underneath the horses. A small goldfish is roughly 31 grams of gold, equivalent to 200 silver yuan. And these two golden horses amounted to 20 small goldfish, nearly 4,000 silver yuan, roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of 3.2 million renminbi. On the surface, Qiu Tu remained expressionless, but inside he clicked his tongue in admiration. It was just like old Master Qin to be so wealthy. A casual greeting gift was almost worth as much as the cash Master Qin Si carried with him when he fled. While thinking this, Qiu Tu played with the two golden horses as if he couldn't put them down. After fidgeting with them for a while, Qiu Tu put down the two small golden horses and looked at Qin Sheng again, with a leg propped up, smiling and saying, "Not enough." At that moment, Qin Sheng's entire face changed. Clearly, Qin Heng had also realized that Qiu Tu's appetite was like a bottomless pit. If things went on like this, his entire fortune wouldn't be enough to fill Qiu Tu's greed. Therefore, knowing that a soft approach wouldn't work, Qin Sheng immediately switched tactics. He whooshed to his feet and then pointed at Qiu Tu and cursed, "You son of a bitch! I'll fucking..." He had barely started speaking when Qiu Tu directly reached for the gun at his waist and swoosh, pressed it against his forehead. The muzzle of the ice spear caused Qin Sheng to swallow back the rest of his words instantly. He looked at Qiu Tu with a furious expression, feeling as if he had truly seen a ghost. Was this deputy chief really so lawless? Storming into a person's home with investigators and starting to extort? If extortion failed, just draw a gun and shoot. Was there no law left? This was the planning area under the control of the sanctuary. Qin Sheng remembered that even when Xinjia City was still a disaster zone, the public security had never been so outrageous. Although he was cursing Qiu Tu furiously in his heart, Qin Sheng really didn't dare to gamble with Qiu Tuesday. After all, during this period, he had come to understand a bit about Qiu Tu's madness. who knew whether Qiu Tu wasn't just bluffing, but actually planning to end his life. Thinking this, Qin Sheng's face once again wore a forced smile. Chief Qiu, why can't you take a joke? Just now, I was just trying to perform a little joke for you. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu laughed, ha ha, and patted Qin Sheng's face with the gun. Fifth Master, you indeed look like a joke. But still, I actually prefer the unruly look you had just now. Qin Sheng quickly piled on an even thicker smile. Chief Qiu is joking. How could I possibly act unruly in front of Chief Qiu? After saying that, he hastily added, Right, Chief Qiu, weren't you dissatisfied with the birthday gift just now? In addition to these 2 golden horses, how about I give you 10 more little goldfish? What do you think? Qiu Tu smiled 20. A hesitant expression flickered across Qin Sheng's face, but in the end, he nodded, Deal. Qiu Tu 40. Just as Qin Sheng was extending his hand to shake with Qiu Tu. At the entrance, a suppressed laugh rang out. It was Lu Fuping who had just finished taking notes and returned to the villa. Perhaps because she remembered how Qiu Tu had raised the price with her a few days ago. She laughed so hard that her whole body shook, causing waves to surge. Seeing this, Qiu Tu glanced at her and paid no mind to the woman shirking her duties. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng's forehead was dotted with sweat, but faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, he didn't dare to wipe it away. So he took a few deep breaths, begging for mercy. Chief Qiu, I really can't come up with that many little goldfish. Qiu Tu, however, said indifferently, Then you go sell them. Qiu Tu took another look at Qin Sheng top to bottom and clicked his tongue. I must say, Fifth Master, you do have some good looks. Cuckoo. Lu Fuping, standing at the doorway, couldn't help but muffle her laughter, sounding like someone stifling their chuckles. This intensified the humiliation felt by Qin Sheng, making his face even uglier. He took a couple of deep breaths, ready to throw some tough words out again. But just then, Qiu Tu unexpectedly interrupted him. Enough, old master. You're in your dozens and still putting on an act in front of a youngster like me. Isn't it tiring? Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Sheng's pupils obviously shrunk sharply, and his body stiffened for a moment. But then, he pretended not to understand and looked at Qiu Tu. Chief Qiu, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Qiu Tu, however, looked at him expressionlessly and analyzed mercilessly. After I exposed your identity, your pupils contracted slightly. You blinked 3 times in succession. Lips pinched tight, your body involuntarily shook slightly. This shows your inner nervousness and unease. You are on guard. Haha. Qin Sheng chuckled dryly. Agent Qiu, I don't understand what you're talking about. I am me, not some old master. As he said this, he looked seriously at Qiu Tu. Today, you forced your way into my house, drove away my friends. You took out a gun and threatened me, asking for bribes. All of this I will record and then lodge a complaint with the Investigation Bureau, the Municipal Committee. Even if the Qin family is currently facing difficulties, there are so many families in Xinjie City watching. In the establishment of Xinjie City, the Qin family has also worked hard for the sanctuary, has its merits. If our family has indeed made a mistake, we will accept any punishment from a sanctuary. But to treat an unrelated family member like me with such unfairness, I believe that the major families of Xinjie City will not just stand idly by and watch. At that time, I'll be interested to see if the Investigation Bureau can protect you. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu laughed. While you were saying the first part, your gaze drifted to the left, your body slightly turned to another direction, reducing direct contact with me. Your body movements drew back, subconsciously performing self-protection. This means you're lying. And while you were speaking the second half, your hand clenched slightly, your body tensed up, and your tone raised. It indicates that you're trying to muster up some nerve, attempting to intimidate me. Old master, you have way too many slips. Shall we keep going? Hearing Qiu Tu's questions, one after another made for an interrogation, Qin Sheng seemed to recall the fear he had been subjected to by the security department over the past couple of days. For the past 2 days, the nonstop interrogation by the security department had really worn him out, both mentally and physically. Thus, in his spare time, he had called over 3 girls, hoping to relax a bit. But who would have expected that before he could even start to unwind, the political department burst in, and to top it off, that damned Qiu Tu actually came to his house to interrogate him. If it had ended there, Qin Sheng might not have so easily thrown in the towel. After all, at worst, he would just be dealing with 2 interrogations at the same time. But as the kingpin who single-handedly brought the Qin family into the top 3 in Xinjia City, even though old Master Qin might not have had the highest level with the backing of family heritage and the anti-government armed forces, he did have an eye for reading people, gained from years of grappling in the Jianghu. So, he was absolutely certain that Qiu Tu was not bluffing him. He truly knew his identity, his secrets. Facing the young chief who single-handedly sparked a massive purge throughout Xinjia City, old Master Qin knew that continuing to stubbornly resist was pointless. Thinking this, he took a deep breath, gradually relaxed, and the hunched back due to obsequiousness slowly straightened. He finally stopped pretending and looked at Qiu Tu with eyes neither joyful nor sorrowful, asking, "How did you find out my identity?" After finishing talking, he paused to think, then confidently spoke to himself. "It was young Dong who spilled the beans, wasn't it? He must have revealed my secret to that child, little Rue. Then you interrogated it out of her, right?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu watched with great interest as Qin family's old master's demeanor seemed to be that of a completely different person, feeling that things were finally getting interesting. However, even though he found it interesting, Lu Fuping and Chun Feng inside the room did not share the sentiment. They just felt like they couldn't keep up with the unfolding events, as if their CPUs were burning out. At first, they watched with composed and spectator-like expressions as Qiu Tu relentlessly pressured Qin Sheng, the last scion of the Qin family. Due to their trust in Qiu Tu, they didn't believe that he had traveled this far solely to extort a rich second generation facing a great disaster. Thus, they were also waiting for Qiu Tu to show his hand, eager to discover what secrets Qin Sheng was hiding. But when Qiu Tu called Qin Sheng Old Master, they had already started to get confused. What Old Master? Who is the Old Master? Is this teenager in front of them the Old Master? At this point, their heads were wrapped in question marks. Therefore, when Qin Sheng finally admitted that he was the Old Master, the 2 of them were utterly dumbfounded. They felt like failing students in a math class who, in the time it took to look down and pick something up, saw 1 + 1 is equal to 2 turn into gold box conjecture on the blackboard. They felt as though they hadn't missed anything, and the problem remained the same, but the entire process and development were completely different. With this in mind, they rapidly replayed the conversation between Qiu Tu and Qin Sheng. Both considered elites within the political department and quite capable. They pieced together the dialogue between Qiu Tu and Old Master Qin, as well as key names like Young Dong and Little Rue that were mentioned. Soon, a bold speculation began to take shape in their minds. Is this teenager really Old Master Qin, once a major figure in Xinjia City? What the hell is going on, they thought. With this, they immediately considered another question. How did their chief find out? Why was he looking for this supposedly resurrected Old Master? With these thoughts, both felt as though their chief was shrouded in mystery. So, they eagerly perked up their ears, not daring to blink, afraid they might miss some critical information. Meanwhile, facing Old Master Qin's question, Qiu Tu didn't respond at all. He was the interrogator, not the criminal. He had no obligation to answer Old Master Qin's questions. Instead, he simply started a new line of questioning, probing, "Old Master, how are you adapting to this new body of yours? What's it like to have 2 bodies?" At the same time, outside the villa, a shadow carrying an old rifle on his back and wearing goggles easily entered the villa's garden along the side of the house. It seemed he had some kind of invisibility class cataclysmic ability, which is why the agents, even after scanning his hiding spots several times, seemed unable to see his figure. Thus, Utilizing various shadows and corners, the shadow successfully avoided the patrolling gaze of the 8 agents and the 3 handcuffed young ladies, infiltrating the villa. Once inside the villa, his movements became even more cautious. Moving along the shadow by the wall, he skillfully headed towards the living room. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the living room and saw Qiu Tu and 2 other agents. At this moment, Qiu Tu was at the living room entrance, keeping watch while chatting idly with Ding Xiaolu and Julian. Since there were several other teams of scouts on guard outside the villa, the 3 of them weren't very vigilant. Leaning against the wall, Ding Xiaolu peeked through the crack of the door at the scene inside the living room and then naively asked, "Brother Biao, I just overheard something about today possibly being the boss's birthday. Shouldn't we also prepare a gift for him?" Hearing Ding Xiaoyu's words, Qiu Tu slapped the back of his head and said in a low voice, "Are you an idiot? The boss could be celebrating his birthday any of the 365 days in a year, just not today. When he says it's his birthday, it's clearly a ruse to fleece that Qin Wui. Without finding a pretext, wouldn't that be too embarrassing for him?" As he said this, Qiu Tu leaned against the wall too, putting on the air of someone who had been around, and explained to Ding Xiaolu, "Let me tell you, the boss is the smart one here. This kind of thing, it happens in every city. If we don't eat, others will. Forget about the Qin family. Even those lofty directors and committee members would be stripped clean of their wealth and family by everyone in Xinjia City if they can't survive this ordeal. The juiciest benefits get eaten by those at the top. The broth and juices are taken by us, and even the scraps and leftovers are cleaned up by the neighbors or underground factions. Anyway, it's a dog-eat-dog world. Don't think you're above it all just because you were yesterday. If you fall today, countless others want to eat your flesh, drink your blood, and suck your bones dry." After listening to Qiu Tu, Ding Xiaolu looked at him admiringly and said, "Brother Biao, you know so much." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu smiled smugly and boasted, "I heard it from my uncle who's a deputy staff in Eastern City. They established Eastern City a year and a half before ours, and they've been through all kinds of bloody storms. A lot of their experiences are very useful to us." Continuing, Qiu Tu lowered his voice and said, "According to my uncle, the 1st to 3rd year after a city is founded is when the upper middle classes go through the most frequent reshuffling. Many conflicts suppressed during the city's early days start to erupt. The major families and powers are gradually adapting to the rules of the planning area and also start scheming to seize power and profit from the higher-ups from the sanctuary. So, many forces and families could be wiped out, and many officials could be brought down. And this is when the real sifting begins. As long as you side with the right people in these 2 years, you will see significant development." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Ding Xiaolu suddenly said, "I see. No wonder I've recently heard that those big shots on Longshan Road seem." While Qiu Tu and Ding Xiaolu were shooting the breeze, a shadow silently lurked not far from them, listening to their entire conversation. He wasn't concerned with the latter analyses from Qiu Tu's uncle, but focused on the first part of Qiu Tu's words. "The target is extorting Old Qin. This is good news. It seems Old Qin's identity has not been exposed. Then I need to be extra careful when I make my move to not expose Old Qin." Thinking this, he estimated the distance between Qiu Tu's group and the door to be only half a meter. His cataclysmic ability couldn't guarantee not being exposed within this distance. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the layout of the villa, so he glanced around the corridor and quietly made his way around the wall toward the other side of the living room. Meanwhile, inside the villa's living room, Qiu Tu and Old Master Qin were continuing their tense standoff. Inhabiting a body that was only in its teens, Old Master Qin's eyes were deep and restrained. Aside from that, he showed no difference from a young man, whether in expression or vitality. When he heard Qiu Tu's question, he smiled faintly and said, "This body is a clone of my own genes, of course. I feel perfectly comfortable in it. As for how it feels, of course, it's a sensation of youth I've never had before. My skin no longer has disgusting age spots or wrinkles. My teeth are no longer loose. My joints no longer ache when it's rainy and damp. Even my manhood is brimming with energy every day. As he spoke, he looked at Qiu Tu, his eyes filled with a naked desire that seemed ready to burst forth. Do you understand the feeling of waking up every morning, heart awake? Do you understand the feeling of going through battle with several women and still being as spirited and energetic as ever? Do you understand the sound of women begging for mercy in their words of adoration? Qiu Tu. He shook his head slightly, advising, Old master, there's always a loss for every gain in this world. If you've acquired such ability, you must have lost much more. Old Master Qin laughed heartily. Indeed, I've lost aging, embarrassment, and worries. After saying this, Old Master Qin looked at Qiu Tu seriously and said earnestly, Qiu Tu, you're young now and won't understand the despair one feels when one ages gradually and life nears its end. To keep living, to return to youth, I would give anything. That's why I made a deal with God. As he said this, he glanced at Shen Feng, who stood by his side, and Lu Fuping, who stood by Qiu Tu's side, and spoke with a devout tone. Today, since you become aware of God's information, it means you're fated with God. Therefore, I can offer you a chance to bask in the divine light. Rest assured, just basking in the divine light doesn't mean you have to worship God. Once you experience the joy within, you will willingly dedicate your loyalty to God. Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu felt like something was wrong with his ears, as if they could automatically translate certain phrases. Basking in divine light? Considering the path of God that old Master Qin worships, isn't that basically an invite to a silver party? This is if one could receive such an invitation without needing to bask in the divine light. Qiu Tu would certainly run faster than anyone. After all, he was a man who would never gamble or dabble in drugs. But the thought of having to bask in the divine light made Qiu Tu apprehensive. Who knows if there might be some problems with it? This was a world with supernatural powers, and moreover, these powers were of a bizarre nature. Participating in such a silver party, Qiu Tu genuinely worried that he would become a puppet to that god from this point forward. Thinking along these lines, Qiu Tu didn't dare let old Master Qin continue to control the pace of the conversation. He timely brought the pace of the conversation back under his control. He said disdainfully, Experience the joy within? I can experience plenty of joy without your God. Moreover, without your God, I can still hear the pleading cries and admiring words of women. What? Can your God give me the experience of being simultaneously in front and behind? Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, old Master Qin immediately showed an evil smile. Of course, if you have two bodies, you can surely experience different sensations at the same time, can't you? Hearing this, Qiu Tu feigned surprise and interest as old Master Qin had anticipated. Then he inquired, What about 3 bodies together? Wouldn't that be even more thrilling? Old Master Qin confidently said, Of course, that's possible. As long as you are sufficiently devout to God, you can have 3 bodies at the same time. Qiu Tu asked, Have you experienced it? This time, old Master Qin obviously hesitated, but he still said with a smile, Of course. Seeing old Master Qin's expression and hearing his words, a smile formed on Qiu Tu's lips. Key information obtained. In the exchange of questions and answers between Qiu Tu and old Master Qin just now, the most important wasn't the dialogue itself, but the moment of hesitation from old Master Qin. That hint of hesitation was a clear sign of insincerity. So, Qiu Tu could be certain that he hadn't tried having 3 bodies at once. And considering old Master Qin's behavior today, as well as the reputation of Qin Sheng as a profligate son in Xinjia City, if he truly had 3 bodies, he would definitely have tried it at least once to experience it. Therefore, Qiu Tu could almost be sure that old Master Qin probably only had Qin Heng and Qin Sheng's 2 bodies. So, if both he and the security department captured one of his bodies, he was very likely unable to escape. It seems I might not need to resort to my plan B and can wrap this up directly. With this in mind, Qiu Tu lost the desire to continue talking nonsense with old Master Qin and was ready to directly issue the order to have him handcuffed and then slowly interrogate him and uncover the secrets of God. At that moment, suddenly, Qiu Tu's spiritual perception tingled, as if giving him a warning. Qiu Tu instinctively looked in the direction of the warning. It was the corridor that led from the villa's living room to the backyard. But when Qiu Tu looked over, he realized that there was nothing unusual there. Forget about the cats and birds in movies and TV shows that draw the enemy's attention. There wasn't even a piece of paper. Qiu Tu's brow furrowed slightly, puzzled. Could it be am I being overly suspicious? This small villa covered more than 600 square meters, with 7 or 8 rooms on the first floor, and as the living room that connected everything, it naturally had many pathways, with 4 or 5 exits alone. Although Qiao Dabiao was only guarding the front door, other agents were on watch in the garden in the back, and it would be impossible for someone to enter the villa undetected from the back. With these thoughts, Qiu Tu withdrew his gaze, ready to issue his commands once again. But just then, suddenly, there was a loud bang of a gunshot. Qiu Tu reflexively ducked his head and then belatedly realized it came from outside the villa. At the same time, that gunshot sounded like a signal for the enemy to attack, as a series of gunshots, bang, 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 began to ring out over the villa. Hearing that succession of gunshots, even a fool would know something was wrong, that they had encountered a hostile attack. Therefore, without needing Qiu Tu's instructions, Chen Feng rushed forward in a few strides, grabbed old Master Qin's arms, and twisted him back onto the table, demanding loudly, "You actually dare to arrange an attack on the political department?" Old Master Qin also felt incredibly wronged at this moment. Although he had committed countless misdeeds, this wasn't his doing. So, with a bewildered look, he shook his head. "I don't know. This isn't arranged by me." Qiu Tu's face was as cold as water as he looked into old Master Qin's eyes, briefly discerning that he probably wasn't lying. Therefore, Qiu Tu didn't panic due to the hostile attack, but instead calmly issued orders. "Chen Feng, handcuff old Master Qin to the staircase." The staircase in this small villa had metal handrails that couldn't be moved. Once handcuffed, there was no escape. Chen Feng hastily complied, escorted old Master Qin to the stairs, and handcuffed him. Seeing that old Master Qin was secured, Qiu Tu called out to the outside, "Big Biao." The living room door was pushed open from the outside, and Qiao Dabiao walked in with a serious face, pistol in hand. "Chief," Qiu Tu ordered, "you and Chen Feng stay here. Keep a close watch on old Master Qin. Don't let anyone take him away amidst the chaos." After speaking, he pulled out his own service pistol, motioned towards Lu Fuping, and Ding Xiaolu and Julian by the door. "Let's go see who dares to cause trouble outside." When faced with a sudden attack, the composure of the team leader could easily stabilize the moods of the subordinates. Therefore, seeing how composed Qiu Tu was, everyone else, who had been nervous just moments ago, calmed down as well. They drew their pistols and followed Qiu Tu out with rapid strides. And after Chen Feng, Qiao Dabiao, and old Master Qin were left alone in the living room, the atmosphere instantly became much colder. Qiao Dabiao also knew this was a crucial moment, so he put away his usual carefree demeanor and took a defensive position on the other side of the living room with his gun, forming a triangular position with Chen Feng, who was guarding old Master Qin. On a battlefield where enemies might appear at any moment, guards should be spread out to avoid being wiped out all at once. And Qiao Dabiao's behavior indeed posed some difficulty for the shadowy figure who had just sneaked into the living room. He glanced at Qiao Dabiao hiding behind a cabinet, then at Chen Feng guarding old Master Qin, raising and lowering the rifle in his hand, possibly lacking full confidence in rescuing old Master Qin unharmed. He thought for a moment, and then hid upstairs, taking out a small silver metallic box from his pocket. The surface of the little box was carved with various eerie and bizarre patterns. Inside, it was lying a plump white caterpillar. Opening the box, the shadow gently pinched the white caterpillar. The caterpillar, as if in pain, spat out a transparent, delicate thread. The shadow continued pinching, and the caterpillar kept releasing more thread. Soon, there was a small pile of transparent threads in the box. The shadow picked up the end of the thread and tossed it into the void toward the floor below. The thread, as if existing in another reality, silently penetrated the floorboards, walls, and countless spaces, striking directly into old Master Qi's heart. In that instant, old Master Qi's body visibly jerked. Seeming to know what it was, his expression shifted subtly, and he directly inquired in his heart, "Lone Wolf? You're here." Upstairs, the lone wolf tied the other end of the thread to his finger and also responded in his heart, "Old Qin, it's me. Qiu Tu has been staying in the investigation bureau this whole time, and I never had the chance to make a move. So, as soon as he left the bureau today, I followed closely, only to end up here at your place." Upon hearing this, old Master Qin asked deeply, "Did you bring those people outside?" Lone Wolf replied succinctly, "No. Knowing that you were under Qiu Tu's control, I didn't want to spook anyone, just sneaked quietly into the villa without calling for backup yet." Pausing for a moment, he then asked, "I see that there are only 2 of them guarding you. If you cooperate with me and find a way to dodge at the right moment, I should be able to get you out safely." Hearing Lone Wolf's words, old Master Qin immediately rejected the suggestion, "Don't rescue me. Kill Qiu Tu first. Take him out. Then kill that female agent in the living room and this agent beside me. They're the ones who know my identity. If we don't deal with them, even if you rescue me, it will be difficult for us to escape Xinjia City. Moreover, after killing Qiu Tu, it should be easier to save me." Hearing old Master Qin's strategy, Lone Wolf fell silent for a moment. Attacking way to save Zhao is indeed a good idea. Once I assassinate Qiu Tu, the 2 agents in the living room may be lured away or thrown into disarray, making them easier to deal with at that point. After speaking, he said, "Then old Qin, wait for me. After I kill Qiu Tu, I'll come back to rescue you." Having finished the conversation, Lone Wolf tugged gently at the transparent thread. The thread was pulled out from old Master Qin's heart. After a few tugs, he drew the thread back in front of him. Lone Wolf unwound the thread from his finger, and in the next second, the thread self-ignited without wind, turning into specks of ash. Seeing this, Lone Wolf carefully closed the silver box and solemnly put it back in his pocket, then confidently made his way toward the villa entrance with a rifle on his back. With his stealth, invisibility class, cataclysmic ability, he was the king of assassins walking through the darkness. After all, unless one is a high-order catastrophist, within a meter, a rifle shot to the head means death for anyone. Meanwhile, Qiu Tu had also arrived at the entrance of the villa, with Lu Fuping, Ding Xiaolu, Zhu Yan, and other confidants. At this time, 3 groups of agents had already retreated to the entrance of the villa, holding their pistols with pale faces, hiding by the door, and cautiously observing the outside. At the main entrance of the villa, 17 or 18 United Front members, wearing black knitted balaclava hats and worn tactical vests pieced together, were divided into 2 teams, taking turns shooting at the villa entrance under the cover of barricades. The 3 scantily clad women old Master Qin had invited today had already died in the first wave of the attack, sprawled in pools of blood. Seeing this, Qiu Tu quickly grabbed an agent he knew well and asked with a serious face, "Li Xian, what the hell happened? How did the United Front get here?" The agent named Li Xian was obviously terrified as well. Suppressing his racing heart, he looked at Qiu Tu and said with effort, Chief, I don't know. We were originally following Captain Chao's orders to be on guard in all 4 directions. Then, suddenly, a group of United Front members emerged from the roadside and started shooting at us without saying a word. Old Wang was killed on the spot, and I was injured. I could only run desperately towards the villa. When the other 3 groups heard the gunshots, they also hurried over to support us. Then we retreated back into the villa. At this point, Li Xian even showed his injured right abdomen, which was bloody and had stuck to his uniform. On seeing this, Qiu Tu, with a grave expression, patted Li Xian's shoulder, You guys have had it tough. He paused, then continued. Since you're injured now, go inside the villa, find some alcohol to disinfect the wound, and bandage it up. We got this. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Li Xian quickly replied, No problem, Chief. I can hold on. Now, the enemy outnumbers us, and we don't know if they have reinforcements. Having one more person to fight means we can hold on a bit longer. Listening to Li Xian's words and seeing his resolute and genuine gaze, Qiu Tu's eyes flickered slightly as he patted Li Xian's shoulder firmly. Good. While peeking out to observe the enemy's situation, he arranged, Little Lu, count our people. See if everyone has gotten inside the villa. Sister Lu, call the bureau and ask for reinforcements. Huyen, find some alcohol to disinfect Li Xian's wound and bandage it up. After a few rapid instructions, the agents at the villa entrance started moving like they had found their backbone. Seeing this, Qiu Tu squeezed into a small room facing the outside of the villa and cautiously peered out to observe the situation. This time the anti-government armed forces had clearly come prepared. They were all fully equipped with handguns, and even 2 or 3 of them had rifles in their hands. Qiu Tu made a quick count. There were 17 in the front. Assuming there was at least a group of 2 from the other 3 directions, that made 23 people. This was nearly double the number of men on Qiu Tu's side. And compared to the United Front members Qiu Tu had last seen, who fired their guns wildly and haphazardly, these members were obviously much more professional. Not only did they divide into 2 groups for alternating fire and suppression, they also used cover to steadily advance, clearly leaving no chance for Qiu Tu and the others to turn the tables. So, just in the short minute that Qiu Tu had been giving orders, the United Front members had already advanced to just 3 meters from the villa's door. One more dash, and they would be up against the villa's outer walls. Keep in mind that this villa was not any sort of military establishment. It didn't even have security measures, meaning there were too many windows and doors for the attackers to enter directly into the villa. Once that happened, without the advantage of the terrain, the chances of victory for Qiu Tu and his people would grow even slimmer. Thinking this, Qiu Tu knew he couldn't let the situation deteriorate any further. But how to deal with these invaders? With these thoughts, Qiu Tu involuntarily started to rapidly ponder over the few cataclysmic treasures and cataclysmic creatures in his possession. The Seal of Ownership Lucky Joker card, Cataclysmic Awakening Potion, Mandragora Love Drug, Silver Key Beehive, Trigger Paper Figure. As he inventoried the cataclysmic treasures he could use, Qiu Tu realized that the rewards he had obtained lately were all auxiliary defense relics. He didn't have a single treasure that could be used for attack. The only thing he was grateful for was that he hadn't rashly used his cataclysmic ability, Order Space, to interrogate old Master Qin. It gave him a bit more confidence. With Order Space and the Trigger Paper Figure, even if he couldn't repel the enemy, he could still retreat unharmed. It's just, by that time, the confidence he had painstakingly cultivated, including the recently acquired old Master Qin, might not be able to take many with him. After all, the maximum reach of Order Space was only 2 meters. Facing the current mid-range gunfight, it had practically no effect, serving only for self-preservation and escape. This made him quite unwilling. Thinking this way, his brows furrowed tightly as he continued to contemplate a way to break through. He had been deep in thought for just 2 seconds. Suddenly, Qiu Tu's eyes lit up. Wait a second, a gunfight? When this keyword surfaced, Qiu Tu seemed to have thought of something, his eyes gradually beginning to shine. If that was the case, perhaps he had a chance to take on these thugs. With this thought, Qiu Tu quickly went to the corridor and called over Lu Fuping, who had just finished on the phone, and another agent, Sister Lu, Jiao Ming, come with me. Although Lu Fuping and Jiao Ming didn't understand what Qiu Tu meant, they followed him back to the room out of trust for Qiu Tu. Amidst the intense gunfire, all the glass in the front rooms of the villa shattered, a breeze blowing the smoke into the room, filling their nostrils with the sense of gunpowder and sulfur. But Qiu Tu seemed as if he hadn't smelled it all. He took a gun from Lu Fuping, held dual pistols crouched down, and then activated his cataclysmic ability, Order Space. With the activation of Order Space, Qiu Tu also set the rule for today's Order Space. Within Order Space, my pistol shooting level will reach the highest level attainable by me personally. As the rule was established, Qiu Tu raised his head to look outside the villa. At that moment, Qiu Tu felt as if the pistols in his hands were part of his arms, intimately familiar. He knew their weight, details, and textures as if they were brand new. And as he raised the pistol and aimed outside, in Qiu Tu's eyes, it was as if there were faint white dashed lines, allowing him to easily track the bullet trajectories. Already possessing a high talent for shooting, coupled with the powers bestowed by his cataclysmic ability, he was like aided by God. His expressionless face adjusted the aim of the gun slightly, targeting the leader of the anti-government armed forces who was just about to sprint out from cover. Then, with an indifferent gaze, he pulled the trigger. The next second, flames flickered, gunpowder ignited. A bullet fiercely flew out from the muzzle of Qiu Tu's gun, then instantly crossed several meters, drilling directly into the forehead of the leader who was charging forward. There was a muffled bang, a red dot appeared on the leader's forehead. With an incredulous expression on his face, his body still poised to sprint. Then, with a thump, he fell to the ground. For a moment, the scene seemed to fall silent. But Qiu Tu did not stop his actions. At that moment, he was like a ruthless killing machine, adjusting the aim, confirming the shooting trajectory, and pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 At this time, Qiu Tu was like the Grim Reaper himself, each shot claiming a vibrant life. At this juncture, not to mention the United Front members outside the villa, even Lu Fuping and Jiao Ming inside the house were stunned. Xinjia City had just been established, with much to be done, and the agents of the Investigation Bureau had hardly undergone much training, especially in departments like the Political Department, which dealt with espionage and counter-espionage and rarely needed to go into battle. Seeing such skilled marksmanship was indeed unusual. So at that moment, they were all too shocked to speak. Just then, while they were still in shock, Qiu Tu suddenly threw the gun in his hands to the other two, snatched the gun from Jiao Ming's hand, and said coldly, "Reload." After speaking, Qiu Tu, holding a single gun, aimed outside the window, and once again began firing with a bang, bang, bang. Qiu Tu's natural talent for shooting was not lacking, and in his previous life, he had undergone some training, but now, with the enhancement of his cataclysmic ability, he truly had the strength of a tiger with added wings. He felt like he was a special agent in some movie on an unstoppable killing spree, with every bullet finding its enemy. At this time, the members of the United Front outside the villa were utterly dumbfounded. Their attack had been thoroughly planned. Not only had they discussed combat strategies, but also as they advanced, they didn't act rashly, taking cover behind various shelters and moving forward under the covering fire. Therefore, aside from the first few United Front members Qiu Tu killed who had no cover, the rest he took down were hiding behind cover, merely poking their heads out a little. Even then, they couldn't escape Qiu Tu's bullets. Moreover, what was even more fatal was that Qiu Tu's shots hit their foreheads, killing with each bullet. If this world had any online games, those United Front members would surely be yelling that Qiu Tu was cheating, and that he was using an aimbot. Regardless, Qiu Tu's counterattack had them thoroughly bewildered, especially when Qiu Tu, wielding dual guns, took down 5 or 6 United Front members with shots just above their covers, making them too scared to even move, let alone return fire. Thus, for a time, Qiu Tu alone managed to suppress the firepower of over a dozen men. At this point, Qiu Tu began to feel it. Relying on the protection of his trigger dummy, he stood upright and shouted to the outside, "Come on, I'm right here. If you dare, shoot me." Hearing Qiu Tu's arrogant shouts, indeed, someone couldn't help but stick out their head, intending to shoot Qiu Tu twice. But as soon as they did, a bang echoed from a gunshot. The next second, a sharp pain spread rapidly from his forehead through his entire body. The following second, he fell to the ground, losing consciousness completely. Qiu Tu's astonishing marksmanship truly terrified the United Front members. Seeing that fearless member struck dead by Qiu Tu, they were even more afraid to make a move. But while they dared not move, Qiu Tu turned to Jiao Ming and instructed, "Lead the brothers out. Don't worry, I'll provide cover fire." If anyone had told Jiao Ming before today that one person would provide cover fire for them, Jiao Ming would probably have thought the person was crazy. But having witnessed Qiu Tu's extraordinary shooting, having seen how he suppressed the firepower of more than a dozen men with deadly accuracy, there was only one thought in Jiao Ming's mind. Just do it. With that thought, he sprinted out of the room, leading the equally astonished agents in a charge. As agents of the political department, everyone there was usually too proud to accept defeat. But today they had nearly been annihilated by a group of anti-government armed forces, and they were already furious. However, disadvantaged in numbers, they could only hide in the villa, waiting for their fate to be sealed. Now that Qiu Tu had managed to scatter the opposition with his one-man effort, their earlier frustration and anger transformed into a strong desire to fight. As a result, almost without needing Qiu Tu's cover, these agents charged into the covers of the United Front members, and after a few minor skirmishes, they subdued the entire enemy group. Thus, the battle ended in just a few short minutes. On Qiu Tu's side, 1 dead and 5 wounded. Aside from the agent who was initially killed by stray bullets, there were no further deaths, and the 5 injured were only lightly wounded. One even got injured simply because he ran too fast and sprained his ankle. The United Front had 22 members, 9 killed by Qiu Tu, 2 more shot dead in the melee by the agents, and all the rest captured alive. Such a glorious record made Lu Fuping smile so wide her mouth couldn't close, and she took the initiative to go out and help. Seeing that the battle was finally over, Qiu Tu also let out a sigh of relief. He took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, then turned around intending to check on old Master Qin. But at that moment, he suddenly froze, because right in his line of sight, a sneaky shadow slowly appeared in his order space. The scene was exceedingly eerie. First, a foot slowly emerged on the edge of the order space, followed by a man's leg, and then a man's torso and head. Until the very end, the dark shadow fully appeared in front of Qiu Tu. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, with thick, disorderly hair that merged with his stubble, all unkempt. He wore protective goggles, carried a grass-green backpack on his back, and held a rifle in his hands. Then, just a meter away from Qiu Tu, he carefully aimed the rifle's muzzle at Qiu Tu's head, his index finger on the trigger, seemingly ready to shoot. Qiu Tu. He swiftly lifted his gun and aimed at the middle-aged man's forehead, and bang, he fired a shot. With the boost from the order space, the bullet accurately penetrated the middle-aged man's forehead, bringing up a spray of fresh blood. The middle-aged man wore a look of disbelief on his face, his eyes wide open, staring at Qiu Tu as if questioning how Qiu Tu could see him. Qiu Tu. This guy is an idiot. Thought he was invisible, did he? To attempt such a brazen assassination on me. With that thought, Qiu Tu uttered in surprise. Right? Didn't this person seem to slowly appear just now? Thinking this, Qiu Tu glanced at the middle-aged man who had died with his eyes open, then at the order space surrounding him, and his face lit up with realization. Oh, this person was really invisible. He probably moved so carefully and with such small gestures because he was invisible and afraid of making any noise. And it was because of his invisibility that he was so brazenly able to sneak up beside me and aim a gun at me from close range. Unfortunately for him, he didn't know that the entire small room was within the range of my order space. Perhaps since my order space is a domain-type ability, and it repels other cataclysmic powers, his ability failed, causing him to reveal his form? At this realization, Qiu Tu was caught between laughter and tears for a moment. He was so lost in the killing earlier that he hadn't paid much attention, and, unexpectedly, he had casually eliminated a cataclysmic. This must be the most frustrated death a cataclysmic has ever suffered, right? Bizarrely, Qiu Tu felt a hint of the absurdity one might experience in reality. Who would have thought a cataclysmic's entrance could end so simply, while those ordinary United Front members had made him rack his brains? While thinking this, Qiu Tu also dragged the cataclysmic's body aside, checking the things that the man had been carrying. A dagger, a slightly odd little box, a somewhat old-fashioned looking coin, and a dozen or so silver yuans. At first glance, none of them were worth much money. Qiu Tu curled his lip, dragging the body of this penniless dead man to one side, and picked up his rifle, preparing to go to the living room to check on old Master Qin. No sooner had he taken a step did the crisis countdown in the upper left corner of his vision start to slowly rotate. In a moment, the hourglass of danger in the dark, which would have ended in one day, slowly turned into a bouncing treasure chest. Qiu Tu's eyes swept over the little chest, and he formed a conjecture. It seems these opponents were likely considered a danger that could potentially pose a threat to my life by the crisis countdown. Hence, having dealt with them ahead of time, the crisis countdown disappeared as well. Thinking this, Qiu Tu didn't immediately check the rewards that exploded out of the treasure chest, but instead made his way toward the living room. By now, the gunfight outside had concluded. Lu Fuping, Jiao Ming, Ding Xiaolu, Zhuan, and the others were all leading the captured United Front members back into the villa, one by one. Upon seeing Qiu Tu, fear filled the eyes of the United Front thugs, whereas Jiao Ming, Ding Xiaolu, Zhu Huiyan, and the others looked at him with respect and eagerness. No one does not love the person who saves them at a crisis, nor does anyone not respect a superior who can lead their subordinates to turn the tide and claim victory. Jiao Ming's loyalty plus 32. Lu Fuping's loyalty plus 28. Zhu Huiyan, Li Xian, Ding Xiaolu, Shi Zhang, Su Yun, loyalty plus 21. Viewing the rise in loyalty of his confidants swish, swish, swish due to the gun battle, and seeing the obvious change in their expressions, Qiu Tu smiled and nodded. He stepped into the living room, where Chun Feng and Chao Dabiao were still vigilantly on guard. As for old Master Qin, he sat nonchalantly on the stair steps, his hands cuffed to the stair railing, completely unaffected by the gunfire. When Qiu Tu came in, Chun Feng and Chao Dabiao quickly greeted him, "Chief," and Chao Dabiao, more impulsive in nature, immediately followed up with the question, "Chief, has the gunfight outside ended?" Qiu Tu smiled and nodded, just about to offer an explanation. But just then, suddenly a clattering noise of metal friction sounded. Qiu Tu reflexively looked over, then saw old Master Qin, his face showing surprise, looking at the rifle that Qiu Tu had just gathered from the dead cataclysmic. Perhaps due to the excitement, the handcuffs rubbed against the railing. Perhaps sensing Qiu Tu's unusual gaze, old Master Qin also realized his own lapse and quickly returned his expression to one of complete calm, as if nothing had happened. It was no wonder he couldn't maintain his composure, mainly because Lone Wolf was a cataclysmic, and a cataclysmic whose catastrophe power was perfectly suited for assassination. His cataclysmic ability, Shadow Stealth, was an extremely terrifying power. It not only allowed him to become completely invisible while moving through shadows, masking his presence, but also enabled him to make the objects he touched become invisible as well. This made his cataclysmic ability incredibly versatile. Whether it was for assassination, theft, or investigation, it played a significant role. Since investing a hefty sum to cultivate Lone Wolf, old Master Qin had arranged for him to carry out many tasks over the years. Every time, Lone Wolf returned unscathed and undefeated. Whether it was ordinary officials or businessmen, let alone cataclysmics, there were no fewer than 7 or 8 who had died at his hands. It could be said that Lone Wolf was the ace up old Master Qin's sleeve. So when Lone Wolf was preparing to strike at Qiu Tu, old Master Qin had already written Qiu Tu off as a dead man. Now, Qiu Tu had returned unharmed, while Lone Wolf had vanished without a trace. That was why old Master Qin was somewhat out of sorts, which led to the action that caught Qiu Tu's attention just now. At this moment, Qiu Tu also noticed old Master Qin's abnormal behavior. Even though old Master Qin's expression and movements had returned to normal, Qiu Tu still keenly detected something amiss. He glanced at the rifle in his hand, pondered for a moment, then smiled at the feigned calm old Master Qin and said, "It seems the gunman who tried to assassinate me was one of your men, old Master." Upon hearing this, old Master Qin chuckled and denied it. "I don't know what you're talking about." Qiu Tu didn't care. He gestured to Qiao Dabiao and instructed, "Go to the entrance hall and drag the gunman's body over here." Qiao Dabiao took the order, yes. Before long, the body of Lone Wolf was dragged into the living room by Qiao Dabiao. By this time, even though there was no change in old Master Qin's facial expression at the sight of Lone Wolf's body, his heart was set off like a tempest. If before, upon seeing the rifle, old Master Qin could still deceive himself that Lone Wolf had escaped or carelessly dropped his weapon, but now, seeing Lone Wolf's body, he could no longer fool himself. Lone Wolf was truly dead, dead at the hands of this young section chief before him. How could this be possible? One question after another swirled in old Master Qin's mind. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a loud bang jerked his thoughts back to reality. Old Master Qin looked towards Qiu Tu, who had fired the shot, in horror. Then he saw Qiu Tu aiming the rifle at a cabinet, having just shattered a glazed polychrome monthly ticket porcelain vase on it. At this moment, seeing old Master Qin's gaze turning towards him, Qiu Tu slowly turned the rifle's muzzle in old Master Qin's direction. Looking at the smoking barrel, chilling old Master Qin to the bone, a loud alarm sounded in his mind at that very moment. Sure enough, as Qiu Tu aimed the rifle's sights at old Master Qin, he jokingly said, "Don't be afraid, old Master. That shot was just a fluke. Actually, my marksmanship is pretty mediocre and I've never used a rifle before. So, how many shots do you think it'll take for me to hit you?" In that instant, old Master Qin's forehead was slick with sweat. Trying to laugh it off, he said, "Chief Qiu, you always like to joke like this." Qiu Tu laughed along with a ha-ha and then said, "I do enjoy a good joke, but I don't like people who always beat around the bush with me." As he spoke, Qiu Tu's face turned cold, and then he said, "So, tell me, old master, do you choose to spill all the information or choose death?" Old Master Qin felt sweat streaming down his cheeks, and with difficulty said, "What information?" Qiu Tu's eyes were dark as ink as he asked, "What is God? How do you know him? Are you a cataclysmic, possessing some kind of abilities? What bargain did you strike with God? Does he have other followers in Xinjia City? What are his aims?" Just now, Qiu Tu had killed 10 people, so when his killing intent boiled over, an eerie aura instantly filled the living room. Thus, old Master Qin had no doubt that Qiu Tu would truly pull the trigger. So, staring at Qiu Tu's dark muzzle and feeling the undisguised intent to kill, old Master Qin's complexion continuously shifted, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he inquired, "If I answer your questions, will you spare me?" Qiu Tu said expressionlessly, "Of course. I'm a man of my word and never lie to anyone." Upon hearing this, old Master Qin's face went through several changes. Then, as if making up his mind, he looked at Qiao Dabiao and Chun Feng and said to Qiu Tu, "Let them leave. I'll talk about God's secrets only with you." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu, still holding his gun, slightly nodded his head toward Qiao Dabiao and Chun Feng, signaling, "You two, guard the door." Upon hearing his words, both looked at Qiu Tu with a hint of worry, obviously concerned that old Master Qin might have other tricks up his sleeve. But seeing the firm look in Qiu Tu's eyes, they eventually walked out of the living room in silence and closed the door from the outside. After the two had left, Qiu Tu continued to aim his gun at old Master Qin and said expressionlessly, "Speak, reveal your secret with God." Meanwhile, while Qiu Tu was extorting information from old Master Qin at gunpoint, Qiao Dabiao and Chun Feng were quietly chatting outside the door. Leaning against the wall with a cigarette, Qiao Dabiao squinted as he smoked and asked, "Chun Feng, do you know what I saw just now when I went out?" Chun Feng, with a cold face and standing guard at the door, casually asked, What did you see? Qiu Tu replied, I saw bodies everywhere, more than a dozen, all members of the United Front. Ever since Qiu Tu entered the living room, Chen Feng had guessed that their own side had won the battle. To win a gunfight, casualties were inevitable. So he indifferently responded, so what? Qiu Tu squinted his eyes as he took a deep drag, but they were all shot in the forehead, a kill with one shot. Chen Feng paused for a moment. Leaning against the wall, Qiu Tu looked down and flicked the ashes off his cigarette, then continued, according to little Lu, our officer killed all those people single-handedly. Chen Feng's pupils slightly constricted. Qiu Tu's hand trembled slightly, and, all within 20 or so seconds, Chen Feng abruptly turned to Qiu Tu. Feeling Chen Feng's gaze, Qiu Tu took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled heavily before he chuckled bitterly and asked, do you think the times have changed? He leaned back his head, somewhat melancholic, and said, God, catastrophe, power, cataclysmic treasures, curse. Although I was not in the living room earlier, I participated in the previous interrogation. From the brief remarks of the chief and those traffickers, I guess that it seems to be a world completely different from our understanding. What exactly is that world like? Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Chen Feng also fell silent. After a moment, he slowly said, since the chief deliberately let us encounter these cases, he clearly wishes to prepare us with a certain awareness before gradually leading us into that world. I think, as long as we closely follow the chief's footsteps, we will definitely reach that new world. Perhaps, by then, we could also possess those kinds of miraculous powers. Despite saying this, the usually composed Chen Feng couldn't help but grip his hands tightly. 20 or so seconds to slaughter over a dozen people. It was truly a dimension-reducing strike from a higher being. Is the gap between cataclysmics and ordinary people truly that vast? Previously, due to the unclear distinction between cataclysmics and ordinary people, Chen Feng, though curious about the world of cataclysmics, did not have much longing. But now, after learning about Qiu Tu's battle achievements and Old Master Qin's immortality, miracle, his heart was no longer indifferent. At this moment, while Qiu Tu and Chen Feng were discussing cataclysmics, suddenly bang, 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 3 loud gunshots echoed throughout the entire villa. Both men jolted, reflexively looking towards the direction of the living room. Chen Feng took a quick step towards the door to open it, while Qiu Tu quickly snuffed out his cigarette and followed. Just as both of them reached for the doorknob, the door to the villa's living room was open from the inside. Qiu Tu wiped his hands with an indifferent look, using a white handkerchief as he sandwiched the communicator between his shoulder and cheek, speaking on the phone. Schumann, I've shared the intelligence on God with you. I also told you the leads. Don't delay. Start your control operations right now. This is not a minor issue. If it blows up, it would be a huge scandal, no matter for your security department or for our investigation bureau. Upon seeing Qiu Tu, Chen Feng and Qiu Tu promptly stood at attention, saluting. Having finished saluting, and as if they just realized something, they carefully shifted their gaze, peering through the wide-open door. Then, they saw Old Master Qin, who had been chained to the staircase, now lying in a pool of blood with 3 bullet wounds, lifeless. And the assault rifle somehow had been placed back into the hands of the man Qiu Tu had dragged in. Perhaps sensing their gaze, Qiu Tu seemed to recall something and Oed, and then he put down the communicator and calmly said to them, by the way, just now, a gunman entered through the back door and shot Qin Sheng, Qin Wui. When I witnessed this, I drew my gun and killed the gunman. Go and take care of the scene. After speaking, he went back to making his phone calls with the communicator. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Chen Feng and Qiu Tu glanced at Qiu Tu's receding figure, then back at the 2 corpses inside the house, feeling their hearts chill. At this moment, they seemed to recall Qiu Tu's decisive killings of enemies and his manipulation of people's hearts, his capability to control circumstances as easy as turning his hand over. Our commander, even if he's not a cataclysmic, is no simple character. Thinking this way, the two exchanged glances, promptly followed Qiu Tu's arrangement, and went into the house to deal with the scene. Actually, Qiu Tu had already thought about the aftermath and his explanation when he shot old Master Qin, so the two did not need to consider anything else, needing only to follow Qiu Tu's plan and restore the scene. Thus, quickly, a murder scene was reconstructed. After arranging the scene, standing in the spacious villa hall and looking around, the once splendid living room was now shattered and scarred, with the original owner of the villa laying in a puddle of blood, devoid of life. Added to the pervasive smell of blood inside and outside the villa, it indeed felt as if they were in a completely different world. After surveying the hall and looking at the busy agents outside the window, Qiao Dabiao thought for a moment, then whispered to Chun Feng, "Chun Feng, the reinforcement from the department should arrive soon. Do you think we should silence the others first?" The matter of Qiu Tu shooting old Master Qin was known only to Qiao Dabiao and Chun Feng. So clearly, Qiao Dabiao wasn't referring to this incident, but rather the incident where Qiu Tu shot and killed over a dozen United Front members in about 20 seconds. Hence, upon hearing Qiao Dabiao's words, Chun Feng also felt a bit hesitant. But after struggling internally for 2 seconds, he ultimately nodded and said, "We should indeed silence them. I guess the commander doesn't want this matter to become a sensation either." With that, he paused. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't have switched to 3 different guns to kill the enemy. Upon hearing Chun Feng's words, Qiao Dabiao's face suddenly showed a look of realization. "Yeah, you're right." After agreeing, both of them paused, then involuntarily looked at each other, reading shock in each other's eyes. Their commander really was the type to plan 3 steps ahead. Before, when Qiao Dabiao had moved the middle-aged man's corpse, and while holding the rifle, he had already figured out how old Master Qin would die. And now it seemed he probably had also figured out his alibi while he was shooting his enemies. It's really scary. Is this the difference between a monster and an ordinary person? Thinking this, they dared not speculate on Qiu Tu's thoughts further and quickly began to gather agents to start the cover-up. As for the surviving United Front members, were they likely to leak information? The two weren't worried. Not to mention the crimes these United Front members had committed, and their insignificant status at the bottom made it highly probable they would be executed on the spot, with no chance to divulge anything. And even if they weren't executed on the spot and were taken back to the political department for interrogation, don't forget, the interrogation section was Qiu Tu's turf. Meanwhile, Qin Shuman was also discussing this issue with Qiu Tu. You use your cataclysmic ability in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid Yin Shun, Jia Shu, and the others will find out? However, Qiu Tu just laughed and said nonchalantly, "It's time they knew too. Pieces have their own value, after all. The higher the value, the more you're regarded, right?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Shuman realized that Qiu Tu had already considered all the consequences before using his power. So she didn't press further, trusting him, and shifted the conversation back to the case at hand. "To be honest, if you hadn't provided the information, we would never have guessed that Qin Hung was actually not Qin Hung, but old Master Qin, and that he had 2 bodies. No wonder he was so composed all the time during our rotational interrogations. We had speculated that Qin Hung had received professional training and was accustomed to these interrogations. Turns out, he was actually enjoying his time with his other body while we were interrogating him." At this point, Qin Shuman couldn't help but laugh bitterly. And he didn't just enjoy himself with 1, but 3. Unbelievable. Hearing this, Qiu Tu seemed to see in his mind the scene of Qin Shuman and the security department members increasing the interrogation intensity, while Qin Hung appeared relaxed and unconcerned. After all, how could he not feel blissful while frolicking with 3 girls? So they must have been completely baffled at the time, suspecting Qin Hung was a masochist. With that thought, Qiu Tu couldn't help but laugh as well. After the laughter, Qin Shuman returned to serious matters, saying, "But now that you've destroyed his other body, he'll soon break down. Once the interrogation is over, I'll give you a copy of his record. As for the parts about God, they might involve secrets I can't give you in writing, so I'll tell you personally when we meet someday, she said. Qiu Tu grunted in acknowledgement, smoothly replying, then, I look forward to the day we meet. At Qiu Tu's words, Qin Shuman let out a soft laugh, her voice tender as she teased. Is that all you're looking forward to about meeting me? Qiu Tu laughed as well, saying, Of course, I'm also looking forward to having a few drinks with you. A simple phrase split into two, suddenly infused with a suggestive undertone. On the other end of the phone, Qin Shuman chuckled lightly, playfully retorted, That definitely won't do. Qiu Tu, why? Qin Shuman's voice was a bit muffled as she drew out her words. Because my drink is poisoned. Qiu Tu was puzzled. Poisoned? Qin Shuman, yes. Drinking it can cause addiction. Qiu Tu laughed. I'm not afraid. Qin Shuman laughed even more joyfully. But I am. Qiu Tu, you're afraid? With a seductive tone, Qin Shuman and said, I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it in the end. Hearing Qin Shuman's teasing words, Qiu Tu could no longer suppress a smile. Then it seems. I must try it. After finishing, he added another sentence. By the way, you're talking about drinking, right? Giggle, giggle, giggle. At this point, Qin Shuman couldn't stop laughing. Hearing Qin Shuman's happy laughter, Qiu Tu also smiled. Then he teasingly said, All right, bring on whatever tricks you have as long as it's yours. I'll take it all. Hearing Qiu Tu's candid love talk, Qin Shuman on the other end of the phone laughed even louder. After a brief chat, Qin Shuman hung up the phone somewhat reluctantly. Then, holding the communicator and smiling at the corner of her mouth, she gazed out the window at the scenery, slightly lost in thought. And so she stared for 3 to 4 seconds. Suddenly, a strange coughing sound came from behind her. Cough, cough. Qin Shuman startled, then turned around to look. She saw her subordinate, Lin Zhua, standing in front of her desk with a lifeless expression on his face. Qin Shuman felt taken aback and hesitated before asking, When did you come in? Lin Zhua, since the part about your drink being poisoned. He paused, then asked expressionlessly, Is Chief really planning to poison Qiu Tu? I have a bottle of poison here that will kill him instantly if he drinks it. Do you want to borrow it? Or you could pour it down my throat instead. This dog food, Lin Zhua has really had enough of it. This time, it was Qin Shuman who coughed. She coughed twice, then promptly changed the subject. Don't talk about personal matters while working. I called you here because there's a task for you. Qiu Tu provided a clue. He said there's a man who likes to wear a clown mask and has red hair. As Qin Shuman started talking business, Lin Zhua's expressionless face gradually became serious. Meanwhile, after finishing his call with Qin Shuman, Qiu Tu returned to his villa to handle the aftermath. Perhaps because his heroics today had greatly boosted loyalty, the loyalty level of these detectives generally reached about 70 to 80, so they all looked at Qiu Tu with fervent gazes. Seeing this, Qiu Tu didn't sit idle. He struck while the iron was hot, stopping to show concern for each detective, ensuring the newly elevated loyalty levels were secured. Like this, 10 minutes passed. Not long after winning people's hearts, several T-model cars loaded with detectives came from the distance, kicking up dust as they sped over. And behind the cars, more temporary detectives were running, heading towards the villa as well. Upon reaching the villa's gate, the T-model cars screeched to a stop. Then a squad of detectives jumped out and started setting up a perimeter tensely at the villa's entrance. Clearly, these were the reinforcements Qiu Tu had asked Lu Fuping to call for. The only pity was, like the unwritten rule in countless dramas, reinforcements always arrive leisurely after the enemy has been vanquished. By this time, the squad of detectives also seemed to realize they were too late. So after hesitating for a moment, they sent a tall, thin detective into the villa to check the situation. Once inside the villa, the tall, slender detective had barely taken 2 steps forward when Ding Xiaolu and Jiao Ming, who were on guard at the door, stepped forward and stopped him. Political department handling the case. Which department are you from? Hearing Ding Xiaolu's words, the detective quickly said with an embarrassed smile, Hello, officer. We're a detective from the Xiaofeng Street Public Security Office. We received orders from the Bureau to come and assist. After speaking, he scanned the scene, then cautiously asked, "May I ask, have we arrived too late?" Hearing the detective's words, Ding Xiaolu and Jiao Ming exchanged a glance. Then Ding Xiaolu said proudly, "You are indeed late. The enemy has been completely annihilated by us." After that, he added, "Have your superior come to meet our chief?" "Yes." The detective saluted, then turned and left the villa. Actually, both Ding Xiaolu and Jiao Ming were third-level detectives, holding the same rank as the detective before them. However, as the ACE department of the Investigation Bureau, with internal supervision powers, the political department has always been considered half a rank higher than other departments. So, let alone being third-level detectives, even the deputy staff from other departments had to rank half a step below the political department's deputy staff. Not long after the detective left the villa, a stout figure in uniform, round in shape with the look of a superior officer on his face, followed him inside. The fat man had clearly rushed over upon receiving orders, his face covered in sweat, looking somewhat disheveled. And, judging from his shoulder insignia with 1 bar and 2 flowers, he should be the head of the Public Security Office, ranking 1 level higher than Qiu Tu, making him a bona fide chief. Upon arriving at the villa, the fat man with eyes as small as green beans glanced around the bloodstained scene. Then his sharp gaze landed on Qiu Tu, who was inspecting Li Xian's injuries. That moment, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over with his short legs, offering a greasy smile as he extended his hand first. "Chief Qiu, hello. My name is Cui Darren. I am the director of the Shaofeng Street Public Security Bureau." Hearing his eager introduction, Qiu Tu sensed something was off. He stood up and instead of rashly shaking the chief's hand, he first inquired, "Director Cui knows me?" Cui Darren wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a chuckle, "Chief Qiu, you must be joking. How could I possibly not know you? I am one of your subordinates." Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu looked at Cui Darren's shoulder insignia, confirming he was a legitimate chief. A deputy chief himself, even if it was from a special department like the political department, could at most present as half a rank higher to show off his authority in front of another deputy chief. How could he possibly be the superior of a bona fide chief? With this thought, Qiu Tu's puzzlement only deepened. At that moment, possibly seeing Qiu Tu's confusion, Cui Darren explained with a smile, "Chief Qiu, you might be too important to remember. Just yesterday, your political department approved our Public Security Bureau's joint investigation application, and then appointed you as the head of the 8.16 potion robbery case investigation team. From that moment on, all of us from the Shaofeng Street Public Security Office, as well as the previous members of the investigation team, are temporarily under your leadership. So, we are indeed your subordinates." Cui Darren was clearly talkative. Once he started speaking, he seemed unable to stop. He said, "Let me tell you, we've really been at our wits' end lately. This case has been too difficult to crack, with no information or clues at all. So, we've been hoping and praying for an expert to come save us. Now that you're here, we can rest easy." Hearing Cui Darren's words, Qiu Tu finally understood why the legitimate chief before him was claiming to be his subordinate. Indeed, for the convenience of handling the case, within a joint investigation team, the invited experts from dominant departments often serve as team leaders and have the highest command authority. Other members serve as subordinates and follow their orders. So, Cui Darren's claim of being his subordinate was not incorrect. However, the pharmacy robbery case? Considering this, Qiu Tu couldn't help but view Cui Darren with a more complex expression. This case was not that simple. With these thoughts, Qiu Tu also couldn't help but recall the intelligence he had just received from Old Master Qin. According to Old Master Qin's statement, the god he worshipped, named Larilo, was not some high-order cataclysmic creature, but a genuine deity. She possessed porcelain-like skin and a perfect figure, with a golden crown on her head and a white gauze draped over her body, enchanting and beautiful. The path of cataclysm she practiced was reproduction. The reason Old Master Qin became her follower was also due to a coincidence. More than 20 years ago, after an unsatisfactory experience, old Master Qin was extremely vexed and prayed that if only he could regain his vigor, he was willing to pay any price. As a result, that night, he dreamed of Larilo. In the dream, Larilo told him that she was the deity who governed reproduction and that all domains related to the continuation of life were under her control. Therefore, she could not only help old Master Qin regain his vigor, but she could also enable him to return to his youth and achieve immortality. However, the price was that old Master Qin must worship her and become her follower. At the time, old Master Qin thought it was a fanciful dream born of his daytime thoughts, so he didn't take it seriously and agreed right away. Who knew that the next day, old Master Qin actually did regain his vigor. Not only did he have a long battle with his mistress, but he also left her wailing loudly. This did not make old Master Qin very happy. On the contrary, it filled him with immense fear. After all, if everything that happened in the dream was true, then it meant he might have made an irrevocable deal with a mysterious, unknown existence. Therefore, he began trying to figure out what exactly had happened. But in that era, humans hadn't even given birth to cataclysmics, nor had they developed cataclysmic ability, so how could they understand what a god was? So, after failing to understand what had happened, old Master Qin simply decided to cut his losses and enjoy the benefits that Larilo had brought him. During this time, he sometimes worried whether Larilo might be an evil god, or if there was some kind of trap involved. But after living like this for 2 or 3 years without noticing anything unusual and with his body in good health, he eventually came to believe that the deity he worshipped was genuinely a god. Thus, gradually, he became more devout. In the years that followed, old Master Qin also repeatedly asked Larilo what she needed, if there was anything he, as a follower, could do. But Larilo's response was always that she didn't need anything. All she needed was for her follower to be sexually happy. This was also the reason old Master Qin firmly believed that Larilo was a true god and worth his worship. As for the immortality deal old Master Qin made with Larilo, it was also straightforward. After knowing Larilo for 7 or 8 years, as old Master Qin's age gradually increased, he also began to fear death. So he implored Larilo to slow his aging and grant him eternal life. This time, after a long period of contemplation, Larilo agreed, but also set forth a condition. Larilo would grant old Master Qin an immortal soul. As long as he continuously switched to bodies related to him by blood, he could achieve immortality. In return, old Master Qin needed to use cloned female body technology to cultivate a suitable female body for Larilo and to facilitate her descent into this world. This request was so straightforward that it took old Master Qin by surprise. So, he agreed without hesitation. Thus, over the next 10+ years, old Master Qin, while cultivating bodies for himself and Larilo, aligned himself with a united front to acquire resources and strive for development. Finally, after his relentless efforts, the Qin family became the leading great family in Xinjia City, and 3 years ago, his soul attained immortality and entered into Qin Hung and Qin Sheng's bodies respectively. One of these bodies continued to control the Qin family, while the other led a life of luxury, throwing lavish parties to accumulate power for him and Larilo. And at last, just over half a month ago, the body for Larilo was finally ready. Consequently, old Master Qin arranged the deity descension ceremony according to Larilo's instructions to facilitate her descent. Only, on the day of the ceremony, no one knows what happened, but old Master Qin lost consciousness after initiating the ritual, not waking up until the next day. By then, Larilo's body had vanished without a trace. Afterward, when old Master Qin tried to contact Larilo, he found himself unable to reach her. When Qiu Tu heard old Master Qin's story, he had only one thought. This old man is a damn fool, isn't he? Even fools know those not of our kind must have a different heart, and they are aware there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet he gullibly believed in an unknown, incoming deity and even dedicated more than a decade to preparing for her arrival in this world. In the end, he was ruthlessly abandoned by that deity. And most importantly, Qiu Tu suspected that the ceremony was likely a success, because the information about Larilo obtained from old Master Qin matched certain scenes Qiu Tu had seen through the masked man in the suit and Wang Shi. In several of the memory fragments viewed by Qiu Tu, he noticed that both the masked man in the suit and Wang Shi also seemed to be practicing the path of reproduction and love born of heart. Moreover, just like old Master Qin, he enjoyed throwing lavish silver parties. The world is so large, yet in the same city, during the same time period, the chance of encountering the same type of god is incredibly small. Therefore, Qiu Tu felt this was likely not a coincidence, but rather Larilo, having drained all value from old Master Qin, decisively chose her next target. This was also the reason why Qiu Tu found the pharmacy robbery case tricky. After all, if Qiu Tu's deductions and guesses were true, then their investigative team's enemy was probably not an ordinary person, not even a disaster sufferer, but a high-order catastrophized creature that had descended upon this world, whose purpose and hiding place were unknown. Thinking so, Qiu Tu also collected his thoughts and then smiled as he shook hands with Cui Darren. Director Cui is too kind. Let's keep in touch. Keep in touch. With the intelligence provided by Qiu Tu, plus the back road being cut off. This time, old Master Qin finally could not hold out. Under the intense interrogation by the security department, old Master Qin detailed everything he had done over the years for the United Front for Larilo. This included, of course, evidence and dirty secrets of the 33 officials arrested by the security department. Among these officials, some had unwittingly become accomplices of old Master Qin without realizing the full situation. Others had knowingly stood with old Master Qin, providing intelligence and support to the United Front. The purpose was to hedge bets and gain more benefits. With the confession and evidence provided by old Master Qin, the chief offender, almost all the suspects quickly confessed their crimes. Thus, in just a few short hours, the entire Kaime case progressed rapidly and was thoroughly solved. To avoid prolonged complications, in the afternoon, the security department submitted all details of the case to the sanctuary, clearly stating the outcomes: execution or life imprisonment for principal offenders like old Master Qin, the 4 major transportation merchants, by Yongkong, and other key accomplices. Other heads of departments, directors, and accomplices received either demotions, dismissals, or imprisonment based on the severity of their crimes. After receiving this report, the sanctuary was immediately shaken. After carefully understanding the entire case, the sanctuary agreed with the security department's processing results and issued 2 commendations and 1 warning sanction. Naturally, the warning sanction was for the Xinjia City Municipal Committee. As the highest authority in Xinjia City, the Municipal Committee was the institution most heavily infiltrated by the Qin family and the United Front, a true disgrace to Xinjia City. And of course, the 2 commendations were for the Investigation Bureau and the Security Department. As the ones who uncovered this major case and cooperated closely to quickly root out all the individuals involved and the hidden forces behind them, the sanctuary gave a high appraisal. Although it was just 2 modest-written praises to the current, turbulent upper echelons of Xinjia City society, they were factors that could influence many matters. 6 p.m. Investigation Bureau, 9th floor, large conference room. All 9 senior members of the Investigation Bureau gathered here for a meeting. The main purpose of this meeting was twofold: to summarize the Kaime case, and the other was to discuss the personnel arrangements within the Investigation Bureau. Several of Qiu Tu's acquaintances, Yin, Chun, Tang Fei, Jia Shu, and Secretary Bai were all in attendance. Possibly due to the formality of the occasion, everyone's demeanor was different from when in private, especially Tang Fei. In Qiu Tu's presence, her smile was faint but her expression lively. But in such a serious setting, her wheat-colored face had no expression at all, chillingly austere. The meeting began with Secretary by giving a brief introduction of the Inkaime case to the senior members present. It included the cause of the case, the process, as well as the evidence, confessions, punishment results for the related personnel, and the commendations from the sanctuary. Among them, to highlight the Investigation Bureau's role. And under Yin Chen's suggestion, Secretary by mentioned key terms like Qiu Tu and political department numerous times. The senior members present were all savvy. Just by listening to Secretary Bai's report, they roughly understood the purpose of Yin Chen's meeting and her personal stance. Essentially, Yin Chen was using the sanctuary's commendation today to build momentum for Qiu Tu, signaling to everyone what the upcoming personnel arrangements would look like. This made the senior members in attendance ponder what positions of department head within the Investigation Bureau were still vacant. After a year of filling roles and promotions, the Investigation Bureau still had some departments without heads, but most were clean government offices, like the Records Department of the Administrative Office, or the head of the Public Security Offices under the Public Security Bureau, or the Equipment Management Department of the Training Department, and so on. But these were obviously not desirable positions, especially since Qiu Tu's previous position was the Deputy Chief of the Political Department Interrogation Section. As the Ace Department of the Investigation Bureau, the status of the Political Department is really too special for a Deputy Chief of the Political Department to be transferred to other departments as a chief. Although it can be considered a promotion, it can also be seen as a veiled demotion. After all, although this career trajectory means a higher rank, the opportunities for achievement, as well as the influence over the Investigation Bureau and Xinjia City, would be greatly diminished. So, being moved to those clean government offices might not necessarily be a good thing for the now thriving Qiu Tu. Thinking this way, some high-level officials couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that they are planning to move other department chiefs to those less popular departments to clear the way for Qiu Tu's ascent? No sooner had this thought arisen than it was dismissed by the high-level officials. After all, such an arrangement would be too conspicuous. Even if the Investigation Bureau has always been at the whim of Yin Chen, able to arrange personnel at will, such an unusual appointment would still attract a lot of criticism. Even if there is no immediate impact on Yin Chen, should anything happen in the future, it would be ammunition to criticize him. Moreover, all present were old colleagues who had worked with Yin Chen for 1 year or even many years and had some understanding of Yin Chen's cunning and shrewdness. They knew he would not play such an ordinary hand. With these thoughts, some high-level officials suddenly found themselves unable to fathom what exactly Yin Chen was up to. Therefore, they simply stopped overthinking and patiently waited for Yin Chen's decision. But at this moment, Yin Chen did not seem to be in any hurry. After Secretary Bai had patiently explained the Inkaime case, he looked around at everyone present, setting a tone for the Inkaime case. This case should be the biggest one handled by the Xinjia City Investigation Bureau since its establishment. It's also one of the most serious cases in the planning area in recent years. His face, aged and expressionless, revealed no mood. Fortunately, the case was discovered in time and handled promptly, avoiding a major disaster. Otherwise, if it had really blown up, we might all have been held accountable by the sanctuary. So, we must take a serious lesson from this case, striving to preempt similar cases in the future, not waiting until something actually happens, then regretting it. As he spoke, Yin Chen couldn't help but recall his entire emotional journey that afternoon. Actually, when he learned that Qin Heng had confessed and the security department had cracked the case completely, Yin Chen was still somewhat annoyed. After all, the Qin family was too important for him at the moment. With the backing of the Qin family, his power could reach in his city hall and various industries throughout Xinjia City, and he could also draw on the Qin family's connections to gather the forces large and small within Xinjia City by exploiting his proximity to power. Just give him a year or two to digest and establish the entire network of relationships and power, and then he would become the most influential person in Xinjia City, without parallel. The problem was that at this juncture, the Qin family had been ruined by people from inside his own investigation bureau. To be honest, these past few days, Yin Chen had been filled with the urge to tear Qiu Tu and Jiashu to pieces. But once the sanctuary sent down the case report to Yin Chen, his thoughts immediately made a 180-degree turn. What caused such a swift change in attitude was the true identity of Qin Heng. The case was so sensitive that neither the public information nor the criticism or praise from the sanctuary touched on anything related to the evil god. On top of that, all the evidence and information related to the evil god in the case were classified, so before the case was concluded, Yin Shun was unaware of the specifics. So when he used his authority to look through the files and classified information, he was shocked to discover Qin Heng was a spy for United Front, and the Qin family was propped up by them, which turned out to be the smallest problem with the case. The bigger issue was, old Master Qin had contacted the evil god more than 20 years ago and, in exchange for ushering in the evil god's arrival, had possessed the bodies of his two sons, becoming the new Qin Heng. Truth be told, Yin Chen had suspected that the Qin family was somehow entangled with the evil god, but he really did not expect it to be so deep that old Master Qin had played such a huge gambit. Therefore, at that moment, Yin Chen's attitude toward Qiu Tu really did make a 180-degree turn. Because he knew this case would become a landmark one in the planning area in recent years, cited countless times in the future. Thus, Qiu Tu must be rewarded, and he must be promoted, and it can't be to a clean government office. Only in this way could he demonstrate his firm stance. Thinking this, Yin Chen's thoughts gradually returned. As an old politician with rich experience in meetings, thinking outwardly while speaking bureaucratic jargon was not a difficult operation for Yin Chen. So, when he had finished reminiscing, his summary and assessment were just coming to an end. He took a sip of water, then leaned back in his chair, his gaze neither joyful nor sad as he looked at the high-level officials present. Then he took the initiative to start today's main agenda. We've finished discussing the Yin Kaimei case. I believe everyone understands the importance of this case for the Xinjia City Investigation Bureau. Therefore, I think that those who performed exceptionally in this case should be properly adjusted in their work, taking on more responsibilities. I wonder what everyone's thoughts are. Upon hearing his words, the high-level officials present knew the main topic had arrived, and so they each adjusted their sitting posture slightly, ready to watch the unfolding drama. The first to speak was Lin Ting, the Special Duties Department Director. Lin Ting was a somewhat slick-looking middle-aged man and a confidant of Yin Shun. He glanced at Yin Shun, then looked around at the others present before speaking with a smile. I support the Bureau Chief's decision. This case has had such a wide impact, scoring us so many points at the sanctuary. The investigators and officers involved, I think, should all be promoted and get a pay raise. This would also help boost the morale of the staff below. He paused momentarily, gauging Yin Chen's intentions, then continued with a smile. Take, for example, the person primarily responsible for this case, Qiu Tuesday. He handled this case all on his own, with courage and responsibility, and his ability to solve the case is also outstanding. Currently just a deputy staff head. I think that's really burying his talent. Why not add to his responsibilities and promote him up a level to become a section head? What do you think? After speaking, Lin Ting looked at Yin Shun, and seeing no objection, he breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed back into his seat. Secretary Bai, seeing this, followed up at the right moment. I also think Qiu Tu could indeed be promoted as section head, but are there any suitable positions for Qiu Tu right now? With this, his gaze turned to Shi Yoxin, the head of the Investigation Bureau Organization Department. Shi Yoxin coughed once and slowly straightened up. He said, there are actually quite a few vacancies for section head positions. Departments like the Archives Section, Command and Coordination Section, and Dong District Public Security Office all have openings. I think we could transfer Qiu Tu to one of these departments to manage a section. It would also count as further promotion and heavy use of his talents. After Shi Yoxin finished speaking, the meeting room gradually became quiet. These sections were exactly what the high-level attendees had been thinking of, the so-called clean government offices. Currently unable to discern Yin Chen's intentions, no one dared to speak out of turn, preferring to wait for Yin Chen to express his thoughts first. Meanwhile, since entering the room, Tang Fei, who hadn't said a word until now, seemed to be in deep thought. It said that one best understands a person who is their enemy. The relationship between Tang Fei and Yin Chen was no exception. Fully aware of Yin Chen's character, Tang Fei knew that if Yin Chen desired to place Qiu Tu in those clean government offices, a simple command would suffice. A minor section head position truly wasn't worthy of a meeting discussion. Therefore, Yin Chen must have other ideas, and these ideas must be somewhat unconventional. This was why he needed to go through the motions in an open meeting. With these thoughts, Tang Fei couldn't help wondering what Yin Chen was thinking. Could it be that Yin Chen wanted to transfer Zheng Tao, the interrogation section head, and directly promote Qiu Tu? Or was Yin Chen prepared to move the head of another department to make room for Qiu Tu? Thinking this, Tang Fei felt something was off. If it wasn't about making room, then, at this thought, Tang Fei suddenly startled, probably guessing Yin Chen's intentions. If that's the case, no wonder Yin Chen would discuss this in a meeting. It seems that young man really has Yin Chen's trust. With these thoughts, recalling the day and night she and Qiu Tu had fought the day before, the traces left all over the break room, and the way Qiu Tu had exerted himself over her. Tang Fei's lips involuntarily curved into a nearly imperceptible smile. Well, let me help you too. With that in mind, as the room quietened down, Tang Fei slowly began to speak. Her beautiful face serious, her wheat-colored skin gleaming. I think it's a bit inappropriate to promote Qiu Tu right now, isn't it? Besides, if I remember correctly, wasn't Qiu Tu just recently promoted to deputy staff head not long ago? Promoting twice within a month? Isn't that a bit too exceptional? Furthermore, Qiu Tu doesn't really have much experience in leading work. Assisting with the department's work as a deputy is one thing. But if he's exceptionally promoted to be the head of a department, can he truly handle it? Along with Tang Fei's words, the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became even quieter. Seeing that she'd made her stance clear, Tang Fei knew the principle of not overdoing it, so she shifted her tone and began to pave the way for Qiu Tu. She said, "Of course, Qiu Tu has just cracked such a big case and received commendation from the sanctuary, so it would be wrong not to promote him. Thus, I believe, we could actually create a section head-level instructor position in the training department. This way, he wouldn't have to be responsible for the main business of a department, but he could still receive more training and improve his rank." Upon hearing Tang Fei's words, the high-level executives present didn't say a word, but almost all of them lit up at this new perspective. Hey, not bad. While Tang Fei's intentions might not be the best, she indeed opened up a new avenue of thought for them. Right. Promoting to section head doesn't necessarily have to involve placement within the existing departments. Positions can be created as well. Especially now that the Xinjia City Investigation Bureau is in its early establishment phase, it's normal for departments to be still adjusting. Adding or reducing a position is quite routine. Only, it certainly wouldn't be placed in the training department. Everyone present were keen observers, aware of the strained relationship between Tang Fei and Yin Chen. The training department was considered a lung shui yamen, a cold and marginal department, and one of the departments under Tang Fei's jurisdiction. They speculated that Tang Fei wanted to place Qiu Tu in the training department for two obvious reasons. First, she wanted to sideline Qiu Tu, and second, she recognized his abilities and wanted to see if she could pull him into her camp under the circumstances of close proximity. But such calculations were far too obvious and were certainly not going to go as planned. Thinking this, several senior executives couldn't help but turn their eyes toward Yin Chen, waiting for Yin Chen's stance. Sure enough, Yin Chen gave Tang Fei an expressionless glance, then turned to look at Secretary Bai. Secretary Bai, what do you think of Director Tang's idea? Before the meeting, It was clear that Yin Shun had already shared his thoughts with Secretary Bai. So when Yin Shin asked, Secretary Bai knew it was time to unveil the mystery. Therefore, he said to Tang Fei with a smile, Director Tang's idea is very interesting. It indeed opens up a new train of thought for us. However, I think since Qiu Tu's strength lies in solving cases, we shouldn't waste his abilities. So, if we were to create a new principal staff position, we could perfectly well add one in the political department. That way, Qiu Tu could also continue to leverage his talents. As soon as Secretary Bai spoke, those present immediately understood this was likely Yin Chen's true intent. Create a new principal staff position in the political department. At this thought, everyone present couldn't help but be impressed. They felt Yin Chen really had a true love for Qiu Tu. To create a principal staff position within a department, especially as a deputy, is simple but must fulfill a prerequisite. The department head must be at the deputy division level, so that the deputy can be at the principal section level. And this signifies that the department must be a trump card within the political department, a trump card within the trump cards, and as principal staff at that. This was indeed a significant show of favoritism. Subsequently, the senior executives discussed which division within the political department should add the principal staff position. Quickly, with Secretary Bai's guidance, they reached a consensus, the action division. As the most dominant and largest division within the political department, the action division is virtually synonymous with the political department externally. All jurisdiction over the lower-tier investigators from the political department lies in the hands of the action division. Whether it's investigating cases or arresting suspects, none can bypass the action division. This dominance not only allowed the head of the action division to concurrently hold the position of deputy director of the political department, but also warranted the establishment of 4 deputy division chiefs under him, all at principal staff rank. Therefore, if a new principal staff position were to be added, this department would certainly be the best choice. Indeed, when everyone's discussion concluded, a slight smile finally appeared on Yin Chen's face. His aged eyes slowly swept around the conference room. Then he said in a deep voice, serving as deputy division chief, principal staff in the action division, indeed not bad. However, the work in the action division is currently going very well, and the collaboration between the several deputy division chiefs and the chief is already very harmonious. So what tasks would Qiu Tu be responsible for in this arrangement? Upon hearing Yin Chen's words, the high-ranking officials present were momentarily stunned. This was a meeting of the high echelons of the Investigation Bureau, discussing the division of work for a principal staff. Couldn't this matter be privately negotiated and resolved by the political department or the action division itself? Or was it that Yin Chen had some other idea in mind? And as the others were puzzling over this riddle, Secretary Bai began speaking slowly again. He glanced at Yin Shun, then said thoughtfully, The bureau chief makes a good point. The work of the action division is very important, and as it is currently running smoothly, change is indeed not advisable. Pausing, he continued, Additionally, it seems that Qiu Tu has just recently taken over the pharmacy robbery case, which is quite a busy assignment. This case is of the utmost importance to the City Hall and is also the biggest case the Investigation Bureau has seen in the past year. Previously, this case had always been handled by Deputy Division Chief Qin Jingguang of the Public Security Bureau. As far as I know, Deputy Division Chief Qin Jingguang's main focus has been on this case lately, and his other responsibilities have only included managing a few public security offices like Xiaofang Street and Old Alley Street, which, incidentally, are also the areas surrounding where the pharmacy robbery case took place. Now, since Deputy Division Chief Qin Jingguang has been suspended due to his brother's influence, these duties are temporarily without someone in charge. Perhaps we could temporarily assign Qiu Tu to handle these areas under the title of Pharmacy Robbery Case Investigation Team. Upon hearing Secretary Bai's words, the entire conference room fell into utter silence. Even the most cunning of those present were caught off guard by Yin Chen's astonishing plan. With these 5,000 words, plus the previous 2 segments of 7K, The total is 12K. Haha. I could have broken this up into separate parts, but I considered the reading experience of you all, so I chose to write it all out in one go, which is why it's a bit late. I asked for monthly tickets. I asked for subscriptions. Tonight, we continue with a daily 10,000. Everyone in attendance was an old fox. So the moment Secretary Bai's proposal was mentioned, they immediately understood Yin Chen's true arrangement for Qiu Tu. Although it appeared that Qiu Tu had been promoted, in reality, he had perfectly assumed all of Qin Jingguang's scope of authority. Then the question arose. 1. Since Qiu Tu had taken over all of Qin Jingguang's responsibilities, then should the Public Security Bureau appoint another deputy division chief to replace Qin Jingguang's position? To appoint? Then, what would this deputy division chief do? Not to appoint? Then, wouldn't this position be reserved for Qiu Tu? Plainly put, although Yin Shen only promoted Qiu Tu from deputy staff to principal staff, he had expanded his scope of authority to that of a deputy division chief level. Moreover, he had even reserved the position of deputy director of the Public Security Bureau for Qiu Tu, just waiting for him to establish more merit and endure the passage of time before he could be promoted directly. 2. And what made these high-level figures deeply alarmed was, although Qiu Tu had taken over Qin Jingguang's authority, after all, his title was still that of Deputy Division Chief of the Political Department's Action Division. So, even though Qiu Tu did not manage the work of the Action Division, could he mobilize its personnel? Could he take part in personnel arrangements of the Action Division? Could he vote on important matters of the Action Division? Yin Shun was simply creating an incredibly terrifying monster that spanned 2 departments and was expansively augmenting his range of power without restraint. Now, Qiu Tu was stirring up trouble within both the Public Security Bureau and the Political Department, but who knew if he would suddenly leap over to a 3rd department? Once this precedent was set, who other than Yin Shun could limit Qiu Tu's development? Honestly, with this thought, the individuals couldn't dare to think further on the matter. With these thoughts, the faces of the high-level attendees couldn't help but look a bit unusual. However, since the Investigation Bureau was almost entirely under Yin Shen's control, and most of these high-level figures were also part of Yin Shen's camp, no one spoke out against it. At this moment, Tang Feifei was also stunned by Yin Shen's arrangement for Qiu Tu. She felt that Yin Shun was truly investing a lot in Qiu Tu. No wonder such an ordinary position of section chief still needed to be discussed in a meeting. If Yin Shun dared to decide such a big matter privately, it would certainly arouse a lot of controversy afterwards. After all, even now, several high-level figures clearly held reservations about this. Thinking this, Tang Feifei's expressionless face swept across the expressions of the high-level attendees in the conference room, capturing their attitudes. After a moment, she made up her mind. "Little man, you owe me a big favor this time." Thinking thus, Tang Feifei looked sharply towards Secretary Bai, then spoke slowly but firmly. "Secretary Bai, isn't this proposal a bit too fantastical? For a deputy division chief of the Action Division not to work diligently within the Action Division, but instead to interfere with the work of the Public Security Bureau, isn't that a bit too much?" As she said this, Tang Feifei turned towards the Public Security Department Director, Guan Weihua. Guan Weihua gave an awkward smile, neither supporting nor opposing. Being Yin Chen's confidant, by neither supporting nor opposing, he was, in fact, indicating some reservations about the proposal from Yin Shun and Secretary Bai. Seeing this, Tang Feifei purposefully allowed a hint of triumph to appear on her wheat-colored face, then continued. "Moreover, after all, Qiu Tu is just a newcomer who has only handled a case or 2. Do you all really believe he can handle the pharmacy robbery case? I don't have that much faith in him." As Tang Feifei continued her salvo, the room fell into silence. At that moment, the head of the Special Service Department, Lin Ting, spoke up. He first glanced at Yin Shun, and after confirming Yin Chen's intentions, he began slowly. "Director Tang, your words are not quite right. Since joining the Investigation Bureau, Qiu Tu has indeed accumulated quite a few merits. Repelling the attack from the United Front, cracking down on Master Qin Ci's organized crime, and just this morning, once again annihilating a united front squad. These are all merits. And moreover, the commendation from the sanctuary is the greatest recognition of him. If we still don't trust him with this, then who else is worthy of trust? Besides, Secretary Bai didn't want Qiu Tu to meddle with the matters of Public Security Bureau. He clearly said that everything was for the sake of the case. Having Qiu Tu temporarily handle these matters is only to better investigate the pharmacy robbery case, nothing more. Even if we select someone now to replace Qin Jingguang as Deputy Division Chief, wouldn't Qiu Tu still need to control those personnel and have those public security offices cooperate anyway? In that case, the handling of those business matters will become even more chaotic. Therefore, it's better to let Qiu Tu deal with those matters for now, and we can discuss it again after the case is solved. Honestly, Lin Ting's argument was a bit of bait and switch. Cooperating with the public security office and managing it were completely different things. He was just trying to show his loyalty to Yin Shun by purposely countering Tang Feifei's arguments and did not actually expect to persuade her to agree with his points. So, after making his statement, he sat there waiting for Tang Feifei's counterattack. But, to everyone's surprise, after a quiet consideration, Tang Feifei actually conceded. Minister Lin does have a point. I don't have any objections for the time being. Having said that, Tang Feifei leaned back in her chair and remained silent. Tang Feifei's sudden concession almost caused all the high-level officials present to throw out their backs. Nobody had expected Tang Feifei to launch a fiery attack only to retreat halfway through the battle. The problem was this led to a very bizarre situation. Yin Qin's opposition, Tang Feifei, had agreed to the matter, so what about his group of confidants? Did they agree or not? For a moment, several of the upper echelons were a bit baffled. They also became unclear about Tang Feifei's tactics. Had she really been persuaded by Lin Ting? Did she realize the task was impossible and draw back? Or did she have some other scheme? Because key information was missing, they of course couldn't guess that Tang Feifei was actually on Qiu Tu's side, coordinating with Yin Shun and Secretary Bai. This turn of events also made Yin Shun take another look at Tang Feifei, with a flicker of hesitation flashing through his eyes. But no matter whether Yin Shun was hesitant or not, once Tang Feifei, the opposition, had given in, the tone of the entire meeting was thoroughly set. Unless someone saw themselves as yet another enemy of Yin Shun, it was unlikely for anyone present to cast an opposing or noncommittal vote. Therefore, Qiu Tu's somewhat exaggerated appointment was unanimously passed in a strange atmosphere. Throughout the entire meeting, Yin Shun had hardly spoken or expressed any stance. With a single glance, a single question, he had the direction of the entire meeting in his grasp. With this, Qiu Tu's appointment officially took effect. However, after the meeting was dismissed, aside from wondering about Yin Qin's favoritism towards Qiu Tu, the upper echelons were more curious about what Tang Feifei was really up to. Possibly sensing the upper echelon's curiosity, Tang Feifei deliberately said with a smile as the meeting adjourned, "I hope everyone's judgment is correct. If the pharmacy robbery case isn't solved by the deadline, don't blame me for speaking harshly." Having said that, Tang Feifei strode away with her long, shapely legs, leaving the conference room like a pantheress. Shocked by her harsh words, the upper echelons were stunned for a moment, then understood Tang Feifei's thoughts. Is she thinking of setting up Qiu Tu for failure? First elevate Qiu Tu and then, when he fails to crack the case, confront the bureau chief. Though the reasoning was somewhat far-fetched, it was at least plausible. Therefore, the upper echelons didn't think too much of it. Among them, perhaps only Secretary Bai, watching Tang Feifei's retreating figure, furrowed his brows, feeling something was amiss. Because her behavior felt eerily similar to his own. Ever since he had a falling out with Qiu Tu, he frequently criticized Qiu Tu in front of Yin Shun, but in reality, he spoke in favor of Qiu Tu indirectly. And Tang Feifei seemed to be doing the same. It must be an overthought. How could Qiu Tu possibly join forces with her? Thinking this, Secretary Bai shook his head and left the conference room with a gloomy face. Now, he had a bone to pick with the ungrateful Qiu Tuesday. The only reason he had been advocating for Qiu Tu all day was because of Yin Chen's arrangements. He shouldn't be happy about Qiu Tu's promotion. And as the upper echelons left one by one, the ripple effects of the meeting continued to spread through the night. Interrogation section. In Kaime case investigation team. Because the case had been successfully concluded, the members of the investigation team were staying late, quietly packing up their things. Possibly because they had grown accustomed to working with Qiu Tu and to his leadership, everyone present felt a bit reluctant to part. Chao Dabiao held on to Qiu Tu's arm, theatrically expressing, "Chief, we truly can't bear to leave you. Life in the action division is no fun compared to being by your side. Will you continue to take us with you to your new investigation team?" Seeing that Chao Dabiao was playing around, Qiu Tu laughed and kicked him in the butt. "Get lost. I'm sick of seeing you these days. Keep you with me? Dream on." At that moment, Lu Fuping also sashayed over. She slapped Chao Dabiao's hand off Qiu Tu and looped her own arm through his. Then, with a look of contempt, she said to Chao Dabiao, "Stop trying to seduce our Chief Qiu. I'll have you know, he belongs to our interrogation section. And besides, with all the big and burly men in the action division, how could they be as cute as the delicate girls from the interrogation section?" As she spoke, Lu Fuping turned to seek backup from Song Qing, who was enjoying the spectacle. "Right, Qing Qing?" Upon hearing Lu Fuping's words, Song Qing chuckled and patted Wang Shi on the shoulder, saying, "Of course." Wang Shi smirked and echoed the two women's sentiment. But when the agents from the action division heard Lu Fuping's words, they instantly felt a bit unconvinced. Since everyone got along well during this time, they didn't hesitate to joke back, "How did the action division end up with just a bunch of old men? We have a lot of secretary girls too, okay. Besides, how can you assume the bureau chief isn't interested in men? If the bureau chief needs, we wouldn't mind sacrificing ourselves." Ho 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 ho. At these audacious words, Lu Fuping and Song Qing laughed so hard they couldn't straighten their backs. Lu Fuping was all but clinging to Qiu Tu, rubbing against him. Irritated by the rubbing, Qiu Tu leaned over and whispered in her ear, "If you don't get up, I might just have to eyes." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping's pretty face blushed. She seductively glanced at Qiu Tu, leaned to his ear, and whispered back, "Well, why don't you rise then? Stop just firing blanks." The mention of firing blanks made Qiu Tu recall the vision of Lu Fuping kneeling before him, her lips a fiery red. At that thought, he licked his lips and whispered back, "If I were to rise, then you wouldn't be able to get up." Listening to Qiu Tu's unabashed flirtation, Lu Fuping's laughter made her eyes curve into rainbows. She discreetly pinched Qiu Tu, her tone more flirtatious than annoyed as she said, "You're going to be the death of me." And just as everyone was teasing and bickering, suddenly, the door to the Investigation Bureau's temporary office was knocked on loudly from the outside. Soon after, an agent with a beaming smile opened the office door, then respectfully said, "Is Chief Qiu here?" Upon hearing the agent's words, the temporary office gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at each other, a bit unclear about whom the person was looking for. Eventually, it was Lu Fuping who was wrapped around Qiu Tu, who took the initiative to speak up. Her attractive eyes fixed on the agent. She parted her lips and said, "Chief Qiu? Which Chief Qiu? We only have Chief Qiu Tu here." Hearing Lu Fuping's words, the agent hurriedly said with a look of delight, "Yes, that's right. I'm looking for Chief Qiu Tuesday." Upon hearing the agent's words, the office fell silent once more. Everyone's mind was racing. Wait a minute. The Investigation Bureau is a disciplined force where every title, every rank is meticulously adhered to, and one cannot be casual with these terms. The person had called out Qiu Tu's name, but continued to refer to him as Chief. So, did the bureau chief get promoted again? For a moment, everyone was a bit shocked. And, Chief, wasn't the bureau chief just a deputy staff head before? How could he have been promoted to bureau chief? Suddenly, it felt like the CPUs of everyone present were overheating. So, whether it was Lu Fuping, Song Qing, Chao Dabiao, Chun Feng, Ding Xiaolu, Wang Shi, everyone's gaze incessantly flicked toward Qiu Tu, wanting to see his reaction, and to figure out just what position Qiu Tu had been promoted to. At this time, Qiu Tu was also a bit surprised. Although he had guessed that Yin Chun would definitely give him a promotion and raise after the Yin Kaimei case settled down, he didn't expect it so soon, and secondly, he didn't expect such a big leap. Of course, he did not think that Yin Chun would promote him directly to Deputy Division Chief, but a few days earlier, he had simply listed a few possible directions for his promotion. Among them, the most likely one to be associated with the word Deputy Division Chief was the position of Deputy Chief of the Action Division. In thinking about the power and prestige that position represented, Qiu Tu couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Is old Yin really so supportive? It looks like I really underestimated him. Thinking this way, although Qiu Tu was excited inside, he maintained a calm demeanor and said to the agent at the door, "I am Qiu Tuesday. Is there something you need?" Hearing Qiu Tu's words, the agent smiled and said, "Minister Shi from the organizational department has requested to see you." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu gave a faint, then stood up and followed the agent out of the temporary office. After Qiu Tu left, the investigation team's temporary office was quiet for a few seconds before suddenly erupting. Qiu Tu's subordinates were all excited, whether it was Chao Dabiao or Ding Xiaolu. Even Song Qing was frantically discussing, "Deputy Division Chief? Has the boss been promoted again? Which division's deputy chief? It can't possibly be a 2-level jump, right? So which is it?" After discussing for a while, several people with well-connected sources went out to gather information. In government departments, there are never any secrets, especially regarding promotions. So, it wasn't long before Qiu Tu's exaggerated appointment appeared before all members of the investigation team. At the principal section level, the position of Deputy Chief of the Action Division, but with jurisdiction that was previously under the control of former Deputy Chief Qin Jingwang. This exaggeration and thought-provoking appointment left Qiu Tu's subordinates somewhat silenced. After a long time, it was the fearless and somewhat naive Song Qing who was the first to speak. She tilted her head, curiously saying, "Why do I feel that he's really a deputy division chief now?" Her words almost also reflected everyone's thoughts. So, Chen Feng remained silent. Chao Dabiao and Ding Xiaolu exchanged glances. And Lu Fuping also supported her cheek, her face flushed, her eyes flickering, seemingly lost in thought. Not only were they all shocked by this appointment, but even Qiu Tu, who was accepting his position in the organizational department, was somewhat stunned upon learning his real appointment. At that moment, he even doubted whether he had somehow bewitched the higher-ups of the investigation bureau. How did Yin Chun think of such an exaggerated promotion? And how did those high-level officials approve it? Qiu Tu found it puzzling. The trip to the organizational department was just a formality. Asking about the situation, checking the archives, informing him of the new appointment, changing his epaulets. By the time the entire process was finished, it was already 9 p.m. Because his file was still at the political department, there was no need to change Qiu Tu's uniform, saving him quite a bit of effort. After completing the whole process, Qiu Tu's heart was pounding as he left the organizational department, barely able to contain the joy on his face. After leaving the organizational department, Qiu Tu stood quietly by the window in the corridor on the 8th floor for a while. Looking out at the dark Xinjia city, the dark world, Qiu Tu knew that this was only the beginning of his career, not the end. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his excited emotions, Qiu Tu thought for a moment and decided to return to the temporary office of the investigation team first. Although he had been promoted, there were still some loose ends to tie up with the Yin Kaimei case, like filing the evidence and clues, like transferring the prisoners, like releasing Bai Ru. After investigating for several days, neither the security department nor Qiu Tu found any illegal or criminal conduct on the part of this woman. But tragically, her father and husband were both major accomplices in the case, one sentenced to death, the other to life imprisonment. So, Qiu Tu also needed to properly console this young widow. Otherwise, he really feared she wouldn't be able to cope. Upon arriving at the temporary office and just opening the door, there was a loud bang as firecrackers went off. Countless streamers exploded in the air. Chao Dabiao, Ding Xiaolu, and others laughed heartily as they pounced over and hugged Qiu Tu, then chattered with congratulatory words. Qiu Tu's transfer to Deputy Chief of the Action Division brought the most joy to them. After all, this meant that Qiu Tu had become their immediate superior, and their future prospects were quite evident. In contrast, the attitudes of Lu Fuping, Song Qing, and Wang Shi were each different. As a spy, Lu Fuping didn't care in which department Qiu Tu held a position. In fact, the higher Qiu Tu rose, the happier she was. So she sat on the desk with her perky behind, arms crossed over her chest, smiling as she watched everyone frolic. Whereas Song Qing felt a bit displeased. After all, finding a boss like Qiu Tu who was kindred in spirit and also liked to slouch off work was extremely rare. With Qiu Tu gone, she dreaded to think how difficult her future days in the interrogation section would be. As for Wang Shi, to be honest, he was the one with the most complicated feelings among everyone. Because, along with Qiu Tu's promotion, another piece of news also came to everyone's knowledge. That was the appointment of Qiu Tu as the head of the investigation team for the 8.16 pharmacy robbery case. Others didn't know what this case was really about, but Wang Shi did. After all, he was one of the two criminals. And what's more troubling is, during this time, Wang Shi had already witnessed the various marvels of Qiu Tu, be it solving cases with seemingly prophetic insight or crafting and planning with uncanny precision, all made him realize how terrifying Qiu Tu was. Therefore, he was genuinely a bit worried that Qiu Tu might indeed solve the case and catch him. With this thought, the faint light in his eyes began to flicker incessantly as if it had a life of its own. Meanwhile, as his mind fluctuated, at the same time, a slew of prompts suddenly popped up in front of Qiu Tu, who was surrounded by the crowd. Crisis intuition triggered. Crisis report generated. Warning: due to a believer's fear and panic, you have drawn the gaze of the evil god Larilo. Warning: due to a believer's fear and panic, you have drawn the gaze of the evil god Larilo. Warning: due to a believer's fear and panic, you have drawn the gaze of the evil god Larilo. The plain 3 prompts, without any additional remarks, were even more chilling than all the crisis warnings. And what's worse was a slowly appearing hourglass without a specific countdown appeared in the upper left of Qiu Tu's sight. Where you would normally see the time, it now displayed infinity. Is this infinity? Seeing the new crisis warning and a symbol for time on the countdown hourglass that was completely different, Qiu Tu was a bit stunned. He continued to laugh and celebrate with everyone while his brain was swiftly turning, pondering the information revealed by this crisis intuition. The triggering of crisis intuition proved that the evil god's gaze could indeed pose a threat to his life. But the crisis report, without any prompts and the positive infinity, symbols seemed to suggest something else. Is it that Golden Finger is unable to analyze the threat of the evil god? Or is it that, although this gaze might be deadly, it won't affect me for now? Because the information was a bit too scant, Qiu Tu was temporarily confused by the message conveyed by this crisis warning. However, what he could understand was that it must have been Wang Shi who triggered all this. It seems my taking charge of the investigation into the pharmacy robbery case has spooked Wang Shi, leading him to be terrified and thus attracting the attention of the evil god. With this thought, Qiu Tu's mind made a slight turn. Taking advantage of the harmonious atmosphere, he also spoke with a laugh. It seems everyone knows about my promotion. Rest assured, I won't take all the credit for myself. Once I get settled, I'll figure out a way to help everyone get a promotion too. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, the atmosphere on the scene immediately became even more fervent. At that moment, Qiu Tu also took the opportunity to say, Besides, I believe everyone also knows the bureau chief and minister have assigned me a new case, which is the 8.16 pharmacy robbery case. Although there is already an investigation team for that case. After all, I have a good rapport with everyone, so I thought about bringing everyone over to continue investigating the case. What do you all think? As he spoke, Qiu Tu called out a few names. Big Biao, you wouldn't refuse to come, right? Qiao Dabiao chuckled with a sly grin. How could I refuse? If the boss calls me, I'll definitely go. Qiu Tu laughed and patted his shoulder before looking at Chen Feng. And you, Chen Feng? Chen Feng's usually expressionless face unexpectedly revealed a smile. I obey the commands of my superior. Qiu Tu turned to Lu Fuping with a smile. And, Sister Lu? Lu Fuping rolled her eyes coquettishly at Qiu Tu. Even if you didn't call me, I cling on and go anyway. By now, without Qiu Tu naming anyone, the young girl Song Qing excitedly jumped out with Wang Shi. Boss. Us. We want to go too. Dragged out by Song Qing. Wang Shi clearly showed reluctance, but under everyone's gaze, he could only grin awkwardly. Right, boss, me and us. Seeing this, Qiu Tu gave them a meaningful smile. Since you're so eager, then, of course, I won't disappoint you. You too, added to the investigation team. Suddenly, Wang Shi felt a jolt in his heart, always feeling as if Qiu Tu seemed to know something. And just when the office was bustling like a joyous sea, buzz buzz, Lu Fuping's communicator in her pocket vibrated softly twice. Someone had sent a text message. Lu Fuping smiled as she withdrew her gaze from the jubilant atmosphere in the office and took out the communicator to check. But at a simple glance, her eyes lit up slightly. Because the text was from Tang Feifei. Could it be that Director Tang has finally remembered to contact me? Thinking this, Lu Fuping opened the message with anticipation. However, there was just a simple sentence. Please arrange a meeting with Qiu Tu for me. I would like to invite him to dinner at my villa tonight. Lu Fuping. Looking at the content of Tang Feifei's message, Lu Fuping truly felt a bunch of question marks popping up over her head. Ever since yesterday, Tang Feifei's attitude towards Lu Fuping had turned somewhat cold. No matter if Lu Fuping took the initiative to contact Tang Feifei or quietly sought her out during break times, she was always turned away with the excuse of being a bit busy. To tell the truth, Lu Fuping really couldn't understand what had happened. How could a woman's mood change so drastically overnight? She initially thought the situation was bizarre enough, but now, Tang Feifei was taking the initiative to send her a message, and it was to arrange a meeting with Qiu Tu. This really shattered Lu Fuping's worldview. They hadn't even reconciled yet. Why would she have her relay a message? And such a strange message at that. Relaying a message for a man to go see one's girlfriend late at night? It's where no matter how you think about it, it was just like a cuckolded husband helping his wife find her mistress. Perhaps because she was too agitated, Lu Fuping's bosom heaved dramatically. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. There must be some misunderstanding. After taking a few deep breaths, Lu Fuping forced herself to calm down and began to rethink this whole thing from a different angle. She felt she might have misunderstood Qiu Tu and Tang Feifei's relationship. Qiu Tu had previously collaborated with Tang Feifei, and they had been secretly forming an alliance against Yan Shun. With Qiu Tu's promotion, it was very likely Tang Feifei wanted to deepen their partnership. It was not the dirty things she had been imagining. With this in mind, Lu Fuping hurriedly repeated to herself, "Don't overthink it, don't overthink it." Then, she once again put on a seductively confident smile on her face. But if one looked closely at her expression, they could still see the worry in the depths of her eyes. Qiao Dabiao and the others didn't make a fuss for too long, and after celebrating with Qiu Tu for a while, they left work. Although Qiu Tu had been promoted, he had also promised to take them to the new investigative team. They would see each other often, so there was no need to act as if it were a farewell to the death. After everyone else had left, Lu Fuping seized the opportunity and sauntered forward, handing the communicator to Qiu Tu. "Director Tang wants to see you tonight." At that moment, Qiu Tu was browsing through Bairu's information. when a communicator suddenly appeared in front of him. He instinctively looked up, perhaps because it was just Qiu Tu and Lu Fuping left in the office. Lu Fuping seemed even more enchanting. She had touched up her makeup at some point, with flaming red lips that looked both promiscuous and captivating. Qiu Tu gave her a peculiar look, then took the communicator and read Tang Feifei's message. After reading the message, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I can go to her tonight, but it might be quite late." At this, Qiu Tu patted the information about Bai Ru in his hands. "You understand. Section Chief Bai needs some soothing." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping chuckled behind her hand. She thought Qiu Tu, indeed, needed to appease Bai Ru properly. Not only did he touch her, kiss her, wring out intelligence from her mouth, he also used that intelligence to get her father killed and her husband locked up. If she were Bai Ru, she probably would want to stab Qiu Tu in the heart. Thinking this, Lu Fuping took the communicator in hand and turned around, saying, "All right, then I'll talk with Director Tang to see if she will wait for you or change the time." Qiu tuned in response and then watched this beautiful young woman leave the office. It cannot be denied that Lu Fuping, since her awakening last time, truly became more and more alluring. It was a simple turning motion, but she deliberately fluttered her peachy eyes at Qiu Tu's day. And upon leaving, she also cleverly tiptoed. This posture accentuated a woman's curves from behind, not only making her legs appear longer, but also making her buttocks look perkier. This temptress really is TSK. Qiu Tu inexplicably felt a twinge of envy towards Tang Feifei. As he thought this, Qiu Tu went back to focusing on tying up the loose ends of the case. 10 minutes later, Lu Fuping sashayed back in and then plunked herself down on Qiu Tu's desk. Qiu Tu was reviewing documents and reflexively stretched out his hand to give Lu Fuping's buttocks a firm slap. "Stop it." Lu Fuping winced in pain, but she bit her red lip and didn't move away. She leaned over to look at Qiu Tu, her eyes brimming with suggestive allure. "Boss, it seems like you're taking advantage of me." Qiu Tu, upon hearing this, laughed. He looked up to see Lu Fuping bending over in front of him, her deep cleavage almost spilling out. "Is that so? Should I return the favor then, and let you slap me a couple of times?" Giggle, giggle, giggle. At Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping giggled, her chest undulating in waves that almost touched Qiu Tu's face. Seeing this, Qiu Tu's heart swayed, and he remembered the facial treatment service he had experienced the previous week. He wondered how amazing it would be if Lu Fuping learned to do it for him. As a result, before Qiu Tu's reveries could come to an end, Lu Fuping kicked out her right leg and turned to face Qiu Tu with a pivot on her buttocks, presenting herself in a straddled position in front of him. She gently lifted her leg onto Qiu Tu's shoulder, leaned back, and then looked at Qiu Tu with a suggestive face, whispering, "Sir, what do you think of me?" This. Today, Qiu Tu was truly taken aback by Lu Fuping. It seemed like ever since she was humiliated by Tang Feifei, the woman had gone completely mad. But she had also become even more seductive. With that thought, Qiu Tu grabbed Lu Fuping's slender leg, caressing it while locking eyes with her. "I think you're quite impressive." Lu Fuping didn't mind Qiu Tu's little action. Smiling, she asked, "And what about Director Tang? How is she?" Qiu Tu's psychological fortitude was not to be underestimated. Faced with Lu Fuping, the sufferer, his mood didn't waver at all. He said with a smile, "Not bad either." Lu Fuping wanted to continue asking, but just then, Qiu Tu, stroking his chin and looking wistful, added, "If I could have both of you together." Hiss. "Are you trying to kill me?" Lu Fuping was truly both irritated and amused by Qiu Tu. She had just gone outside to make a phone call with Tang Feifei. She told Tang Feifei that Qiu Tu might come over very late. Tang Feifei seemed fairly normal, even taking the time to explain to Lu Fuping that her meeting with Qiu Tu tonight was for urgent matters to discuss. So no matter how late it was, she would wait for Qiu Tu. But Lu Fuping, who was very familiar with Tang Feifei's tone and attitude, still keenly sensed Tang Feifei's slightly unusual demeanor towards Qiu Tu. And remembering how Qiu Tu had also disappeared for a day yesterday, Lu Fuping suspected that something had happened between the two of them, which was why she had come to test Qiu Tu. Little did she expect that not only was Qiu Tu entertaining thoughts about Tang Feifei, he was even contemplating a double strike. He was simply shameless to the core. Thinking of Qiu Tu's annoying demeanor, Lu Fuping didn't feel like continuing the game with Qiu Tu's day. She snorted, annoyed, kicked Qiu Tu, said Director Tang said she will wait no matter how late, and jumped off the table to leave. Upon seeing this, Qiu Tu was not upset. Watching Lu Fuping's voluptuous figure, he said with a laugh, "Don't go, Sister Lu. Let's hang out together tonight." Hearing Qiu Tu's shameless words, Lu Fuping stumbled, biting her lip in embarrassment and resentment as she turned around to glare at Qiu Tu. What a hooligan! However, even though she inwardly cursed Qiu Tu, Lu Fuping, who had exited the office, began to feel a little odd in the calm aftermath. As a spy, especially one who was beautiful, had a good figure, and whose husband had died, Lu Fuping had almost maxed out all the possible gossip buffs. And to gather intelligence, she occasionally fished for adores from a distance, just like fishing. But actually, she didn't like either the rumors or this kind of fishing. Moreover, if someone behaved inappropriately during this process, she would despise and interrupt it without hesitation. Only with Qiu Tu, the two had shared an event that still made her blush and become flustered at the thought, and now their behavior and words were becoming more and more suggestive. This really left her confused, and moreover, for some reason, every time Lu Fuping saw Qiu Tu now, she would feel incredibly grounded. Furthermore, whatever Qiu Tu asked her to do, she would do so without second thought. This trust even exceeded her limits. Such a realization only made her more perplexed. What exactly is happening to me? Walking down the dimly lit corridor, Lu Fuping's eyes were filled with bewilderment. If Qiu Tu knew Lu Fuping's current thoughts and feelings, he probably wouldn't be surprised. Because, from his perspective, after this morning's desperate gun battle, Lu Fuping's loyalty to him had officially broken through the 80 mark. A subordinate who reached this level of loyalty has been completely conquered by Qiu Tu's personal charm. To a certain extent, Qiu Tu's orders could even outweigh those of her actual superiors. And the reason Lu Fuping was still confused was simply because such a choice had not been presented to her directly, preventing her from recognizing her own feelings clearly. A catalyst was needed for her to understand her heart properly, and at that moment, as Lu Fuping grappled with understanding her true feelings, suddenly, a voice that was partly mocking echoed from behind her in the darkness. "Agent Lu." Hearing that voice, Lu Fuping shuddered. For some reason, she had a bad premonition. She slowly turned around to see Jia Shu standing behind her, almost entirely in the shadows. "Section Chief?" That said, she quickly saluted. Jia Shu, hidden in the dark with eyes glowing crimson, looked deeply at Lu Fuping, his face behind gold-rimmed glasses filled with a feigned smile. "Do you have time to chat? I have some questions that I've wanted to ask you for a while." Hearing Jia Shu's words, Lu Fuping felt even more ominous dread. She hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Section Chief, it's after hours. Could we talk about it tomorrow?" Jia Shu's smile was particularly sinister. "Do you think if we don't clear this up today, you'll still have it tomorrow?" Miss Lu of the Eastern City Investigation Bureau Political Department. At that moment, Lu Fuping felt like she had been doused in cold water. She had the chilling feeling of falling into an ice cellar. It's still 3 chapters totaling 10,000 words. Some of the earlier chapters might have been rule-violating and were warned, so I went back and made some modifications. It feels like our book is being watched. Cherish it while you can, everyone. Cast more votes, keep following, or even turn on auto-subscribe. If our performance is good, the review team might relax a bit. Thanks for the support. We'll continue with 10,000 words tonight. As the minister of the political department, Jia Shu was a figure that could stop children from crying throughout Xinjia City. Despite always wearing a pair of gold-framed glasses and appearing cultured, courteous, and gentle, Only those who had truly encountered him knew how cruel and bloody his methods were. Unfortunately, Lu Fuping was precisely one of those who had encountered him. As one of the earliest agents to join the political department, Lu Fuping had learned various techniques directly from Jia Shu, from interrogation skills to the torture of prisoners and even to human dissection. Therefore, as his semi-disciple, she knew better than anyone the cold-bloodedness and cruelty of Jia Shu and the terror he inspired. Thus, when Jia Shu exposed Lu Fuping's identity, her face turned deathly pale, her body stiffened, and she didn't even have the courage to muster any rebuttal. Because she knew, once Jia Shu found her, he was already 100% certain of her identity. Hence, as if her soul had been stolen, her eyes were lifeless, and she rigidly walked towards Jia Shu like a walking corpse. Under the dim light of the corridor, Jia Shu, with half of his body shrouded in darkness, revealed a smile that was neither a smile nor a laugh. Looking at Lu Fuping, he praised, "That's my proud student," knowing not to make futile efforts. In the darkness, he seemed particularly sinister and terrifying. After he finished speaking, he did not glance at Lu Fuping again. Humming a tune, his face broke into a slightly mad smile. Hands in his pockets, he strode towards his office first. Watching his scholarly figure walk away, Lu Fuping clenched her teeth, her knuckles turning somewhat white. But she really didn't dare to run away, so she could only silently and stiffly follow Jia Shu forward. However, just as they were about to approach the door of the investigation bureau, her left hand moved slightly, her thumb quietly sliding a ring off her index finger. And when the ring was about to touch the ground, she gently nudged it with her foot, avoiding direct contact with the floor. So the ring landed quietly at the door of the investigation bureau office. Seeing this, Lu Fuping felt a slight relief in her heart. Although she didn't know if Qiu Tu would find the ring. Even if Qiu Tu found it, she didn't know if it would lead him to her. And even if he did find her, she didn't know if he could save her from Jia Shu. But perhaps due to the trust in Qiu Tu, or perhaps wanting to grab onto the last straw, she still did it. "Qiu Tu, it's all up to you now." Thinking this, Lu Fuping slowly walked through the corridor with a ghastly pale face and entered Jia Shu's office. What she didn't know was, at the moment she stepped into Jia Shu's office, that very corridor where she and Jia Shu had stood opposite each other had the pervasive shadows twist like living creatures gone mad. In an instant, a serpent-like shadow silently slid across the ground, then picked up Lu Fuping's ring and returned to the darkness. The darkness was spreading, and in Jia Shu's office, a ring slowly appeared in his hand. Qiu Tu actually quite enjoyed the solitude of his own nighttime. The tranquility of the night always made him feel a deep sense of peace. Even his work efficiency seemed much higher. After spending about 15 minutes to archive all the materials of the Yin Kai case, Qiu Tu put away the files into the drawer and then prepared to look for Bai Ru. Just as he was leaving the office, he ran into his former superior, Chief Zheng Tao of the interrogation section. Seeing Qiu Tu, Zheng Tao's expression was noticeably unnatural. Today, the news of Qiu Tu's startling promotion had spread throughout the investigation bureau. Even those most politically naive knew that Qiu Tu was on the rise. So, despite his reluctance and envy, Zheng Tao still didn't want to offend Qiu Tu, the new political star of the investigation bureau, especially since the two had had conflicts before. Therefore, he awkwardly and insincerely greeted, "Chief Qiu, are you leaving work?" After greeting him, Zheng Tao didn't expect to hear anything pleasant. After all, Qiu Tu had never respected him as a boss when he was his subordinate. Now that he had been promoted and was above him, he surely wouldn't give him any face. To his surprise, Qiu Tu actually smiled at him and said warmly, "Yes, Chief Zheng. Are you just finished with work too?" This rare show of goodwill from Qiu Tu caught Zheng Tao off guard. His usually stern face couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. He nodded hastily, chuckling, "Yes, just finished. It gets so busy every day." Qiu Tu nodded earnestly, saying, I understand. After all, It's only because you work so hard that our interrogation section is the most efficient department in the political department." At that moment, Zheng Tao was even more shocked. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that assaulting a superior in the political department was a crime, he would have loved to crack open Qiu Tu's skull to see what was going on inside. Could a promotion really enlighten someone? If Qiu Tu knew what Zheng Tao was thinking, he would probably just say, "You're overthinking it." The reason why he had always been at odds with Zheng Tao was because Zheng Tao was his boss and had always made him work overtime. Not fighting back against a boss who exploited you would only make one miserable, right? Now, Zheng Tao was no longer his boss. So whether Zheng Tao was unreasonable or not didn't concern him anymore. Why then would he still need to be hostile towards Zheng Tao? In this world, there aren't so many relationships of enmity. It's just a matter of different statuses. Didn't you see that with Qiu Tu's promotion, Zheng Tao had to take the initiative to maintain relations with him? Thinking this way, Qiu Tu exchanged simple pleasantries with Zheng Tao before heading to the guardroom at the political department under Zheng Tao's smile-filled farewell. Upon arriving at the guardroom, Qiu Tu handed over the signed release documents to the on-duty investigator and was then led by that investigator to Bairu's cell. After all, Bairu was a section chief at the city hall and also a woman, so she was housed in a small single cell. When they arrived at Bairu's cell, the investigator immediately unlocked the door with a key, then gave Qiu Tu a sheepish salute and said, "Chief Qiu, my name is Wang Dawei. I'm a second-class investigator at the political department. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me at any time." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu looked deeply at the investigator and then nodded. As Qiu Tu had become the deputy division chief of the Action Division, his status in the Investigation Bureau could be said to have shot up drastically. Things like Zheng Tao's overture of friendship and Wang Dawei's covert allegiance were only going to become more frequent. In the face of these people, Qiu Tu wouldn't fully accept them, but neither would he outright reject them. He needed brothers he could trust with his life, like Atai and Eagle. He needed confidants and loyal supporters like Chao Dabiao and Chen Feng. And he also needed pawns like Wang Dawei, who could be useful when necessary. It seemed that a guardroom investigator like Wang Dawei wasn't very useful. But with more people like him, it would make any endeavor Qiu Tu undertook incredibly convenient in the future. With that in mind, Qiu Tu patted Wang Dawei on the shoulder with a smile. "Good. I'll remember you." Wang Dawei's face immediately showed delight as he hastily gave Qiu Tu another salute. Pushing open the door of the cell, Bairu was sitting in front of a table, lost in thought with her chin propped up on her hands. The fragile woman seemed to have guessed the fate of her father and husband, so her eyes were filled with sorrow, which was heartbreaking to behold. Since Bairu was confirmed not to be a criminal, Qiu Tu did not manhandle her, but instead gave her ample respect. He pulled out another chair, sat down, and quietly kept Bairu company by her side. Perhaps noticing that the door to the cell had not been closed, or sensing something different about Qiu Tu compared to other days, Bairu looked up timidly, glanced at Qiu Tu, and ventured to ask, Has there been a result for the case?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu responded in a somber tone, Bairu swallowed nervously and with trembling hands, gently grabbed Qiu Tu's arm, looking at him with a pleading gaze. Qiu Tu understood Bairu's meaning. She simply wanted a positive outcome from his mouth. But Qiu Tu also knew that even if he lied to Bairu now, she would still find out the truth after leaving the cell. So he let out a slight sigh and slowly shook his head. At that moment, Bairu's eyes instantly reddened, and tears began to fall drop by drop. This indeed was a woman who had been pampered since childhood, had not suffered much hardship, delicate like a tender flower, unable to withstand the trial of any storm. Seeing this, Qiu Tu quietly explained, "Your father, Director Bai, despite knowing that old Master Qin was colluding with the evil god, still facilitated old Master Qin's various actions. Therefore, he has been convicted of crimes against humanity and sentenced to death. Your husband, Qian Dafu, while having collusive dealings with the anti-government armed forces, continued to assist the Qin family in cooperation with the anti-government armed forces and even actively collaborated with them. Therefore, he has been convicted of treason and sentenced to life imprisonment. Hearing Qiu Tu disclose the fates of her two closest family members, Bairu could no longer hold back her tears and burst into loud sobbing. Seeing this, Qiu Tu sighed, handed her a tissue, and gently patted Bairu's frail back. The inner protector might indeed be incredibly fragile. Bairu continued to cry for more than 10 minutes before slowly stopping her tears with Qiu Tu's comfort. Even so, her face was tear-streaked, her eyes red and swollen. However, her tearful appearance made her look even more pitiful and endearing. She was a woman whose appearance might only be considered fine, but her temperament was indeed strikingly memorable. So there he stayed, accompanying and comforting Bairu for more than 10 minutes. When Bairu's emotions had stabilized, Qiu Tu then led her out of the cell. Taking the elevator to the lobby on the first floor of the Investigation Bureau office building, he escorted Bairu to the entrance of the building. Looking at the pitch-black night, Qiu Tu stood firm, left her with his communicator number, and cautioned, "Section Chief Bai, I will only see you off this far and will not continue. The situation in Xinjia City is a bit chaotic right now. Many gang members or evil god cultists are on the move. So, if there's anything, you can call me. As long as I have time, I will definitely come over to help." Upon hearing this, Bairu lowered her head, clutching the communicator in her hand, with no clue whether she was really listening. After a moment, she slowly nodded her head. Then, with a pale face, she walked towards the darkness. Watching Bairu's bowed figure walking away, the gentle smile on Qiu Tu's face slowly faded. He knew Bairu would come looking for him again, and he would certainly see this woman again. After all, this woman was not only the key to unlocking the secrets of Larilo, but also bait laid out by Qiu Tu. Now that the bait had been cast, it was up to fate when the harvest would be. Of course, Qiu Tu also admitted he did indeed crave the body of this woman with a unique temperament. However, he was not in a hurry. Only by casting a long line could he catch a big fish. He had other fish to eat tonight. He wasn't eager to eat this particular one. Thinking this, as Bairu completely disappeared from his view, Qiu Tu slowly withdrew his gaze. He took out his communicator and checked the time. It was already approaching 10 p.m. It's time to meet with Tang Feifei. With that in mind, Qiu Tu left the Investigation Bureau and headed to the sedan that Qin Jingguang had given him, ready to eat fish. But just as he stepped out of the Investigation Bureau office building and hadn't walked a few steps, suddenly, a dark shadow flew towards him. Meanwhile, in Jia Shu's office, Lu Fuping, fully clothed, was bound hand and foot on an autopsy table raised in the middle of the room. Jia Shu, with his back to her, was putting on rubber gloves, saying with a half-smile, "Fuping, actually, I've always thought highly of you. I even considered promoting you to first-level detective or even deputy chief of the interrogation section several times." After donning the rubber gloves, Jia Shu bent over and continued, choosing a surgical knife. "Unfortunately, while you are indeed capable, your stance always seems to waver. You were someone I personally trained, yet you grew so close to Tang Fei, even to the point where the nature of your relationship is unclear. This has truly disappointed me." As he spoke, Jia Shu picked up a surgical knife, held it up against the light to inspect it, and nodded in satisfaction. "But I didn't give up on you just like that. Instead, I've always given you opportunities and observed you. What surprised me, though, the more I observed, the more I realized something was off. You seem to not only be interested in Tang Fei, but are interested in anything to do with the bureau chief. Like a month ago, when the bureau chief casually criticized Deputy Chief Lu Feng of the Action Division, you immediately made secret contact with him. Or when a rumor about the bureau chief was inadvertently spread within the bureau, you also immediately gathered information and investigated. Even with Qiu Tuesday, didn't your initial enthusiasm towards him and your ambiguous relationship stem from the rumor that he was the bureau chief's confidant?" Having said this, Jia Shu paused a moment. Then he turned around with a smile, surgical knife in hand, and slowly approached Lu Fuping. Lu Fuping was tied to the autopsy table, her face full of terror as she watched him, continuously shaking her head. Jia Shu, however, was as if he hadn't seen Lu Fuping struggle, his face piled with a false smile. But what really confirmed for me that you were a spy was the night of Yin Saimei's death. The life or death of Yin Kaimei wasn't actually that important, but it was a good opportunity to test for moles within the investigation bureau. So, I deliberately exaggerated the impact of Yin Saimei's death at the senior meeting of the investigation bureau and covered up the cause of Yin Saimei's death. I wanted to see how many moles it would draw out. What I did not expect was that you were the first one to be stirred. As he spoke, Jia Shu's face showed his disappointment. Although you are a skilled interrogator, you're indeed not cut out to be a spy. You are too impatient and too restless. A minor piece of intelligence, a small test, and you completely lost your composure. This isn't the quality a competent spy should have. Saying this, Jia Shu's scalpel traced a few lines across Lu Fuping's exquisitely beautiful face. So, following the information and issues you exposed, I just did a simple check, and I found out your real identity. Previously, because the Yin Kaimei case wasn't closed, it wasn't convenient for me to take action against you. Now that the Yin Kaimei case has ended completely, I can finally relax. As he said this, Jia Shu's scalpel drew a graceful arc, as if sculpting art, heading towards Lu Fuping's delicate wrist. It appeared that Jia Shu intended to bleed Lu Fuping while slowly dissecting her. At this critical moment, suddenly, the door of Jia Shu's office was violently pushed open from the outside. With a bang, the door heavily struck the wall. The hand holding the scalpel came to a slow halt, without even a hint of a tremble. The smile on his face faded as he turned around slowly to see who had come. The visitor turned out to be Qiu Tu, who had already left the investigation bureau building, but returned unexpectedly. Seeing Qiu Tu, there wasn't much surprise on Jia Shu's face. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and asked with a feigned smile, Chief Qiu. Chief Qiu. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for bursting into my office in the middle of the night? Upon hearing Jia Shu's words, Qiu Tu smiled, seeming to have a kind of reckless fearlessness. He did not respond to Jia Shu's question, but instead pointed at Lu Fuping, who was tied to the dissection table, and countered, Then, shouldn't the minister explain why he tied up my subordinate on the dissection table in the middle of the night? Hearing Qiu Tu's sharp response, a mocking smile appeared on Jia Shu's face. His eyes hidden behind glasses were full of amusement, certainly. He pointed at Lu Fuping on the dissection table. This subordinate of yours is a spy. I am interrogating her now. Qiu Tu heard this and shook his head. He said, Minister, that's exactly why I've come to see you. You might have misunderstood. Agent Lu is not a spy. Misunderstood? A curious look flashed in Jia Shu's eyes. How have I misunderstood? The bright lights in the room cast more shadows, making the entire room seem to be divided and crisscrossed by light and shadow, appearing exceptionally eerie and magnificent. Qiu Tu slowly walked over to Lu Fuping, holding her while saying, Are you trying to say that Agent Lu is a spy arranged by the political department of the Eastern City District? Jia Shu regarded Qiu Tu noncommittally. Qiu Tu said, That indeed was Agent Lu's previous identity. Oh, Jia Shu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, watching Qiu Tu with a semblance of a smile. Her previous identity? Does she have a new one now? The shadows in the room seemed to spread slowly. Lu Fuping, sensing the impending danger, widened her eyes and shook her head at Qiu Tu, as if signaling him to leave quickly. But Qiu Tu, as if unaware of anything, confidently said, Yes, because during the Yin Kaimei case, I turned Agent Lu. I made her a double agent. Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Jia Shu laughed. Chief Qiu, do I need to remind you that even if you really cultivated or turned a spy, you would still need formal documentation on file? And with your prior rank, you weren't authorized to plant spies, were you? Qiu Tu retained an utmost calm expression. While unlocking the handcuffs on Lu Fuping, he smiled and replied, You're right to remind me, Minister. So, I didn't plan to directly authorize her as a double agent myself at that time. I was preparing to report to you and apply for her. As he said this, Qiu Tu went to the foot of the table and unlocked Lu Fuping's shackles. But then, who would have thought that tonight I would be promoted? And with my position, I just happened to have the authority to plant spies. So, I simply wrote an authorization letter myself and created a spy profile for Agent Lu. With that, Qiu Tu produced a document and showed it in front of Jia Shu. Jia Shu glanced at it, and indeed it was a legal spy profile with Lu Fuping's signature on it. After showing the document, Qiu Tu quickly put the document away and then said, "But I didn't expect that in just a short hour or two, the minister would have taken away my spy." So, in my haste, I barged into the minister's office. That was indeed wrong of me. After speaking, Qiu Tu slightly bowed to Jia Shu and said earnestly, "So, please punish me, minister." At this moment, Lu Fuping, whose handcuffs and shackles Qiu Tu had undone, had already hidden behind the bent figure of Qiu Tu. She clasped Qiu Tu's clothes tightly with both hands, nervously watching the covert struggle between the two men. Seeing Qiu Tu bow to admit his fault, Jia Shu said nothing. He just looked at Qiu Tu, quietly watching. After about 5 or 6 seconds, a smile suddenly blossomed on his face. Then he threw the scalpel into the tray, took off the rubber gloves, and helped Qiu Tu to his feet, saying with a forced smile, "Chief Qiu, you make too much of it. What is there to punish? It's all a misunderstanding," he said. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Fuping and said with a smirk, "Additionally, Agent Lu, I have a criticism for you too. Since you're already one of us, you should have taken the initiative to reveal your identity. By staying silent, aren't you deliberately causing misunderstandings between Chief Qiu and me?" Facing the perverted Jia Shu, Lu Fuping was genuinely afraid. So although she wanted to help Qiu Tu smooth things over, she opened her mouth several times but still couldn't speak. Seeing this, Qiu Tu also conveniently said with a smile, "Minister, you can't blame Agent Lu. Look, she can't even speak right now. After all, who doesn't know of the minister's reputation in Xinjia City?" Ha! Listening to Qiu Tu's compliments, Jia Shu laughed hollowly twice. Seeing this, Qiu Tu didn't dare linger and timely suggested leaving. "Then, minister, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. There's still a pile of work to be busy with." Upon hearing this, Jia Shu casually picked up a remote control and pressed a button. Then, watching the autopsy table slowly lower, he said with a fake smile, "Go ahead, go ahead." Seeing this, Qiu Tu grabbed Lu Fuping's hand and then walked briskly out of Jia Shu's office without looking back. After Qiu Tu left, the autopsy table fully descended. With his back to the office door, Jia Shu's eyes had turned completely crimson. A sick smile appeared on his face. The fruit has finally ripened. I really must thank the bureau chief and Lu Fuping. Meanwhile, having left Jia Shu's office, Qiu Tu started sprinting with Lu Fuping in tow. Only when they had exited the 9th floor and stepped into the elevator did Qiu Tu finally heave a sigh of relief. Seeing Qiu Tu's reaction, the color slowly returned to Lu Fuping's pale face, and her body gradually regained sensation. She bit her flaming red lip and gazed at Qiu Tu with her lovely eyes, asking softly, "Did you see the ring I dropped?" "Ring? What ring?" Qiu Tu took a few deep breaths before looking at Lu Fuping with a puzzled expression. Hearing Qiu Tu's question, Lu Fuping seemed puzzled. "The ring, the one I was wearing today. You didn't see the ring I dropped? Then how did you know something happened to me?" Upon hearing Lu Fuping's question, Qiu Tu chuckled and flirtatiously replied, "What else could it be? It's because of our hearts being in sync, of course." At Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping smiled and gave him a gentle slap. Still, the chief has a way with words. Looking at Lu Fuping's gradually normalizing state, Qiu Tu's gaze turned somewhat distant. In truth, the reason he was able to come to Lu Fuping's rescue was really just a coincidence. It was yesterday morning, which was Sunday, when Lu Fuping took Qiu Tu to meet Jia Shu. Qiu Tu had experimented on her with a cataclysmic creature he obtained from the salvage game. the silver key beehive. This cataclysmic creature could follow, monitor, and record everything that happened to a target object or creature for 36 hours. When Qiu Tu used it, it happened to be 10:30 a.m., chapter 130. And tonight, when Qiu Tu calmed Bai Ru down and escorted her out of the Investigation Bureau building, it was exactly 10:30 p.m., which was 36 hours after he used the cataclysmic creature. So, as Qiu Tu was preparing to drive to find Tang Fei, the silver key be returned to him from Lu Fuping. Since it was his first time testing this cataclysmic creature, Qiu Tu, who was sitting in the car, became curious and checked what Lu Fuping had done over the past day and a half. As a result, he happened to see the scenes of Lu Fuping being taken away and threatened by Jia Shu. At that moment, Qiu Tu was truly shocked. He was hesitant about whether or not to take the risk to rescue Lu Fuping. But then a detail in the footage involving Jia Shu made Qiu Tu decide to act. Old rules, 3 chapters at 10,000 words each. The 3rd chapter will be posted at 1900 hours. Begging for monthly tickets. In the video, Jia Shu had been engaging in idle chat with Lu Fuping since calling her into his office. He asked about her recent work, her life, and her health, but he never broached any spy-related topics with her. Despite no abnormality in his expression or actions, Qiu Tu, who knew Jia Shu's personality well, was 100% certain that Jia Shu was just delaying time. After stalling for over half an hour, when the time for the silver key bee was about to expire, Jia Shu finally took out handcuffs and shackles and restrained Lu Fuping with them. The whole process seemed like it was deliberately performed for Qiu Tu to see. After noticing this detail, although Qiu Tu was reluctant to admit it, he thought it over and concluded that there was only one possibility that could explain Jia Shu's behavior. That was, Jia Shu knew about the existence of the silver key bee on Lu Fuping. He even knew the exact timing of its installation very clearly. Following this conclusion, Qiu Tu also came up with more chilling speculations. For instance, Jia Shu had surveilled him at least since yesterday, which is how he knew all of Qiu Tu's actions, including the testing of the silver key bee on Lu Fuping. Then, continuing with this speculation and deducing further, Jia Shu's actions today became very intriguing. After the Yin Kai case ended, he did not lie low, nor did he choose to target Qiu Tu, but instead chose to strike at Lu Fuping. This was clearly not about the wine for the drunken guest, but a way to force Qiu Tu to make a choice. To protect himself and watch Lu Fuping die, or to save Lu Fuping, expose his Achilles heel, and fall into Jia Shu's trap. After all, although Qiu Tu handled affairs thoroughly, making it difficult for anyone to grasp leverage against him, Lu Fuping was riddled with vulnerabilities. A simple spy profile could only protect Lu Fuping momentarily. Lu Fuping had far too many points of weakness that could be targeted. Therefore, once Qiu Tu saved Lu Fuping, Jia Shu could manipulate Qiu Tu by controlling Lu Fuping. Wouldn't this evening's act of turning Lu Fuping into a spy erase all of Qiu Tu's previous efforts? Then, all Lu Fuping needed to do was to send another piece of intelligence to Eastern City, and Jia Shu would have a reason to strike again. Moreover, every time Lu Fuping transmitted intelligence, Jia Shu could use it as an excuse to attack. Unless Qiu Tu kept covering for her every time, claiming he was the one who ordered the transmission, Lu Fuping's fate would really be completely in Jia Shu's hands. Beyond this passive waiting, Jia Shu could also regularly demand intelligence about Eastern City from Lu Fuping, forcing her into a dilemma between the investigation bureaus of the two cities. And just a slight mishap could lead to both Lu Fuping and Qiu Tu being wiped out by him in one fell swoop. This was a multiple-choice question, turned into a lethal trick. It must be said that Jia Shu was ruthless in his actions. But after figuring out Jia Shu's scheme, Qiu Tu could only laugh. Because Jia Shu, for all his calculations, had misjudged Lu Fuping's place in Qiu Tu's heart. Although Qiu Tu got along well with Lu Fuping and often shared flirtatious moments with her, the relationship between Lu Fuping and Qiu Tu was really not at a level that would make Qiu Tu willing to risk danger to save her. So, after considering Jia Shu's transparent plan fully, Qiu Tu hardly thought twice before deciding to abandon Lu Fuping. However, just then, an idea suddenly struck Qiu Tu, since Jia Shu was already preparing to target him. Why not go with the flow and control the direction of Jia Shu's attack? In chaotic times, one cannot afford to have weaknesses, but one can fabricate a weakness. Isn't Jia Shu suspicious about his relationship with Lu Fuping? Then he would confirm that relationship. If Jia Shu wants to grasp his weakness, then he would hand over this weakness to him. After that, no matter how Jia Shu planned to manipulate him through Lu Fuping, he would cooperate as much as possible, create the illusion that he had truly fallen into the trap, as long as he maintained his rationality and held on to relevant evidence. Even if Lu Fuping turned out to be unreliable and Jia Shu got a hold of her, he could easily disentangle himself and remain unaffected. During this time, not only would he not have to worry about Jia Shu's unknown threats, but he could also secure valuable development time, working with Tang Feifei to bring Jia Shu down. Having thought of this new approach, Qiu Tu suddenly felt it was workable. The only remaining question in this whole plan was, would Jia Shu use the pretense of setting a trap tonight to actually attempt a forcible killing of Qiu Tu? Luckily, Qiu Tu had the crisis intuition golden finger. When Qiu Tu was about to save Lu Fuping, his crisis intuition was not triggered. This meant that Jia Shu was not deranged enough to actually attempt to kill Qiu Tu. Therefore, Qiu Tu could calmly rescue Lu Fuping throughout the process, because he really knew that Jia Shu was just bluffing and would not truly try to kill him. Thinking this, Qiu Tu glanced at the loyalty that had surged by another 9 points for Lu Fuping, who had now given herself over to him completely. So, Lu Fuping was truly just an addition to tonight's entire plan. Although Qiu Tu also admitted that deep down, he might have a hint of desire to avoid the demise of this fragile and beautiful woman. After all, who could bear to lose a beautiful woman who was loyal, rapidly advancing in ability, and served multiple roles and functions? Right? But he was mostly executing his own plan. Of course, this did not cause Qiu Tu to feel guilty towards Lu Fuping. After all, although tonight's plan might involve using her, being used by others is in itself a type of value. Moreover, if he didn't use her, she would not even survive the night. Thinking about this, Qiu Tu's thoughts gradually circled back. The matter wasn't over yet. No one knew if Jia Shu might still be monitoring the two of them, so he still had to perform the full act. With that in mind, Qiu Tu deliberately took a deep breath, then hugged Lu Fuping with a face full of fear and said with concern, "Sister Lu, when I found out something happened to you, I was really scared. I was really worried that I would be too late, worried that I wouldn't be able to save you. Now that I see you're all right, I'm finally completely relieved." It was probably the first time anyone had seen Qiu Tu express his emotions so openly. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Fuping's eyes reddened slightly as she hugged Qiu Tu back. Although Qiu Tu's affections for her were feigned, her feelings for Qiu Tu were genuine. After all, only she knew how desperate she felt when Jia Shu called her into his office and tied her to the dissection table. At that moment, she had even given up any hope of survival. It was precisely because of this mindset that when Qiu Tu appeared in the office like a god, and then forcefully confronted Jia Shu and took her out of the office, her world seemed to revolve around Qiu Tu alone. Now, hearing Qiu Tu's sweet nothings and feeling his heartfelt concern, her heart overflowed with nothing but immense gratitude and dependence. Lu Fuping loyalty +5. Seeing the loyalty score appear again, Qiu Tu's expression remained unchanged, but he sighed inwardly. Indeed, genuine feelings never retain, only manipulations win hearts. 108 Ways to Deepen Affection. Number 66. Girls are emotional creatures. In front of a woman, what you say is always more important than what you do. If you do a little, speak as if you've done more. If you do more, talk even more highly of it. PS1. Scumbags often capture girls' hearts this way. PS2. This method should be used in combination with others, or it might backfire and turn you into a lapdog. He left the investigation bureau building with Lu Fuping. Qiu Tu drove her back to her home, perhaps because she had finally returned to her territory, or maybe because Qiu Tu had been gently comforting her the whole ride. Lu Fuping's overall demeanor had improved significantly, and she was no longer as fearfully stiff as she was when confronting Jia Shu. Once home, Qiu Tu poured a cup of hot water for Lu Fuping. After she drank it, warmth spread through her body. She raised her eyes to look at Qiu Tu, then said softly, "Qiu Tu, thank you for saving me tonight." Remembering his current role, Qiu Tu sat next to Lu Fuping, gently embraced the beautiful young woman, and whispered sweet words. "Sister Lu, do we still need to say these things? The most important thing is that you're okay." Lu Fuping's face reddened slightly upon hearing this. Then, with a worried expression, she whispered, "What are you going to do next? Even though you created a spy profile for me, Jia Shu won't believe it that easily. And Eastern City contacts me every half a month for intelligence. Even though they just came to me 2 days ago, there's still about 10 days of buffer time. But eventually, Jia Shu is bound to catch on." Hearing this, Qiu Tu gently held Lu Fuping's delicate hand. Jia Shu wasn't wrong. Lu Fuping did have talent and was a quick learner. But she lacked experience, and her psychological quality was far from meeting the standard of a spy. Qiu Tu was actually curious who could bear to train such a delicate beauty into a spy and throw her into another city to fend for herself, let alone let her fall into this kind of trap. Thinking this, Qiu Tu simultaneously criticized Lu Fuping's handler and gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry. I've thought about all this. Leave everything to me, okay?" Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping paused. Since leaving her hometown to become a spy in Xinjia City, it had been a long time since she'd heard such a reassuring and comforting promise. And Qiu Tu did possess a kind of magic. It seemed that anything he agreed to do, he would certainly accomplish. At that moment, Lu Fuping felt a strong impulse surge within her. She looked at Qiu Tu, then lowered her head and bit her lip, saying, "Okay, I trust you." After finishing, she whispered, "I'm a bit tired. I'll take a bath first. You go ahead." With that, she got up and walked toward the bathroom. Watching her leave, Qiu Tu froze for a second, with several question marks appearing above his head. Wait, is there an unexpected surprise coming? Thinking like this, Qiu Tu couldn't help but tilt his head to look at Lu Fuping's retreating figure. The beautiful young woman seemed to have really prepared for something. Even her way of walking was different, as if she was a bit sneaky and yet somewhat shy. Despite being in her own home, she was tiptoeing as quietly as possible, perhaps accustomed to Lu Fuping's usual carefree manner and the back-and-forth interactions with him. Qiu Tu found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this state of hers. Watching Lu Fuping go into the sugar room, Qiu Tu lay on the couch, gazing at the ceiling, pondering over what this all meant. Could this be the legendary, repaying a life-saving debt with one's body? TSK, isn't that quite thrilling? And while Qiu Tu was indulging in wild thoughts, the sound of swish-swash of water also came from the sugar room. Hearing that suggestive sound, Qiu Tu paused for a moment, then suddenly sat up from the couch, no longer able to lie down. He tiptoed to the door, ready to catch a breeze at the sugar room. To go to the bathroom, he had to pass the main entrance. But just as he reached the door, Qiu Tu froze for a second, because he discovered that the riding boots he had just placed at the door were gone. Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu hesitated for a moment, then looked up at the clothes rack by the door. His jacket, which he had just hung there, was also gone. Qiu Tu was stunned for a moment, then a smile curved on his lips. Suddenly, things felt a bit interesting. And at that moment, the bathroom door was also opened from inside by Lu Fuping. Lu Fuping peeked out, her beautiful eyes looking at Qiu Tu, and asked, "What are you doing standing at the entrance?" Qiu Tu let out an ah and explained, "Nothing, just wandering around." Lu Fuping made him, and then, with a shy glance at Qiu Tu, she said softly, I noticed your clothes were a bit dirty, and your boots hadn't been cleaned for a while. So I've washed both your clothes and boots. They should be dry by tomorrow. With that, she lifted her gaze, looking warmly at Qiu Tu. When Qiu Tu saw his boots and clothes missing earlier, he guessed this might happen. So he responded to Lu Fuping with an eager look. I think they might just be able to dry tonight. Qiu Tu placed emphasis on the word dry. Hearing this, Lu Fuping bit her lip and coyly rolled her eyes at Qiu Tu before slipping back into the bathroom. With both man and woman willing, Qiu Tu didn't bother to pretend anymore. He cleared his throat, stepped forward, and knocked on the door, asking, Sister Lu, you've helped me wash my clothes and clean my shoes. I'm feeling a bit guilty. How about I help you wash as well? A muffled giggle from Lu Fuping came from the bathroom. What could you help me wash? Qiu Tu, thick-faced, insisted. Anything, really. I can help you scrub your back, scrub the front, scrub your legs, all possible. I'm strong. I can endure hardship, and I'm not tired easily. Saying this, and perhaps worried Lu Fuping wouldn't believe him, he assured spiritedly, really. The bathroom grew silent, save for the continual swish of the water. For any ordinary person facing this situation, they would mostly think they've been rejected. But a seasoned player like Qiu Tu knew this was consent. With the atmosphere already set, do you really need a girl to tell you what you can do before you do it? When would you ever get to the meat of the matter then? So, Qiu Tu coughed and added, Sister Lu, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. With that, Qiu Tu reached out and pushed open the bathroom door. As expected, the bathroom door wasn't locked. It swung open with just a push. As the bathroom door opened, a dense steam immediately spilled out. Qiu Tu walked in, feeling as if he had entered a fairyland, surrounded by mist everywhere. Through the hazy fog, he could barely see Lu Fuping's silhouette, faint and elusive. Qiu Tu smiled, closed the door, and then walked towards that direction. Before he could even get close, the showerhead suddenly sprayed water at him. Qiu Tu couldn't dodge in time, and his clothes were instantly soaked. The giggles of Lu Fuping also reached his ears. Could Qiu Tu swallow this defeat? Provoked by his subordinate, he was greatly enraged and decided to show this unruly subordinate, Lu Fuping, the authority of his position as her superior. An hour later, the storm had passed. Qiu Tu and Lu Fuping lay in bed, snuggled up to each other. The triumphant Qiu Tu wrapped his arms around Lu Fuping, and while smoking a cigarette, he also started discussing serious matters. Sister Lu, is there any intelligence related to God in Eastern City? Hearing Qiu Tu's question, Lu Fuping struggled to sit up, glanced at Qiu Tu, and asked, Intelligence related to God? Are you referring to the God that old Master Qi mentioned? Qiu Tu responded with him. With Lu Fuping's loyalty now skyrocketing to 95, and given their current relationship, of course, she would not keep any secrets. So upon hearing Qiu Tu's question, she hesitated, then disclosed, I might have really heard something about God. She said, I once heard it from an elder. A senior. He said that, in fact, God is not far from ordinary people. In an era where the spirit world and the physical world are mutually influential, the material can affect the spirit, and the spirit can affect the material. Therefore, the thoughts and desires of all living beings may catalyze the emergence of cataclysmic creatures in the spirit world. Among these cataclysmic creatures spawned by several of the most common human desires are particularly numerous. Common desires? Qiu Tu asked with interest. Lu Fuping nodded, yes. For example, jealousy, greed, lust, and so on. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu fell into thought for a moment, then couldn't help asking, these all seem to be negative? Lu Fuping hummed in agreement and said, yes. That's because negative emotions tend to gather more easily. Qiu Tu pondered for a while and felt that it made sense. Indeed, many times, people's positive emotions are far less intense than their negative ones. He hesitated for a moment, then said, so, the god that old Master Qin worships, is very likely born from humanity's own lust? Lu Fuping nodded again. It's very possible. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu couldn't help but ask, what about your relative? Has he ever mentioned how to deal with such high-order cataclysmic creatures? Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lu Fuping hesitated and then slowly shook her head. No. Seeing that Qiu Tu was a bit disappointed, she couldn't help but add, but I can find time to contact him and ask if there is a way. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu happily hugged Lu Fuping and planted a kiss on her with a smack. Caught off guard by Qiu Tu's sudden attack, Lu Fuping's beautiful eyes instantly misted over, her gaze hazy and all the more enticing. She didn't say a word, but it seemed as if 1,000 words were conveyed in her eyes. Qiu Tu read the message in her eyes and, unwilling to be outdone, ascended once more. It was as if the moon had blushed, shyly pulling the clouds to cover the sky. This made Xinjie City, already shrouded in darkness, seem even darker by a third. And in the night of Xinjie City, where order had not yet fully recovered, many were taking the opportunity to move about in secret. While engrossed in hard work, Qiu Tu sometimes felt as if he and Lu Fuping had forgotten something, but he couldn't recall what it was. Meanwhile, at Tang Feifei's private villa, holding a glass of wine, Tang Feifei sipped lightly while patiently waiting for Qiu Tu. A silent night passed. The next morning, Lu Fuping got up from bed, her body aching all over. Seeing the marks that covered her body and recalling last night's protracted battle, she couldn't help but smile. She tidied her hair and got up to take a bath. But no sooner had she stepped out of the bedroom than her communicator started to buzz. Lu Fuping walked over to the sofa and fished out her communicator from her uniform pocket to take a look. At that glance, her expression changed dramatically, because the call was from Tang Feifei. Lu Fuping didn't pick up immediately, but first opened her contact list to check. Then she discovered that Tang Feifei had called her countless times throughout the night. At that moment, Lu Fuping truly felt like she had been caught in an affair. So she quickly racked her brain, thinking of what to say. After silently contemplating for a few seconds, Lu Fuping took a deep breath and answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Tang Feifei's distant voice came through. Where were you last night? Women are masters of acting. So Lu Fuping feigned a yawn and said, where else could I be? Of course, I was at home. After speaking, Lu Fuping counter-asked, what's happened? Is there some kind of problem? Tang Feifei spoke gravely. Qiu Tu didn't come to see me last night. I didn't dare contact him rashly, and it wasn't convenient to send someone to inquire, so I was a bit worried. Lu Fuping keenly caught the slip in Tang Feifei's words. Worried? Before she could press further, Tang Feifei quickly filled the gap. Yes. He and I were preparing to deal with Jia Shu. I'm worried that Jia Shu might have acted against him beforehand, in which case I might lose an important ally. This reason seemed reasonable enough, and compared to Tang Feifei, Lu Fuping, who had just been intimate with Qiu Tu last night, clearly felt guiltier. So she didn't continue to fixate on this minor issue, but instead said, I'll give him a call and ask about the situation. Tang Feifei hummed in response. Just when Lu Fuping thought the call was over, Tang Feifei suddenly asked another question. Did you see Qiu Tu after you spoke to me on the phone last night? Hearing this crucial question, Lu Fuping was at a loss for an answer. After all, she didn't know whether Tang Feifei was on to something. So, after carefully considering for a moment, she finally said, I did see him. Jia Shu sought me out last night, and when I left, I bumped into him. He was heading out. Tang Feifei responded with a cool and hung up the phone. Something is off about her. Something is off about her. After hanging up, the two women who once shared an extremely intimate relationship held their communicators with a glimmer of suspicion in their eyes. Both knew each other too well as how they treated their ordinary colleagues. And both Tang Feifei's unusual concern and Lu Fuping's slightly concealing demeanor seemed a bit different from usual. However, perhaps because they themselves were the guilty party, they couldn't be sure if they were just seeing dirt in everything they perceived as heartfelt. So, After hesitating, both women suppressed their doubts, preparing to use their own means to probe a bit further. At this time, Qiu Tu was unaware that the two women with whom he had shared intimate relations were starting to doubt the purity of their relationships with him. Right now, he had just woken up from sleep. Perhaps the constitution of cataclysmics truly surpasses that of ordinary people, since he was still full of vitality despite having slept for only 4 hours. Lying on Lu Fuping's big bed, Qiu Tu didn't idle. He took this spare time to start tallying up his recent haul of loot. Qiu Tu had a rather fruitful period recently, and his gains mainly came from 3 sources. The first source of gain was the fixed harvest. Since the second Golden Finger loyalty game was activated, Qiu Tu had a steady source of gains. During this time, through the 2 mini-games of the loyalty game, Qiu Tu also obtained quite a few good items, especially the salvage game. This game allowed Qiu Tu to obtain cataclysmic material, cataclysmic treasures, or cataclysmic creatures that exist in reality. The only limitation was that the loyalty of his subordinates had to be above 90, and it could only be played once every 7 days. Therefore, in the past few days, Qiu Tu had only Tai, Eagle, Awakens, Xiong, and Lu Fuping play this game. Tai salvaged a cataclysmic treasure called the Mandragora Love Drug. Eagle salvaged the Seal of Ownership, and Awakens salvaged the Silver Key Beehive. As for the rewards Xiong and Lu Fuping salvaged, they were a bit different. Xiong brought up cataclysmic material called nameless steel powder. Nameless steel powder, one of the key cataclysm materials. Just match it with other materials, and you can create cataclysmic treasures like the Skull Talisman or Old Seal. As for the cataclysmic material Lu Fuping brought up, it was even more special. Overflowing cataclysmic's spiritual entity, one of the very special cataclysm materials. It contains the power source of cataclysmic. If you integrate it into the cataclysmic awakening potion, the success rate of awakening will get infinitely close to 100%. However, it can only awaken the path and abilities of this particular cataclysmic's spiritual entity. Note, the path this cataclysmic's spiritual entity follows is mystery, and the cataclysmic ability it possesses is shadow walking. Besides the salvage game, in the past few days of the combat game, Qiu Tu still chose to fight against Wang Shi. Unfortunately, Wang Shi evolved rapidly during this period, and his subordinates sent to fight against Wang, she could only claim some wins and some losses. So, he only got 2 small memory fragments. The first one, Qiu Tu had already seen, which was the scene where the masked man in suit slaughtered that wealthy businessman. The second one was the memory fragment that Tai won by fighting desperately last night. Qiu Tu kept it for now, planning to check it when he had time today. Besides fixed harvest, Qiu Tu's second source of gains was the countdown rewards. The resolution of Yin Saimei's case turned all 3 of Qiu Tu's countdown hourglasses into treasure chests. The first was the 1-minute timed countdown when Jia Shu suspected him. Chapter 110. The second was danger in the dark. The third, of course, was Yin Saimei's case closure time. Because Qiu Tu had been busy earlier, he didn't have time to check these 3 hourglasses. This time, taking the opportunity when he had a moment, he started to investigate the rewards for these 3 crisis countdowns. The reward for the first crisis countdown was named Defying Fate Scales, which, as described, is a precious cataclysmic material shed from a high-order catastrophe-ized creature. Qiu Tu remembered seeing this material on the potion formula of the masked man in suit as well. The second and third crisis countdowns, perhaps because they were more difficult, had considerably richer rewards, 2 cataclysmic treasures. One was called Uncompromising Simulacrum, and the other was Ghostly Map. Apart from the substantial rewards provided by the 2 golden fingers, Qiu Tu's third source of gains came from the cataclysmic he had killed. From Old Master Qin, Qiu Tu had already learned that the cataclysmic's name was Lone Wolf, a killer with cataclysmic ability. More importantly, Qiu Tu found 3 items on Lone Wolf's body: a dagger, a slightly odd small box, and a coin that looked a bit antiquated. The dagger, according to Old Master Qin, was an ordinary object, simply sharper than usual, capable of cutting through iron like mud. But the small box and the coin each had their own stories. According to Old Master Qiu, inside the small box was a cataclysmic creature called Heart-Connecting Silkworm. It's a creature similar in appearance to a silkworm with the ability to spin silk. But the silk it spins is not suited for making clothes. Instead, it can be placed within the heart of any living being within 10 meters, establishing a psychic link. The two people who establish this link can converse in their minds without making a sound. Lone Wolf was able to communicate secretly with Old Master Qiu by using the silk spun by this cataclysmic creature. As for the coin, according to Old Master Qiu, he wasn't sure of its purpose. But Lone Wolf obtained that coin after his first interaction with Larilo. Supposedly, as long as he had this coin, Lone Wolf could be under Larilo's divine protection. Old Master Qiu actually tried several times to get this coin from Lone Wolf, but was afraid of angering the deity, so he had to give up the idea. As it turned out, after all the twists and turns, the coin ended up in Qiu Tu's hands. Beyond the collection of cataclysmic material, cataclysmic treasures, and cataclysmic creatures, Qiu Tu still had many promises and resources from Qin Shuman that he hadn't had the chance to exchange yet. These included money, talent, intelligence, and more. And more importantly, as Qiu Tu advanced in his position, it seemed his cataclysmic ability also improved. It was just that since he had been busy since last night up until now, he hadn't had the time to comprehend, and thus was temporarily unaware of the changes. One could say that the Inkaime case had made Qiu Tu utterly wealthy. He had completed his initial capital accumulation. Indeed, if you want to get rich quick, you have to bite off more than you can chew, he thought. While thinking this, Qiu Tu also quietly tucked away all the gains he had made during this time. Then he crossed his hands behind his head, contentedly lay on the bed, and took another rest. Once his mood had settled, Qiu Tu, smelling the lingering scent of Lu Fuping beside him, suddenly felt his interest piqued. So, he got out of bed, went to the bathroom shaking it off, and pressed Lu Fuping, who was squatting and brushing her teeth, onto the wash basin, and went up and down a few more times. In this manner, time passed until dawn. Qiu Tu finally spared her amidst the pleas of Lu Fuping, and took her along to the Investigation Bureau office building. Qiu Tu did a simple induction at the Action Division, then proactively met with the chief and deputy chief of the division to get acquainted. Since they all knew that Qiu Tu was only on secondment at the Action Division and had no direct conflicts of interest, the meeting was very pleasant. After all this, Qiu Tu left the political department and headed to the Public Security Bureau on the second floor, ready to take over the investigation team for the 8.16 pharmacy robbery case. Public Security Bureau, as one of the largest departments of the Investigation Bureau, could only be said to have an average status, which was evident from the fact that they were only situated on the second floor of the office building. The main function of the Public Security Bureau was to fund and manage the public security offices of the various streets. Thus, maintaining public security and dealing with trivial matters were their primary duties. But this also meant that they were somewhat at a loss when it came to major cases. Therefore, Cui Darren, the chief of the Xiaofang Street Public Security Bureau, was right. The entire investigative team for the 8.16 pharmacy robbery case was looking forward to Qiu Tu's arrival. This allowed Qiu Tu to fit in without any issues after joining the investigative team. Also, because Qiu Tu was now seen as the savior of the Public Security Bureau, he smoothly filed an application to bring Lu Fuping, Song Qing, Wang Shi, and the two groups of confidants Xiao Dabiao and Chun Feng from the Action Division and the Interrogation Section. With this, the investigation team for the 8.16 pharmacy robbery case was officially established. Meanwhile, just as Qiu Tu finished tallying his gains and was eagerly preparing for a big showdown, at the Military Security Department Investigation Department, Lin was also on the phone with someone. "What did you say? You found the target?" Lin's asked coldly. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it a black suit, red hair, and wearing a mask?" Hearing Lin's question, the man on the other end of the phone dragged out his voice, sounding sly. "Boss, we might dare to deceive the Investigation Bureau, but we'd never dare to lie to the military. You guys would actually dare to shoot us dead. And I, Fatty Fish, am also a person of some standing in Shinjia City. Why would I give you false information? I know it seems a bit coincidental, but it really just happened like that. The person you're looking for has been frequenting our bar these days. Red hair, black suit. Such a conspicuous outfit. How could we not recognize him? Hearing Fatty Fish's words, Lin's was said expressionlessly. All right, then keep a close watch on him. Don't let him get away. I'm going to report to the higher-ups right now. After saying that, Lin's hung up the phone and walked toward Qin Shuman's office. Arriving at Qin Shuman's office door, Lin's knocked, and Qin Shuman's stern voice immediately followed. Come in. Lin's pushed the door open, and Qin Shuman inside was seriously looking through some documents. Seeing Lin's enter, Qin Shuman looked up at him and asked, What's happened? Lin's stood up straight and then replied, Section Chief, the target that Qiu Tu asked us to help find a few days ago has been located. Our informer from the Fatty Fish bar, Fatty Fish, says that the man with the red hair and the black suit has been frequenting his bar in the past few days, leaving with 1 or 2 women each time. He went there again just after lunch today. The bar had just opened. But this time, he wasn't alone. He was with a woman in her 20s, almost 30, with a gentle demeanor. Shall we move in now? Hearing Lin's words, Qin Shuman sat in her chair and pondered, while twirling a pen with her slender fingers. After a moment, her pen stopped moving, and she had already made up her mind. She said, Take people now and keep watch near that bar. Tighten the net on our target without rousing their suspicion. I'll first give Qiu Tu a call to discuss this matter. Upon hearing Qin Shuman's words, Lin's did not immediately comply. A slight twitch crossed his expressionless face before he looked at Qin Shuman and spoke bluntly. Section Chief, I might be overstepping by saying this, but I still want to remind you, your relationship with Qiu Tu could very well be affecting the normal operations of our department and section. Why do we have to consult the opinion of a section chief from the Investigation Bureau when we are supposed to be apprehending someone in the security department? Don't you find it a bit ridiculous? As his words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office suddenly cooled. Qin Shuman's expression gradually hardened. She set the pen down heavily on the desk, then looked up expressionlessly at Linzhua. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as the atmosphere in the office grew heavier, Qin Shuman finally spoke slowly. Linzhua, are you questioning my professionalism and my stance? Linzhua was as stubborn as a rock in a cesspool, both smelly and hard. He showed no fear of the pressure exerted by Qin Shuman and continued with a serious face. Yes, Section Chief. Qin Shuman exhaled sharply, then said expressionlessly, To convince you wholeheartedly, I can explain my thoughts to you. But I must warn you, this is the first time and the last. I don't want to hear anything similar in the future. Having said that, Qin Shuman stood up with a serious expression. Dressed in a green military uniform and black boots, she looked gallant and commanding. She took a couple of steps in the office with a tap-tap of her boots, then continued expressionlessly. First of all, Qiu Tu is not an outsider. You might have forgotten that although he is currently a section chief in the Investigation Bureau, he is also our security department's captain. As comrades on the same side, we need to consider his position and the environment he's in when dealing with certain affairs. We should coordinate as much as possible with him to avoid causing him any adverse effects by acting on our own. Second, the lead on this case was provided by Qiu Tuesday. Although we in the security department have the authority to take over a case involving cataclysmic creatures of this level, if the other party cooperates well with us and it does not affect the case, we can certainly continue this cooperation to avoid any unnecessary complications. Finally, and most importantly, Qin Shuman paced by the window with a serious face and said, Have you ever considered why Qiu Tu has so much information that even our investigation department and security department, let alone the Investigation Bureau, doesn't have? Qin Shuman gave examples. Old Master Qin's identity, Larilo, the masked man in suit, the details of the bizarre ritual. If Linzhua had shown no reaction to Qin Shuman's previous explanations, Upon hearing this, his gaze began to fluctuate slightly. A look of realization appeared on his face, and then he tentatively asked, "You suspect that he's actually an evil god cultist?" Qin Schumann. Qin Schumann held her forehead. "After we finish talking, go run 10 laps. Linswa. Yes. Lins was saluted respectfully. Qin Schumann glared at him. "I don't know if Qiu Tu is an evil god cultist, but what I do know is that he definitely has an information channel that doesn't overlap with ours in the investigation department, security department, or even the entire investigation bureau." Qin Schumann, hands clasped behind her back and with a serious face, said, "While the Larilo case is important, the information channel he holds is equally significant. If we really can continue to collaborate with him, the intelligence capabilities of our military in Xinjia City and even the planning area might be greatly enhanced. By then, no matter what case we handle, we might achieve twice the results with half the effort." After hearing Qin Schumann's explanation, Linswa no longer had any doubts. He looked at Qin Schumann seriously and bowed slightly. "I was wrong, Section Chief." Qin Schumann looked at him expressionlessly. "You are punished to run another 10 laps. You may leave now." "Yes." Lins was saluted respectfully again, and then turned and left Qin Schumann's office. But after Linswa left, Qin Schumann did not immediately call Qiu Tu. She stood quietly by the window, her eyes somewhat distant. As a skilled spy, acting, lying, and deceiving others were as easy for Qin Schumann as drinking water. But a lie might deceive others, yet it can't deceive oneself. Although she had just rattled off many excuses when Lins would question her, when she recalled the state she was in when she initially made the decision, it seemed that her first instinct was indeed to consider Qiu Tu. This isn't a good sign. With that thought, Qin Schumann looked at a promotion notification on her desk. Just this morning, thanks to her excellent performance in the Yin Kaimei case and uncovering the Larilo case, her military rank was promoted from captain to major. He had formally entered the middle ranks of the military. In terms of position, the department had, to show their trust in her, put her in charge of both the investigation department and the intelligence section. This level of attention was an affirmation of her intelligence work and also a reward for her efforts in pulling things back from the brink lately. But only Qin Schumann and the head of the security department, Dai Yukong, knew that the smooth sailing of the department's work during this period was actually all thanks to Qiu Tu. The only difference was Qin Schumann knew that Qiu Tu was intentionally letting her take some of the credit. Meanwhile, Dai Yukong believed that it was Qin Schumann's ability to have won over Qiu Tu and to have obtained so much important intelligence from him. Thinking of this, Qin Schumann's feelings toward Qiu Tu grew even more complicated. Gazing out the window, Qin Schumann's eyes seemed to penetrate layers of space, looking toward Qiu Tu. After a moment, Qin Schumann sighed softly and muttered to herself, "No matter what, I still have to do my job well first." Having said that, she turned her attention to the pile of information and clues about Larilo on the table, her gaze growing incredibly deep. "This evil god seems a bit odd. I hope it doesn't cause any major trouble." Finishing her thought, she took out her phone and started to call Qiu Tu. The planning area was forever a place where order and chaos intertwined. After officially coming under the control of the sanctuary and becoming the economic center of the surrounding area of Xinjia City, bars, nightclubs, casinos, and brothels began to quietly spread throughout the city. At 6 p.m., Qiu Tu, with dyed blue hair and dressed in leather clothing, wrapped his arm around Lu Fuping, who wore a red strappy dress and heavy makeup, as they entered the Fatty Fish Bar. Two underlings followed him. One was Chao Dabiao, and the other was Chun Feng. The dress of the four men clearly showed they were wealthy young men from Longshan Road out for a good time. Therefore, as soon as the four walked into the bar, a barmaid dressed in a low-cut short skirt hurried over with a smile to greet them. Approaching Qiu Tu, the barmaid bent over and inquired, "Hello, how may I help you for?" Qiu Tu sized up the barmaid before him and deliberately flaunted a lecherous smile. He reached into the barmaid's cleavage and groped around. A squeal from the barmaid accompanied Qiu Tu's magical retrieval of a handful of silver yuan from inside. Initially, the barmaid's face was filled with embarrassment, but her eyes immediately lit up upon seeing the handful of silver yuan, and she quickly and gleefully said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Qiu Tu dodged her hands with a chuckle, stuffing the silver yuan directly into her deep neckline while fondling her, and asked, "It's my first time at your bar. Find us a good spot, will you?" To tell the truth, although the barmaid was rather plain, her bosom was both large and soft. The barmaid covered her chest to stop the silver yuan from falling out while tolerating Qiu Tu's wandering hands, and replied with a smile, "Certainly, sir. This way, please." Watching Qiu Tu's smooth moves, Chao Dabiao and Chun Feng felt they paled in comparison. They thought Qiu Tu's acting was incredibly refined. Just a few simple actions had established the image of a hedonistic young master. They scanned the interior of the bar. As one of the largest bars in Xinjia City, the Fatty Fish Bar was spacious. The ground floor, covering 2,000 square meters, featured a glittering stage at the center with fan-shaped seating and a bar area around it. The nightlife having already kicked off, many patrons were already indulging in pleasure-seeking. When Qiu Tu had entered, several patrons glanced at him, but seeing Qiu Tu's unrestrained demeanor, they just shared a knowing smile and looked away. And among them was the target, the red-haired man in a suit. First step of the plan successful. While they were contemplating, Qiu Tu, one arm around Lu Fuping and the other around the barmaid, headed toward a luxurious booth at the center of the stage area. Under flashing neon lights accompanied by a DJ beat that blended heavy metal and electronic music, and led by the barmaid, the four of them took their seats. Perhaps because Qiu Tu had flaunted wealth upon entering the bar, it wasn't long before scantily clad and seductively poised women with enchanting eyes crowded around, eager to have a drink with him. Qiu Tu, acting every bit the playboy, lounged with one leg crossed over the other while Lu Fuping massaged his leg. Smoking a cigar lit by Chao Dabiao, he casually welcomed all comers. So, after a short while, the booth was surrounded by a flock of women, pushing even Lu Fuping to the outskirts. But she didn't seem to mind and, following the plan, pretended to be angry and looked away from Qiu Tu. However, unbeknownst to others, her turned head was facing precisely in the direction of the man in the suit. Thus, she could easily monitor every move of the man in the suit without any other effort. Today at noon, Qiu Tu received a phone call from Qin Shuman. Over the phone, Qin Shuman told Qiu Tu that the security department had located the suit man's whereabouts and provided a series of intelligence. According to Qin Shuman's briefing, Suit Man had begun appearing at the Fatty Fish Bar a few days ago. At first, he came alone every night, reserving a booth to drink by himself. Because he was generous with money and had a ruggedly handsome appearance, many girls would approach him to chat, drink his booze, and hang around his booth. And he never turned them away, lavishly treating all the girls who came up to him. This also meant that every night, he successfully took one or two girls away from the bar. Many of these girls were part of the bar atmosphere group, nurtured by the owner of Fatty Fish Bar, and so they were also somewhat intimate with Fatty Fish normally. According to the information that Fatty Fish gathered from them, the suit man lived in a small villa near Longshan Road, commuted in a private car, and had several good-looking and gentle-tempered maids at home, which suggested that he was no ordinary man. When he was with these girls, although Suit Man's behavior could be slightly violent and his actions a bit rough, on the whole, he seemed normal. After all, in times of chaos, people's violent genes are naturally unlocked. The only thing that could be considered odd was that, just in the past 2 nights, Suit Man not only invited girls to drink, but also started inviting men to drink. He would pick out young masters in the bar who clearly came from noble families but lived dissolute lives to make a move on and actively befriend them over drinks. And last night, he had even taken away one such young master. Since Fatty Fish didn't have much of a personal connection with these young masters, he wasn't clear on what the suit man talked about with them. When asking the girls who sat with him to drink, they also had no recollection, mentioning only that Suit Man seemed to hit it off with those young masters, arm in arm, as if they had been fast friends. After understanding all the intelligence provided by Qin Shuman, Qiu Tu pondered for a long time. He was deciding whether to just apprehend Suitman and Wang Xinao and temporarily close the 8.16 pharmacy robbery case. Or should he continue to follow this lead and first probe the depths of that evil god? Eventually, after weighing his options, he chose the latter. It wasn't that he was truly curious about the evil god or that he harbored the ambition to save the world. He simply came to a clear realization. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. If the evil god had already silently descended upon Xinjia City and begun to quietly expand his influence there, then even if Qiu Tu were to pretend to be an ostrich and ignore this matter, sooner or later, the evil god would have an impact on him. When the evil god accumulated enough power and was truly ready to make a move on Xinjia City, as a resident of Xinjia City and as a division head of the Investigation Bureau, Qiu Tu would inevitably have to face the evil god, especially since the evil god seemed to be somewhat petty-minded. Just because Qiu Tu made Wang Xi a little nervous, she immediately took notice of him. If Qiu Tu were to capture her 2 followers, she would probably be even less inclined to let him off. So, after much consideration, Qiu Tu found that a reconciliation with Larilo was probably impossible. Since a showdown was inevitable, it would be better to strike while the enemy was still weak, rather than waiting for them to grow strong before acting. Moreover, Qiu Tu always harbored a slightly impractical idea. That is, if the enemy of my enemy is my friend, could his 2 enemies possibly become each other's enemies? Drive the wolf to devour the tiger might not be such a bad strategy after all. Thus, due to this series of considerations, Qiu Tu decided not to arrest Suitman for the time being. Instead, he would disguise himself as a young master and fish for Suitman in the bar to see what he and his god were up to. The dazzling LED walls and unpredictable spinning spotlights sliced the fatty fish bar into a series of bizarre scenes. Combined with the aroma of alcohol, scents, and tobacco, along with the fizz of champagne and the smell of cheap perfume, it was like the people in the bar were transported into a dream kingdom far removed from reality. Qiu Tu had an arm around each of the skimpily dressed girls, casually resting his leg atop another and smoking a cigar, all the while watching the seductively dancing woman before him with a beaming smile. They twisted their waists like snakes, with captivating glances, blooming like enchanting flowers in the dark night, each move quickening the heartbeat of men. As a hunter, Qiu Tu had always been patient. He wasn't focusing on his target at all, immersively engaging in various interactions with the girls as if he were genuinely seeking pleasure. Such professional attitude and exquisite acting not only earned the admiration of Chao Dabiao and Chen Feng, who were guarding him, but even the officer from the security department watching Qiu Tu's actions in the bar surveillance room were somewhat surprised. Is this the legendary Qiu Tu who solved the Yin Kaimei case? He's so convincing. It looks like he's really getting into it. Not a single flaw to be seen. It seems the target will be hooked soon. Hearing the comments of the few officers, Lin Zhua, who came on duty tonight, glanced at them expressionlessly, then fixed his eyes on the monitor, his face betraying a hint of hesitation. Frankly, he had the impression that Qiu Tu wasn't just acting. This guy isn't really enjoying himself there, is he? I should call Section Chief Kong over to see. Let her witness Qiu Tu's true colors. And so, he lived it up, indulged for a night. At 11 p.m., Qiu Tu got up to leave the fatty fish bar, drunk, reeking of perfume, and with lipstick marks all over his cheeks and neck. It wasn't clear whether Suitman had noticed something off, or if he was just too cautious, but he hadn't approached Qiu Tu all evening. Qiu Tu didn't care. If not tonight, then tomorrow night. If not tomorrow night, then the night after. After all, he was spending case funds, so he wasn't heartbroken over it. Thinking this, Qiu Tu stood up with 2 girls in his arms and slurred, "Tonight, you 2 are coming with me, okay?" On hearing Qiu Tu's words, the 2 girls pounced into his arms, one after the other, as excited as if they had won a victory, almost ready to jump for joy. Seeing this, Qiu Tu haha laughed, preparing to leave the bar with the two girls in tow. But just then he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, familiar, sweet scent. However, when he tried to smell again, he found that he couldn't detect anything. At the same time, a magnetic male voice sounded from behind him. "Hello, my friend." On hearing this, Qiu Tu turned to look and saw a slightly roguish, pale-faced man dressed in a suit with red-dyed hair, smiling at him. It was none other than Suit Man, Qiu Tu's target for the evening. Upon seeing his target appear, a sense of vigilance instantly sprang up in Qiu Tu's heart. And recalling the familiar whiff just a moment ago, Qiu Tu knew the man had used the mandragora love drug. Thinking thus, he pretended to be more intoxicated and replied, "Do you need something?" At the same time, he stealthily glanced at the two girls in his arms. Indeed, under the influence of the mandragora love drug, both girls' eyes were somewhat hazy, and, even in Qiu Tu's arms, their gazes uncontrollably wandered towards Suit Man. As Qiu Tu observed and assessed, Suit Man spoke up. He laughed, lifted his glass in a toast to Qiu Tu, and showed a grin that seemed detached from this world, asking, "Do you mind staying for another drink, my friend?" Truth be told, whether it was the influence of the mandragora love drug or that Suit Man was indeed charismatic, Qiu Tu really felt no impulse to refuse at that moment. So he smiled and nodded at Suit Man, of course. Seeing Qiu Tu bite, Suit Man cornered a smile and gestured to him, then led Qiu Tu to his booth. As Qiu Tu and others followed the target out, Chao Dabiao, Chun Feng, and Lu Fuping thought about following. However, Qiu Tu seemed to guess their intentions and, feigning drunkenness, waved them off, signaling them to wait where they were. Though a bit worried, the three sat back down in their seats in the face of the target's glance. Upon reaching Suit Man's booth, Qiu Tu slapped the two girls' cute bottoms, telling them to go play nearby, and then sat next to Suit Man himself. Suit Man chuckled at this, then took the initiative to open a new bottle of wine and poured a glass for Qiu Tu, asking, "May I know my friend's name?" Qiu Tu, tongue thick, said, "My surname is Jia. You can call me Jia Shu." Having said this, Qiu Tu then drunkenly asked, "And you, my friend, what's your name?" On hearing this, Suit Man replied, "You can call me Fellow." Fellow. Qiu Tu muttered the name carelessly, but he knew in his heart that it must be a fake name or a title. After all, if he wasn't mistaken, some sects referred to their low-level members as fellows. While thinking this, Qiu Tu put an arm around Suit Man's neck and drunkenly queried, "Brother Fellow, did you call me over to discuss something?" To tell you the truth, I'm not someone who likes to make friends. But when I saw you, I felt an instant connection. Suit Man looked slightly smug upon hearing this, then said, "Do you believe in God, brother?" On hearing this, Qiu Tu feigned astonishment for a moment, then haha laughingly said, "God? If there were a God, would this world be in such chaos?" Ha ha ha. Suit Man followed with a chuckle, then quickly changed his tone. What if all of this is what God wanted to achieve? God believes that this world is filled with order, that all beings are living too suppressed a life. Go to school, study, take exams, fall in love, graduate, work, get married, have children, then educate your children to continue going to school, continue studying, then wait for your children to fall in love, work, get married, have more children. The beings of this world are like they're bound by rigid order, unable to do what they truly want to do, unable to indulge in pleasure, unable to freely unleash their desires. Qiu Tu looked like he was taking in, silently stroking his chin. Seeing this, Suit Man's face revealed a slight smile. He leaned closer to Qiu Tu, continuing to seduce him. But brother, have you ever thought about it? Life was never meant to be bound. Life is meant to be free. His voice sounded ethereal as he said so. God appeared. He destroyed the order of the world, plunging everything into chaos, returning beings to times of turmoil. It must be said, Suit Man had a knack for manipulating people. After hearing his sermon, Qiu Tu felt an urge to resign right away, to go out, to admire this extraordinary world. Therefore, without much pretense, Qiu Tu eagerly asked, "So, What did God bring us back to this chaos for? Upon hearing this, Suitman smiled and pulled over the young woman he had brought with him today. She was about 25 or 26, dressed in a strappy long dress with a small cashmere coat over it, exuding a gentle and graceful air. Her features were somewhat delicate, her figure excellent, especially her ample bosom, which was somewhat overwhelming. When she sat still, she had the gentle temperament of a lady. However, when she came over to Qiu Tu, he noticed that her eyes seemed to twinkle with the flames of a newly ignited fire. Qiu Tu glanced at Suitman, puzzled. Yet Suitman gestured to the young woman. Obediently, she straddled Qiu Tu's lap and grabbed his hand, slipping it inside her coat. That moment was soft and smooth to the touch. Qiu Tu was startled and looked down. It was then, in the dim light of the bar, that he realized she wasn't wearing anything under her cashmere coat, and the outside strappy long dress was merely a ruse. The straps inside were already torn off, doing nothing to cover anything at all. In that moment, Qiu Tu was baffled. Was this world so progressive that even this kind of public exposure was a thing? And what was Suitman doing? Was he letting this woman use a beauty trap on him? As Qiu Tu thought this, Suitman spoke. His face was full of cynicism and smugness. Brother, do you know who she is? Qiu Tu hesitated for a second, then shook his head. Suitman leaned in, whispering softly, she's the wife of Xinjie City's Education Bureau's Section Chief Kong. To be honest, that really startled Qiu Tu. The movements of his hands, which were caressing her, froze instantly. However, perhaps this was the reaction Suitman was looking for. So, he laughed while patting Qiu Tu's shoulder, saying, "Don't be nervous. Section Chief Kong has already been locked up. What are you afraid of?" After that, he winked at Qiu Tu, asking mischievously, "So how is it? Is Section Chief Kong's wife big? Is she smooth?" Qiu Tu. Truth be told, at that moment, Qiu Tu really felt that Suitman and Wang she had lost their minds. Previously, through a memory fragment, he had witnessed Suitman in the villa that night, proclaiming he had received God's instructions and was ready to make a big move. But he truly did not expect the two to dare to do something so outrageous. The wife of a section chief, a well-bred lady, just brought out into the public like that, and treated in such a manner. Perhaps misinterpreting Qiu Tu's silence as complicity, Suitman nudged him with his shoulder and then, with an evil expression, said, "And what is a section chief's wife? After all, let me tell you, under God's guidance, we will build a beautiful new world." He began his speech again. As living beings, what is our first instinct? It is reproduction. So, let us release our nature. Don't care about status. Don't care about human social rules. If you want it, take it. If you want to do it, do it. Let those restrictions no longer hinder our reproduction. Let life burst forth with its true power. As Suitman became more and more impassioned, Qiu Tu knew he had to play along. So, while fondling inside Madame Kong's coat, he also said excitedly, "Can this really be achieved?" Upon hearing this, Suitman smiled slowly. "Of course, as long as you believe in God." Hearing that, Qiu Tu knew the critical moment had arrived. So, with a look of longing, he asked, "Then how can I believe in God?" Suitman produced a pink card, smiling mysteriously. "This card is the token to contact God. Just keep this card by your side, and, at night, you'll meet with God in your dreams." Seeing the token so easily offered, Qiu Tu even hesitated a bit. But he didn't show it on his face, intentionally gazing eagerly at the card while his left hand continued to clutch Madame Kong's softness, and his right hand stretched out from her embrace, eager to take the card. Just then, Suitman sharply retracted his hand, then, smiling at Qiu Tu, said, "To meet God, you must be sincere. So, I can't just give you this card. You need to pay a little goldfish to buy it." Qiu Tu. Honestly, at that moment, Qiu Tu had a big question mark over his head and 10,000 face-palming emojis running wild in his mind. What's going on? Have I met a colleague? Could this guy not be some evil god cultist, but just a scammer? With that thought, Qiu Tu hesitated for a moment. He looked closely at Suit Man for a while, scrutinizing him. After confirming that he was the same person he had seen in Wang Shi's memory, he finally took out a little goldfish and slapped it into Suit Man's hand. Seeing the little goldfish, Suit Man's face suddenly showed a hint of madness, but the next second it disappeared. He handed the pink card to Qiu Tu with satisfaction, and then in an ethereal voice said, "Very good. It seems, brother, you truly are devout. Accept this gift, and believe me, God will bless you." Qiu Tu. Honestly, listening to that familiar spiel, Qiu Tu felt more and more like he had been tricked. Thus, Qiu Tu spent a little goldfish, with a purchasing power of 160,000 renminbi from his previous life, to buy an ordinary-looking pink card. The only thing that made him feel it wasn't a complete loss was that Suit Man, before leaving, arranged to meet again in the bar the next day aside from leaving Madame Kong, who was nearly a stranger, with Qiu Tu. According to him, this was a gift from God to his follower, and he assured her she was clean and that he hadn't touched her. After hearing this, Qiu Tu only had one question. Did Section Chief Kong consent to this gift during its preparation? And so, after bidding farewell to Suit Man, Qiu Tu embraced Madame Kong and got into his car. He drove to a small villa near Longshan Road and gradually brought the car to a stop. This was the temporary residence Qiu Tu had applied for, using his authority to better disguise himself as a wealthy scion. After parking the car, Qiu Tu glanced complicatedly at Madame Kong sitting in the passenger seat. From the bar to the villa, Madame Kong hadn't said a word. Qiu Tu tried to communicate with her, but she seemed completely lost in her own world, only giving Qiu Tu intense stares, as if she were a living, breathing doll with a special purpose. This discovery made Qiu Tu even more wary of Suit Man and of the evil god behind him. He got out of the car, unlocked the door, and entered the living room, still holding Madame Kong. Qiu Tu told Madame Kong to rest on the sofa, while he went to the door to smoke a cigarette. After finishing the cigarette, two cars slowly approached from a distance, stopping one after the other in the yard of the villa. Lin Zhua, Lu Fuping, Chao Dabiao, Chun Feng, and several specialists from the security department got out of the two cars. After coming down, Qiu Tu exchanged glances with them and then shook his head towards the inside. A few of them understood and stepped forward, taking out a compass-shaped treasure to scan over Qiu Tu. After a moment, the officer using the treasure shook his head at Lin Zhua. Lin Zhua glanced at Qiu Tu, then pointed inside the room. The officer, accompanied by Lu Fuping, walked into the room and scanned Madame Kong with the treasure once again. Seeing that the treasure did not trigger any alarm outside, Lin Zhua, who was leaning on the railing next to Qiu Tu, said expressionlessly, "There are no fluctuations of cataclysmic treasures, so there shouldn't be any surveillance or listening devices left on you." Qiu Tu hummed in acknowledgement, without much surprise. Because he knew how successful his disguise was that evening, he almost fooled himself with his own disguise of debauchery. Therefore, it was normal for Suit Man not to suspect anything. Seeing how calm Qiu Tu was, Lin Zhua added expressionlessly, "So, there's also some bad news. The card the target gave you is very likely a fake. After all, it doesn't seem to have any traces of catastrophe power on it either." Hearing Lin Zhua's words, Qiu Tu took out the pink card from his pocket, and while smoking, he fiddled with it, looking at it. The card was made of thick cardboard and felt slightly coarse to the touch. It had no text on it, only an image on the front that resembled important female organs and looked somewhat suggestive. As Qiu Tu looked at the card, he slowly said, "Maybe this card is just a smokescreen?" Actually, after he approached me, he had already chosen me as the target. Lin Zhua was non-committal, possible. At this point, he changed the tone of his voice, but it is even more likely that he was simply trying to swindle your money. After all, according to the intelligence, he didn't ask for money from those young masters in the past few days either. So, you probably won't get any clues for the money you spent. Hearing this, Qiu Tu laughed. How could that be possible? I've made a second preparation. When Qiu Tu had close contact with Suit Man, he had already slapped a new silver key bee onto his body. So, whether the card was real or fake, by the day after tomorrow at the latest, Qiu Tu would know all the details of Suit Man's movements over the next 2 days. Thereby, Qiu Tu would still obtain a lot of information. Therefore, even if it was just for the chance of close contact with Suit Man, the money Qiu Tu spent as little goldfish was worth it. As for the connection with Larilo, it would be great to have it. If not, no loss. With that in mind, Qiu Tu raised the pink card in his hand and then looked up at Chun Feng and Qiao Dabiao. He hesitated between the two, but eventually waved to Chun Feng. Chun Feng. Hearing Qiu Tu's call, Chun Feng strode over and asked seriously, "Chief, you wanted to see me?" Qiu Tu hummed in acknowledgement and passed the pink card to him. "When you sleep tonight, keep this card close to your body. I'll rest as usual. Let's see which one of us will receive the god's summoning." Having said that, Qiu Tu paused and then added, "If you do get summoned, there's no need to panic. Just follow the plan I set up for tonight." Chun Feng nodded solemnly and carefully put away the card upon hearing this. With these arrangements made, Qiu Tu had initially completed his plans for the evening. They all went their separate ways. Qiu Tu and Lu Fuping stayed in this temporary villa, while Chun Feng and Qiao Dabiao moved into the temporary villa on the left. As for Madame Kong, she was temporarily taken by the security department to the villa on the right for inspection. The security department would try to figure out what kind of cataclysmic ability Madame Kong had contracted and how to counteract it. As everyone returned to their respective villas, Qiu Tu, with Lu Fuping's slender waist in his arm, also returned to the small villa. Since Qiu Tu had an appointment with Larilo that night, nothing happened between the two. They just took a bath together and then went to bed. Qiu Tu slowly drifted off to sleep as planned, while Lu Fuping lay beside him, quietly guarding him to prevent any accidents from occurring. The reason Qiu Tu had applied for the 3 neighboring villas as temporary operation bases for the Investigation Bureau and the Security Department was to be able to provide mutual support at any time and to deal immediately with emergencies should any arise. And so, as the blue moonlight cascaded down, it tranquilly blanketed the land of Xinjia City. Qiu Tu slowly entered the realm of dreams. It was unclear how long had passed, maybe a minute or maybe an hour. In his sleep, Qiu Tu suddenly felt a soft voice calling near his ear, "Jiashu, Jiashu." At first, Qiu Tu didn't react to the voice, but as the calling persisted, he suddenly realized. He slowly opened his eyes, and then he found himself seemingly in a pure white world made entirely of mist. And a beautiful girl was sitting on a throne, quietly watching him. Qiu Tu tentatively raised his head to look at the beautiful young girl. Her elegant, egg-shaped face was suffused with a gentle luster. Her eyes were large, round, and clear like apricot kernels with stars held within. She appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, exuding a youthful, maidenly charm. Her face, while ought to radiate innocence, was instead filled with seductiveness, each grin and frown seemingly capable of drawing one deep into temptation. It was a striking contrast of purity and allure. "This is Larilo?" Qiu Tu looked up at the deity before him, somewhat puzzled. Honestly, if he didn't know that this deity was a high-ranking cataclysmic creature, he would have thought she was just a girl who was exceedingly beautiful. At that moment, Larilo, who sat enthroned as a god, also slowly parted her lips to speak. Her voice was soft and coquettish, reminiscent of a chanteuse's gentle humming. "Jiashu, are you willing to become my devout follower?" Hearing that tickling voice and seeing Larilo as innocent appearance, Qiu Tu felt somewhat tempted. After all, it said that some religious followers have duties to serve the deities. If he could serve the heretic goddess girl before him, Qiu Tu felt it wouldn't be a loss. However, despite what he was thinking, Qiu Tu hadn't forgotten the true purpose of his meeting with Larilo tonight, to gather intelligence. So, after a moment of thought, he didn't directly answer Larilo's question, but instead looked at her with a longing gaze and slowly began to speak. "From the moment I was born, I've always felt as if I was carrying a mission on my shoulders. I seem to have been waiting for someone's arrival, always hoping to stay by her side. But I've been lost, not knowing whom I'm waiting for or why I should wait for her. Now, I understand. With that, Qiu Tu looked at Larilo with fervent eyes and took steps toward her. Rule number 1 of gathering intelligence. Don't let your conversation be dominated by the other party's rhythm. Sure enough, following Qiu Tu's unexpected confession, Larilo's train of thought was interrupted, and her eyebrows visibly furrowed. But being a heretic goddess adept at bewitching hearts, clearly, Larilo was not a simple character. So, she chuckled behind her hand and gave a gentle wave. Suddenly, the misty steps between the two seemed to be severed, creating a vast chasm. Qiu Tu's advance was blocked, and he had to stop. Larilo sat on her divine throne, watching Qiu Tu with a captivating smile. Want to come closer to me? You can, but only my followers can approach me. So, do you want to become my follower? Hearing Larilo repeatedly ask this question, Qiu Tu immediately became extremely cautious. Therefore, he still didn't give a direct answer, but continued to probe with a smile. Why can only your followers come close to you? Shouldn't the glory of God shine upon all mankind? At these words, Larilo let out a soft laugh. Then, sitting on her throne, she crossed her slender legs. God's glory indeed shines upon all mankind. But that doesn't mean everyone has the privilege to approach the deity. If every ordinary person could get close to the deity, then what would be the difference between the deity's followers and ordinary people? How could they serve the deity any better? As she spoke, Larilo's clear apricot eyes once again locked on Qiu Tu, teasingly asking, So, are you truly willing to become my follower? Director Qiu, at first, as Larilo argued with him about whether ordinary people could approach the deity, Qiu Tu wasn't particularly moved. After all, the only reason he was discussing these points was to engage Larilo in idle chatter and to build a mental model of her character to analyze what type of woman this heretic goddess girl truly was. But before he could finish constructing the model, his cover was blown. At that moment, Qiu Tu really felt as if the hairs all over his body were standing on end. He was eager to use the warning method taught to him by the security department to alert Lu Fuping and have those outside help him exit the dream. But when he was about to actually do it, he hesitated, because he felt a bit unwilling. The rare opportunity to face this heretic goddess and extract some intelligence was at hand, but running away at the first hint of danger seemed too cowardly. Moreover, Qiu Tu remembered that the security department had explained to him that enter dream is a basic ability of cataclysmic creatures with divinity living in the boundless heart sea. For that reason, this ability wasn't as powerful as one might think. It's not just killing Qiu Tu in the dream that would be difficult. Even hurting him in the dream would likely be challenging. After all, the spirit world is merged with the material world, but there remains a strong barrier between the two worlds. To purely rely on mental power to forcibly harm a person in the material world within a dream would require a significant amount of energy. It was this piece of education that gave Qiu Tu the courage to meet Larilo in the dream and to engage with her back and forth. Otherwise, with his usually cautious nature, he would not have risked placing himself in such a dangerous situation. I can hold on a bit longer. Try to chat more, he thought. With that in mind, Qiu Tu suppressed his anxiety and dropped the pretense. He stared straight at the heretic goddess girl in front of him, then said with a smile, I never expected even the great god to know my name. It seems my fame is really high now. Seeing that Qiu Tu didn't run away, Larilo's eyes turned into curved rainbows as she looked at Qiu Tu like prey and continued to drop bombshells with a giggle. Actually, I not only know you, I have also seen you. Qiu Tu's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart suddenly pounded. Looking at Qiu Tu's reaction, Larilo laughed even more joyously. She said, And not only have I seen you, but I have also heard many followers talk about you. Qiu Tu was startled once again. He suddenly felt that things were getting out of control. He was tempted to probe Larilo and her followers' identities further. But before he could speak, Larilo looked at Qiu Tu with a devilish grin and bluntly asked, Do you want to know who I am? Also, do you want to know who my followers are? At this point, Larilo winked at Qiu Tu. It's no harm to tell you. After all, even if you know, it won't affect us. One of my followers is your superior, the person whose name you've used." Qiu Tu was shocked. "Jiashu?" Larilo nodded with a smile, surprised. Honestly, Qiu Tu suddenly understood how Yin Shun had felt when facing him. It was one bombshell after another, truly enough to make his brain buzz with the inability to think, making his entire head hum. However, precisely because of this, Qiu Tu forced himself to calm down even more. He knew that the more such a situation occurred, the less he could afford to panic, the less he could follow the opponent's rhythm. After all, Yin Shun had been played by him in just this manner. Thinking this, Qiu Tu took several deep breaths and put a confident smile back on his face. He smiled and continued to probe. "Minister Jia is your follower?" "Honestly, I find that a bit hard to believe. With his ascetic demeanor on a daily basis, could he be a follower of a deity whose domain is reproduction?" Larilo, hearing this, laughed even more merrily, her crimson eyes looking at Qiu Tu as she dramatically asked, "Are you really sure your Minister Jia is an ascetic? If I remember correctly, his favorite thing is to dissect the bodies of women, right? Do you want to visit his villa's basement? Perhaps. There are many surprising things there." Larilo was like a devil, looking at Qiu Tu with a teasing gaze, her face filled with an evil smile, like the reproductive organs of young girls. Qiu Tu, perhaps fearing that the shock for Qiu Tu wasn't great enough, Larilo continued with a smile, "And guess why I dare tell you all this? Because you won't live for 2 more days." She counted on her fingers, and her stunning face seemed to truly express a girl's innocence. "At the latest by the night after next, your Minister Jia should be preparing to assassinate you on my command. Are you sure you can escape from the hands of such a skilled second-order cataclysmic awakened?" At this point, Larillo's eyes narrowed into rainbows again, seductively saying, "So, become my follower, Qiu Tuesday. Let's fill the world with life together. Let reproduction become the true power of humanity. No matter your status, married or not, no matter the place or occasion, no matter how many, as long as you want. You can. Let's change this world together." Phew! When Qiu Tu suddenly awoke from his dream, he was dripping with sweat. He opened his eyes and then realized that Lu Fuping, Lin Zua, Chao Dabiao, Chun Feng, and several officers from the security department were all beside him. Lu Fuping, Chao Dabiao, and even Chun Feng, who usually wore a stoic expression, were gathered around his bed, looking at him with concern. Meanwhile, Lin Zua and the security department officers were clustered by his side, using instruments to check his physical condition. Seeing everyone there, Qiu Tu's face looked a bit grim. "Did I exhibit some abnormality just now?" Lin Zua, with his arms crossed and an expressionless face, said, "Obviously. Just now, you were extremely agitated, and a strong abnormal catastrophe power emanated from you. Agent Liu was worried something was wrong, so he quickly called us over, forcibly waking you." At this point, Lin Zua couldn't help asking, "Did you meet that evil god just now? What did it say? What did it do? Why did it provoke such a strong reaction from you?" Hearing Lin Zua's words, Qiu Tu's gaze flickered, and he fell silent for a moment. He recalled his entire conversation with Larilo in the dream. It had to be said, truly worthy of being an evil god who toyed and manipulated old Master Qin for decades. Larilo indeed had some tricks up her sleeve. From the moment she pulled him into the dream, she almost completely dictated the pace of the entire conversation. From taking the initiative at the beginning, forcing him to become her devout follower, to exposing his identity, then revealing the secret that Jia Shu was her follower, and finally, disclosing Jia Shu's plan to kill him forcefully. Step by step, layer upon layer, she continuously pressured Qiu Tu, pushing him to submit to her, putting aside whether what she said was true or false. Just her skill at manipulating people's hearts was no weaker than Qiu Tu's. Moreover, her understanding of Qiu Tu was clearly much greater than his understanding of her. Therefore, in their initial clash, Qiu Tu was immediately overwhelmed. I didn't lose unjustly this time. Thinking thus, Qiu Tu's gaze grew dimmer as he reflected in the dark. Since his arrival in this world, although Qiu Tu had been constantly surrounded by crises, everything had gone smoothly thanks to his various cunning maneuvers. Especially by leveraging his advantage in information and his familiarity with the human heart, Qiu Tu had managed to play all the big shots in numerous forces at will. This had gradually led to complacency within him. He believed that as long as he continued like this, he would eventually climb to the summit. But this defeat made him vigilant once again. With such a vast world and so many experts, he was far from the point where he could afford to be proud or relax. With these thoughts, Qiu Tu, now calmer, didn't immediately start to recall and ponder the information that Laurilo revealed in her words. First, he gave a reassuring smile to the people gathered around him, then gave a simple explanation to Linzua. Indeed, I was pulled into a dream by that evil god and had a brief exchange with her. But no worries, she didn't harm me, and she probably hasn't used any techniques on me. As he spoke, the several agents from the security department finally finished their thorough examination of Qiu Tu. They stood up from the bed and shook their heads toward Linzua. Seeing this, Linzua looked at Qiu Tu expressionlessly and inquired, "Then, did you obtain any information?" Qiu Tu didn't deny it. "I did, but it needs to be sorted out first. I'll ponder over it for a while. Once I have results, I'll share them with you." Linzua, who was not the type to probe too deeply, nodded upon hearing this, and then said to Qiu Tu, "It must have taken a fair amount of energy for the evil god to enter your dreams. After seeking you out tonight, she likely won't come for a second time. So, you should rest well." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu nodded. After Linzua and his delegation left, Qiu Tu stood up and walked out to the balcony of the bedroom. It was now deep autumn. The night breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Qiu Tu leaned on the balcony railing, gazing at the scenery outside. He reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to realize he was wearing pajamas with no pockets. Just then, Lu Fuping quietly walked up behind him, draped a sleeping robe over him, and then handed him a box of cigarettes. Qiu Tu glanced down at the woman beside him. Worry filled her eyes. Qiu Tu smiled, smoothed her hair, then lit a cigarette while embracing her slender waist. He squinted and smoked quietly. The glowing cigarette flickered with his breath against the night sky, rhythmically appearing and disappearing, much like his now settled mood. In the bedroom, Chao Dabiao and Chun Feng saw the harmonious scene on the balcony and exchanged a glance, then quietly left the villa. After they left, Lu Fuping snuggled up to Qiu Tu and asked with concern, "Is the situation very complicated?" At her words, a bitter smile appeared on Qiu Tu's face. "It's not just complicated, it's like a puzzle." Firstly, one thing Qiu Tu could be certain of was there must be an internal spy in the investigation bureau. The simplest reason was Laurilo knew him too well, almost as if she had studied him for a long time. But Qiu Tu was almost certain that it wasn't Wang Shi who told her. There were two reasons. First, before yesterday, Qiu Tu and Laurilo were almost unrelated in Wang Shi's view. It was only after Wang Shi learned about Qiu Tu's promotion and his responsibility for the 8.16 pharmacy robbery case last night that he began to feel wary. And according to what Qiu Tu knew about Wang Shi and Suitman, Wang Shi seemed to meet with Suitman only on weekends. Plus, it didn't seem like Wang Shi had the means to contact Laurilo directly. So even if Wang Shi had intended to report Qiu Tu's situation to Laurilo, he likely hadn't had the chance to do so yet. Second, and more importantly, Qiu Tu remembered a memory fragment of Wang Shi that he had once reviewed. In that memory fragment, Suitman had received a hint from Laurilo not long after the security department began its substantial arrest operation, instructing him to start plan. That day, Qiu Tu didn't ask Wang Shi to help in the bureau, and Wang Shi had stayed with Suitman throughout. This indicated that there must be a fourth person signaling to Laurilo, alerting her to the major upheaval in Xinjia City's upper echelons that night. Moreover, that person must be from the middle or upper levels of the investigation bureau. After all, the operations that night, although significant, weren't something ordinary people could know about.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.